Motion be moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? For? The motion has been passed. The order of the day has been changed. I call on the clerk.
Item number 3, notices of motions given orally.
I call on the Premier, Minister of Finance, Honorable Andrew Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would like to move the motions standing in my name under items number 7.1, Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 4, through Roman numeral 9, and Roman numeral 11 on the order of the day.
I call on the Deputy Premier, Minister of Health and Social Development.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 7.1, Roman numeral 3, and Roman numeral 10 on the order of the day. Thank you.
I call on the Leader of Opposition and a member of the 8th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to ask the questions standing under my name on the item 6, Roman numeral 1 through, 4, Roman numeral 1 through 5 on the order of the day.
I call on the member for the 2nd District to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to ask the question standing in my name under items 4, 6 through 10 on the order of the day.
I call on the clerk.
Item number 4, questions and answers to questions.
I call on the Leader of Opposition, a member of the 8th District, to ask his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, could Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what was the number balance of all bank accounts and for each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands as of the 21st of February 2019?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to emphasize to this Honorable House the balance of all bank accounts and each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands at any time. Specifically, the Consolidated Fund does not factor in the monies to be deducted from such funds in order to pay outstanding expenditures due to vendors, which are persons, agents, provided services to the government. Mr. Speaker, all bank accounts are maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands as of 21st February 2019 are going to be shown in a table from that which will be distributed to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, I will now list the amounts for the benefit of the public, taking note that as a territory during the COVID-19 ongoing pandemic, we were able so far to put preventative measures in place using our own financial resources from these different funds to keep us all safe. In that light, I need to re-emphasize that the Consolidated Fund fluctuates. This means that as revenue comes in, monies are taken out from those revenues to pay government outstanding bills. Remember, the balance always only reflects a specific time frame, hence why it is always difficult to accurately compare the balance of one financial period to the next, because although the revenues may slightly differ, the expenditures are usually significantly different. Mr. Speaker, I now list the amounts for the benefit of this Honorable House and the public. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, I want to break it down into Banco money market consolidated, 23,536,889. The cash concentration, and these also in one specific bank, 722,105. Credit card checking, 3,084,623. Operating account, $5,781,797. Investment account, $101,623. Immediate response loan account, $2,120,135. And the total in one of our banks, which is Banco Popular, $35,347,172 for the time period for which the member requested. In terms of First Bank operation check-in, $7,782,628. First Bank payroll savings, $331,403. The total in First Bank for the period in which the member requested at First Bank is $8,114,031. Scotia Bank BVI operating check-in, $9,174,628. Crown agents are held in GBP, $1,110,498. And CIBC First Caribbean Bank, $6,737,904. So funds at other financial institutions, those that I just read, all total up to $17,023,030. National Bank Housing Recovery Program, $8,923,421. So the total consolidated fund during the period in which the member asked about the total consolidated fund totaled $69,407,654. We have, in terms of non-traded equity, National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $13,738,100. In terms of the development fund, the market capital is $6,244,193. Money market other, $13,210,187. Development fund certificate, $16,507,815. So the total development fund for the period in which the member requested is $35,962,195. In terms of dormant accounts in Banco Popular, that's $7,721,124. So the total dormant account balance is $7,721,124. Seized assets, $1,870,188. Environmental levy fund, $1,788,415. Emergency fund, in terms of certificate of deposit, $848,841. Contingency fund term deposit, $3 million. Pension fund certificate of deposit, $1,094,001. Reserve fund certificates of deposit, $59,750, $758,558. Yes, I want to read that again in terms of the reserve fund.
You sure? 58.
I made a mistake, so I read it back.
Okay.
Yeah. Reserve fund certificates of deposit, $59,750,558. And the dormant fund certificate of deposit, $1,430,278. And the total bank balance is $196,611,354. $196,611,354. And Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we understand that those are the figures for what the member requested for up to February 21st, 2019. And as I said, that those are less the expenses that government would have had to take, because these are fluctuating funds, depending on the balance depends on when the expenses come out, what they are, the specific time of being questioned. So I want to give that there to the honorable member. The copies are coming, and sorry with that, but the copies should be here very shortly.
Thank you for the response, Premier. Absent of the information, it's difficult for me to answer follow-up, but I'll move on. Mr. Speaker, question number 2. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what was the number balance of all bank accounts and for each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands as of the 3rd of June, 2020?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, it's important for me to emphasize to this Honorable House that the balance of all bank accounts and each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands at any time, specifically, the consolidated fund does not factor in monies to be deducted from such funds in order to pay outstanding expenditures due to vendors, which are persons, agencies, among others, who provided services to the government. Mr. Speaker, all bank accounts and each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands as of 3rd June 2020 are shown in a table which I would go through from table form that will be distributed to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, I will now list the amounts for the benefit of the public, taking note that as a territory during this COVID-19 ongoing pandemic, we were able so far to put preventative measures in place using our own resources from these different funds to keep us all safe. In that light, I need to re-emphasize that the consolidated fund fluctuates. This means that as revenues come in, monies are taken out from those revenues to pay government outstanding bills. Remember, the balance always only reflects a specific time frame. Hence why it is always difficult to accurately compare the balance of one financial period to the next. Because although the revenues may slightly differ, the expenditures are usually significantly different. Mr. Speaker, I will now list the amounts for the benefit of this Honorable House and the public. Mr. Speaker, in terms of our consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker, which is the fund that the members asked for in terms of the Consolidated and Reserve Fund as of 31st July 2017, 28 February 2019, and 3rd June 2020, respectively. Oh, sorry. Well, in terms of the number balance of all bank accounts and each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands have 3rd June. Yes, 3rd June. Mr. Speaker, I will go through them so that the member can get all the figures. As I said, the copies are coming, but to make sure that this Honorable House gets every information that it requests, because you cannot be private in the public with the public's funds. So the consolidated fund now, Mr. Speaker, I'll break it down. In terms of Banco Popular, I'll go through what all is in Banco Popular. As of the 3rd of June 2020, Mr. Speaker, the market, money market consolidated, $10,627,341. Banco Popular credit card checking, $474,655. Banco investment account, $101,960. Banco, in terms of immediate response loan account, $2,529,774. The total at Banco Popular is $13,733,000. $33,730. Sorry about that. I'll read it again. $13,733,730. In terms of First Bank in operation checking, $2,773,618. First Bank payroll savings, $282,809. The total in First Bank is $3 million. For the date requested is $3,056,427. In terms of Scotiabank BVI operating checking, $9,039,246. Crown agents held in GPBD, $1,110,498. CIBC First Caribbean Bank, $14,229,000. $596. Funds at other financial institutions, $24,379,340. That's when you sum up all those other banks outside of Banco Popular and Scotia. National Bank Housing Recovery Program, $8,923,421. Total consolidated fund at that time, in terms of what is requested for the 3rd of June, was $50,092,918. So, as I said, this fund fluctuates because although you will have a balance, it's always dependent on how much expenses government has come in to be paid out of that. So with that now, that's $50,092,918. So the non-traded equity in terms of National Bank of the BVI is $13,738,100. In terms of the development fund, the money at Banco Popular in terms of money market capital is at that time of the 3rd of June 2020 was $1,156,155. In Banco Money Market Other, $7,448,511. And the 2000 Development Fund Certificates Investment, $22,096,480. So the total development fund vote was $30,701,146. Dormant Banco Popular accounts, $8,714,139. And the total dormant account balances is $8,561,993. Seized assets was $3,243,425. Environmental levy fund, $3,872,232. Emergency fund certificates of deposit, $851,078, $851,078,000. Contingency fund term deposits, $3 million. In terms of the pension fund certificate of deposit, $1,107,751. And the reserve fund, in terms of certificates of deposit, $72,073,912. And the total bank balances for the term requested is the term requested in terms of as of 3rd of June, less all the expenses that still have to be taken out. Or before the expenses, not less. Before the expenses had to be taken out, because those won't factor in the question. But the total bank balances before such expenses are deducted would have been $187,242,555.
Thank you, Premier, for that response. I guess I'll have to wait for the documentation, but like I said, I can't follow up without the detailed documentation now. I'll move on to question 3, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what was the number balance of the Consolidated Fund and Reserve Fund as of 31st July 2017, 28th February 2019, and 3rd of June 2020, respectively?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to emphasize to this Honorable House again that the balance of all bank accounts in each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands at any time, specifically the Consolidated Fund, does not factor in the monies to be deducted from such funds in order to pay outstanding expenditures due to vendors, persons, agencies, among others, who provided services to the government. Mr. Speaker, all bank accounts and each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands as of 31st July 2017, 28th February 2019, and 3rd June 2020, respectively, as shown in the table that we provided that will be distributed to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, I will now list the amounts for the benefit of the public, taking note that as a territory during this COVID-19 ongoing pandemic, we were able so far to put preventive measures in place using our own financial resources from these different funds to keep us all safe. In that light, I need to re-emphasize that the consolidated fund fluctuates. This means that as revenues come in, monies are taken out from those revenues to pay government outstanding bills. Remember, the balance always only reflects a specific time frame, hence why it is always difficult to accurately compare the balance of one financial period to the next, because although the revenues may slightly differ, the expenditures are usually significantly different. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the reserve fund, this is a saving account by any government to meet any future financial obligations, including those that may arise unexpectedly as one of its possible uses. For example, like BVI COVID-19 preparation. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, in fact, only hours after we took office in 26 February 2019, one of the decisions we had to make right away was to allocate funds to be placed in a reserve fund so that we could remove ourselves, the territory of the Virgin Islands, from being in violation of the conditions as it relates to the protocols for effective financial management. This was in the midst of working on the already extremely late 2019 budget estimates that was not completed by the former administration before leaving office. Needless to say, we had to hit the ground running. We were able to make the adjustments immediately to keep the BVI in the hands of the people of the Virgin Islands, thanks be to God. The only time we were compelled to use monies from the reserve funds was a result of the preventative measures that had to be put in place to protect our people from the coronavirus, as experts had projected that more than 3,700 cases would be contracted if we sat and did nothing. Mr. Speaker, it was important for me to give this backdrop so that as I respond, the people of the Virgin Islands, which includes the members of this Honorable House, will understand within context the information for which I now present. Mr. Speaker, the fund balance at the end of the three periods, July 31st, 2017, February 28, 2019, and June 3rd, 2020. Mr. Speaker, I will read them as follows. The consolidated fund at the point of July 31st, 2017, Mr. Speaker, was 44, Mr. Speaker, I have to double check that number. I'm going to come back to the memo. 63 million was the one for February 28. I'm going to give you the one on July 31st. I think there's an error here. Oh. So the February 28, 2019, at that date, it was $63,509,563. Again, I'll repeat. On February 28, 2019, it was $63,509,563. Mr. Speaker, I just want to hold 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, because I had some notes written here when I saw that, and I want to make sure that the member gets accurate answers, because I take the answers to the Honorable House very seriously. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll double check that because my notes was showing, I think it should have been for July 31st in terms of the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, it is showing, but I must verify that it's showing 4,403,560. But that was July 31st, 2017. But I'll double check that because I don't see that as being accurate. So I will verify and get back to you on that. February 28, 2019, though the consolidated fund was $63,509,563. On June 3rd, the next date that the member has asked, the reserve fund was $50,092,918. But again, please remember that the consolidated fund is something that...
You said reserve fund, Premier. Sure you didn't make a mistake.
No, consolidated fund.
But you said reserve. I just want to make sure that you didn't mix up the numbers.
Let me read it again to make sure the House records are clear. All the answers I've given so far are the consolidated fund. The one for July 31st, 2017, I'll verify that and get back to the Honorable House. But the one for February 28, 2019 for the consolidated fund was $63,509,563. And the balance as of on June 3rd, 2020 was $50,092,918. The reserve fund now, that I have verified on July 31st, 2017, which is one of the dates that the member is asking, the reserve fund balance was $66,532,731. and on February 28, 2019, the balance was $79,073,912, and the balance on June 3rd, 2020 was $72,073,912. So I will verify in terms of the consolidated fund for July 31st, 2017, in shortly.
Thank you, Premier. No follow-up on that. Question number 4, Mr. Speaker, if I may continue. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House if the Premier's Office, Ministry of Finance, Electricity Corporation, BVI Port Authority, BVI Airports Authority, and Telecoms Regulatory Commission, TRC, have engaged any new or renewed any consultant, consultancy, or service provider, formally or in principle, to provide services to the Government of the Virgin Islands since taking office? And B, if the answer is yes, please provide the details of all contracts inclusive of the duration, amounts, and purpose, as well as provide a copy of all contracts, agreements, inclusive of payment schedule, purchase orders, and terms of reference, and deliverables for each engagement, contract, or agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the current government, I want the members and the Honorable House to know that we did continue quite a bit of the consultancies that from the former administration as well, as some were not continued and some new ones. But Mr. Speaker, to put it in context, if you look around the world, no government functions without assistance of consultancies. Mr. Speaker, I've always maintained, even when I was sitting on the other side of the aisle, that as much as possible we should ensure that such services either include contracting the services of our people in the first instance, and if we do not readily have the skills or expertise at hand, then we secure the services of persons abroad, but with a caveat. The caveat is that with this government, it is our policy to ensure that our people must understudy the person or company, especially those from abroad, contracted to provide a temporary supplemental service. However, Mr. Speaker, there will always be a legitimate need for any government to secure the services of consultants. This holds true for the government in the past, but as I have said before, particularly with your new government, the approach and key caveat is there must be a legitimate need. Mr. Speaker, I will now provide the details of the contracts inclusive of the contract agreement, sum, date initiated and closing date, balance on the respective contracts, recurring payments, payment terms, and the nature of the contract agreement with respect to the Premier's Office, Ministry of Finance, Electricity Corporation, BVI Port Authority, BVI Airport Authority, and Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Some of the information is available in the table form, and some I will now list. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the BVI Electricity Corporation, they has engaged new or renewed consultancy or services provider, formally or in the principle to provide services to the corporation in many respects. Mr. Speaker, the list for all of them is very long, so
Could just provide a list, Premier.
okay, I think I have those. I think I have those there.
I'll let you read them.
Okay, so I'll get them for you. Okay.
It's fine, Premier. Just provide the list.
Yeah.
I know it's extensive, and also the contracts. I know last time I asked this question, I had a difficulty receiving the actual details that we requested. So I did send a follow-up email letter to you, your Speaker, and things. So I want to make sure that we get the details in the terms of reference surrounding each of these consultancies.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Question number 5. Bear with me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House if the work hours or salary for the staff at the BVI Port Authority have been reduced or cut? A, if the answer is yes, please advise how many hours they have been reduced to and percentage salary cut. And B, does this reduction in hours or cut in salary extend to the acting managing director, deputy managing director, or other directors and managers?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. it's always good to furnish this honorable House with information on how their tax dollars are being spent. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how many hours they have been reduced to a percentage salary cut, if it is so at all, the answer is yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the hourly paid staff of the BVI Ports Authority hours were reduced from 40 hours per week to 30 hours per week, which is a 25% pay cut. The reduction in hours was due to the reduced services offered by the authority at the seaports, which have all been closed with the exception of Port Purcell as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The reduction in hours took effect on the 1st May 2020, and of course this is being revised as the revenues come in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the number of Ports Authority staff that this affected is 126 persons and includes the following positions: security officers, maintenance officers, cleaners, and shed clerks. And the answer to be, Mr. Speaker, is that this reduction in hours or cut in salary extend to the managing director, deputy managing director, other directors and managers. Mr. Speaker, the reduction in hours or cut in salary did not extend to salaried employees, Mr. Speaker, and that's very important to note, salaried employees, which includes and is not limited to the acting managing director, the deputy managing director, and managers, Mr. Speaker. So those, Mr. Speaker, as you were saying, government who are not in terms of government terms daily paid, those are the ones that were cut, but those who were substantially hired by the ports, no.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Speaker, I have a follow-up. Mr. Premier, I know that during the lockdown period, there was a process of redirecting labor and redirecting persons to do jobs that were necessary. Did have the port looked at how they could redirect some of these staff? Because these are persons who need every penny. Daily paid workers are the ones who are the lower end of the payment, of the salary scale. And to cut their salary by 25%, it's a huge hit for those persons and their families. I know that we're moving persons around to try to fit areas where needed, particularly security. I understand there's been a call go out for security. Have the port tried to reassign these individuals to areas where they could make up that 25% pay cut so they could take care of their family and their responsibilities?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the ports have been reassigning and allowing for reassignment and allowing them to do other jobs to make up. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of even if they reassigned them or they went in to do other things, they still held them on to pay what they were making, and some of them got other areas where they actually end up making more. Some did not get other jobs, so they were only with the one salary. But then again, remember the ports was basically closed. So no matter where you reassign them, the area where you assign is the one who still have to foot the payroll in terms of what is already committed. So even in all the other establishments, this has been a challenge, not only here in the BVI, but worldwide, but to make sure that nobody lost their job. They make sure that they still kept on everyone in terms of who are not salaried employees.
Thank you, Premier. I don't have another additional follow-up, but in terms, just to say, you mentioned that they try to reassign persons and resettle individuals. If it's possible, can you share that information, blocking out the person's name, particularly with the House, persons who the posts that they try to reassign? If it's possible to share that information with the House.
Well, I will get it for you, but there wasn't a formal process, you know. Sometimes the government would ask if anyone could come over. They needed security. If those areas where government had to pay, they would pay them. So it wasn't a formal process, but one in which employees knew about in terms of most of them, based on what I was told. Let me put it that way, should have known about. But I would get whatever they have and bring, because it can't be private in the public. So whatever they have, I'll bring.
Yeah. And also, Premier, just to clarify the issue, if it's only salaried, if it's only daily paid workers, because I'm understanding that some salaried employees were cut as well. So I think that needs to be clarified.
Well, as far as my research is, because I don't be by the ports at all, not even daily. I requested the information. They told me only the salary the workers were not cut. So if there's a discrepancy there, I'll have to go back to them to get that information. But as far as they have given to me, I report what they have given to me. But I will do further research because, sometimes the space is long on rumors but short on facts.
Thank you. I hope to get that information, Premier. I'll move on. Next question, Mr. Speaker. Question number 6. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide this Honorable House with a detailed breakdown of revenues received from the Financial Services Commission, FSC, between the period of 1st January to 3rd June 2018, 1st January to 3rd June 2019, and 1st January to 3rd June 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Financial Services Commission have furnished us the figures appear in the table below, but I'll also read them out for the respective periods. That is 1st January, 3rd June, Mr. Speaker, that's 1st January, 3rd June, 1st January, to 3rd of June 2018, 1st January to 3rd of June to 2019, and 1st January to 3rd of June 2020. Mr. Speaker, exhibiting the collections from each of its relative divisions. However, Mr. Speaker, please note that because of COVID-19, the amounts would have significantly changed as we realize $10,856,350.31 drop off in 2020 thus far in the same period in terms of 2019, but that's expected, Mr. Speaker, given a few reasons. One, given that everyone was shut down for COVID and most of the business for this territory were also affected by COVID because it was worldwide, so no one could have maintained the same amount of money that they were making anywhere in the world. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of revenues received from the Financial Services Commission, there's a breakdown in terms of 5 categories: Registry of Corporate Affairs Division, Banks and Fiduciary Division, Investment Business Division, Insurance Division, Insolvency Division. And the total from the 1st January to the 6th of June in 2018 was $1,655,032.02. That was figure again from the 1st of January to the 6th of June in 2018 was $116,655,032.02. And then we look at from the 1st of January to the 6th of June 2019, we look at $110,403,066.34. That's $110,403,066.34. In terms of the 1st of January to the 6th of June in 2020, all these are within the same period, but this one for this year, of course, the drop-off is clear, and the reasons for the drop-off is clear. $99,546,716.03. As I stated, that total was $10,856,350.31 drop off from the period of 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, I present these figures for the Honorable House. As everyone knows, that is a worldwide pandemic that we're going through with COVID-19, and the challenges that we're experiencing in financial services is not immune.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you. Thank you, Premier, for the response. In terms of 20, there seems to be a steady decline from both years, from 18 to 20. In terms of 20, what is the position from the industry? Are you, in terms of your discussions, do we see any stability, any leveling off in terms of activity, or is there a continuous decline? As we know that COVID is real and there's an impact on that industry, but I want to know if there's, for the public, benefit of the members and the public, if there's we've seen any kind of leveling off or any stability in terms of revenues and business activity going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the numbers, I always been on numbers when numbers do not lie. They say the interpretation of numbers are made, but the numbers itself don't. The tail off, really and truly, member, I would have to respectfully, I don't mean this in any way, have to ask you, because the tail off of numbers started from 2018, where there was 116,655,032.02, and then it tailed off significantly in 2019 for this period you're asking to $110,403,066.34. Now, in the period where we have taken over in terms of 2020, that is rightfully ours, we're looking now at the $99,546,760.03, and that it clearly is because of the coronavirus. Because, but in terms of signs, there are some signs, because when the figures are seen, we see that there's some areas that actually rise up. But of course, Registry of Corporate Affairs Division would have been the one that would have taken the most significant dip, given that the whole world was faced on being shut down with coronavirus. But we are seeing signs with the industry that is very encouraging. Along with, there are some other new areas that we are going to be exploring, and we'll be coming to the House with some of them, with some of the legislation that we feel will help this industry to go into a new direction, which will allow us for more revenues. So there are plans afoot to moving forward with it. But yes, we do see signs, but of course, everything is relative when you're talking about COVID-19, because if areas have to shut down again, as we've seen in China, as we've seen in all those other areas where coronavirus has started to spike again, and most of those areas are where a lot of our business comes from. So the diversification of our business is what we're working at, and also in terms of different products, which is what we're working on now, that of course should have already been the norm, but we're working on them now.
Thank you for your response, Premier. I just want to say that financial services business is all our business. I think the issues surrounding this industry, it impacts no matter who government is in charge. I mean, it behooves us to do what is necessary to ensure that the people of this territory continue to gain the revenues and do all that's possible to make sure that those revenues are maintained. So there's no particular blame game that I'm trying to play. I'm trying to understand where we are with this industry. And I think it's important for us to, as a house and as a territory, know where we're going, what is happening, especially during a period where tourism is totally shut down, and we need all the revenue that we can get from this industry to maintain this territory moving forward. But I have no follow-up question, but I want to thank the Premier for his responses to the questions, and I look forward to the detail coming forward to all our members as we move forward.
I just say you forgot one little part, where we're going, where we are, but never forget where we came from.
Thank you, Honorable Premier, for your answers. I call on the Leader of Opposition, the member of the 8th District, to ask questions to the Honorable Premier, Deputy Premier, Minister of Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please give this Honorable House a detailed explanation of the process of returning belongers and residents to the Virgin Islands from before they book their ticket to arrival at the airport to home quarantine or government-designated quarantine facilities?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to answer the questions posed. In the answer, it will be noted that because it was posed before the reentry period, then some of the answers will be a bit dated. But in the statement, I thought that I would have had the opportunity to make the statement, and then these would have fitted in more appropriately. But the process is still out there because we do have a number of persons sitting out there who have registered, and those who will wish also to register. So in the statement I will give later, it will give an update as to those persons, and those listening can then benefit from that information. Mr. Speaker, the controlled reentry process for the first phase of border reopening is summarized as follows, and there are 13 parts to this. During the first phase of border reopening, BVI Islanders, belongers, naturalized citizens, and holders of certificates of residence, all of whom have a constitutional right of entry to the territory, are invited to register for a travel certificate before confirming flights. Persons in these categories wishing to return to the territory are required to complete the registration form that is available online at www.bvitravel.vg. Well, for those persons sitting out there again, it is //bvitravel.vg at least 7 days before their scheduled arrival at TB Letcham International Airport. They will then receive a travel certificate that will enable them to finalize travel arrangements and board an aircraft that is bound for the TB Letcham International Airport. An aircraft will only be granted clearance to enter the territory once all passengers on its manifest are verified as being permitted to enter. 2. The registration process entails the authentication of travel documents by the Immigration Department, followed by the inspection and verification of accommodations for a 14-day quarantine period by the Environmental Health Division. 3. This was from the 2nd and up to the 15th of June 2020, priority was given, or is being given, to persons who have approved private quarantinable accommodation, as well as to persons who left the territory for medical treatment. 4. In order to qualify for home quarantine, the arriving traveler or group of persons traveling together must either live apart from other persons, or every member of the household must be quarantined for the full 14-day period from the date of arrival. Arriving travelers may otherwise be accommodated in any available government-designated quarantine facility. Quarantine requirements and expectations will be communicated in advance of arrival and reinforced throughout the quarantine period. 5. Each person seeking to re-enter the territory as part of the controlled re-entry process will also be required to complete and submit the Public Health Declaration Form 24 to 48 hours prior to arrival in the territory. 6. Upon arrival in the Virgin Islands, all travelers will be subject to health screening, which will include probing for symptoms and temperature scanning. Hand hygiene and wearing of face masks will be required and mandatory. 7. Persons found to have symptoms consistent with COVID-19 will be taken immediately to a healthcare center or other designated facility for further medical examination as per health protocol. 8. During the initial reopening phase, arriving travelers will be boarded on agreed transportation to await immigration and custom clearance and subsequent departures from the airport. 9. As previously mentioned, all persons re-entering or returning to the territory during the restricted border reopening phase will be quarantined in government-designated facilities or alternate accommodations subject to prior inspection and approval by the Ministry of Health and Social Development. Each person in quarantine will be monitored daily by an assigned client support service officer who is trained to provide necessary assistance. 10. Quarantined individuals are not allowed to leave the quarantine premises unless approval is given by the Chief Medical Officer or his designate, and are not allowed to receive visitors or guests during the quarantine period. Security personnel will be deployed to ensure that people being quarantined do not leave and that unauthorized persons do not enter the home or the facility. 11. All persons in quarantine will be tested at the end of the mandatory 14-day period. Individuals who test negative will be released if they are asymptomatic and have not come into contact with COVID-19 cases. Persons who test positive at the end of the 14-day mandatory quarantine periods will be placed in isolation facilities based on the severity of the illness and retested in a 7-day rotation until 2 negative tests are received. 12. Persons who develop symptoms at any time during the quarantine period will be tested, and if the results are positive, they will be placed in the hospital or an isolation facility based on the severity of the illness. And 13, persons will be discharged from the quarantine area at the end of 14 days, provided they are asymptomatic, have not come into contact with COVID-19 case, and tests are negative for the virus that causes COVID-19. Once cleared, the individual will be provided with a quarantine release certificate and, if necessary, a return to work form from the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that detailed response. I have 2 follow-up questions. I just wanted clarification first before my follow-up. I wasn't sure if I heard that once persons return, that they will be tested, or they get tested only if they exhibit symptoms.
Persons are tested for the COVID-19 at the end of the 14-day period. They are checked for any symptoms related to COVID-19, the temperature scan, and other areas which may well indicate, and that they will have further applications to do this. And what I'm not sure of your second question, I would like to welcome back to the territory the mom of Honorable Rima, Shirley Rima. In fact, she called me today, she spoke to me today, and she is in quarantine, and she's doing excellent.
Actually, that was just a clarification, no question yet. The first question, in terms of the rapid tests, I see, my first follow-up. In terms of the rapid tests, I watched it with interest the other evening. I think it was Iceland. Their re-entry process is that they test in person upon their arrival to the airport with a rapid test process, and through technology, there's a notification that goes out. Are we looking at the possibility of using a rapid test to get a better gauge, even though persons are still quarantined, in terms of the reality on the ground, in terms of persons returning to the territory, or even when we're looking towards the opening of tourism in the territory?
Thank you very much for the follow-up. Mr. Speaker, I'm informed by the medical experts that they are in constant contact with Public Health England to determine if WHO or PAHO has qualified and approved one of the rapid tests, one of the many rapid test schemes that are out there, and none of them have been approved as being reliable without having a number of false positive or false negatives. There are stories out there also of some of the successes. I know that when you turn on the TV, there are a number of cases where you also have persons who maybe had the rapid test before they leave the port, and by miraculous ways, when they come to the area of destination, they prove positive. So that area of doubt have not led to the approval globally of any rapid test. So until that time, and they're working with Public Health England to determine if such a test, if any one of the many tests are approved for usage on a consistent and proven basis. And now the answer is no.
All right. Thank you, Minister. My last follow-up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Minister, through the chair. In terms of the return process, you said it's for belongers and residents in this first phase. Where does someone who is married to a BVI Islander more than the required 5 years is still waiting for processing of their status papers and is trying to come back to the territory? Is someone like that, would someone like that be allowed to return to the territory?
Mr. Speaker, we have had a number of requests for persons otherwise ordinarily resident in the territory. I have a number of cases where folks who worked with government, folks who are married, folks who are on contract with government, landowners and so forth. So it is an issue which Cabinet have looked at, and it has given the Minister under the Immigration Ordinance and Amendment and the Ministry of Health a combined responsibility to look at a case-by-case basis until such time, because in the report, Situation Report number 16, that was issued by the Health Emergency Operating Center, it was proffered, it was put to us that we can now look at the other class or the other residents in the territory, describing exactly as you stated, so that these persons can now be considered case by case in the first instance, and then on a wider scale very shortly. Next Wednesday, we would have another report which may well have this settled.
So the answer is no, they're not allowed in right now.
I think on a case-by-case basis, it could be looked at in terms of falling into the category. What is the section number under, Minister? Yeah, under Section 22 of the Immigration Act, we look in terms of the areas of persons who fit in that category, and on a case-by-case basis, Section 21, I'm informed. So on a case-by-case basis, the applications could be made, and by next Wednesday when we meet, then a definite date will then be given.
All right, thank you, Minister. I know of someone who applied and was denied, who fell under that circumstance. I'll talk to you offline about that, Minister. So we could probably see if we could get that rectified. Number 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask my next question of the Minister. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please give this Honorable House a detailed list of the following? A, all the designated properties secured by government for the purpose of quarantine, inclusive of the number of rooms secured and the owners of said properties, and B, a detailed breakdown of the costs for each property.
Well, the answer, the list itself is given for actually handout, but I'll give you a summary if the
it's long. I wouldn't put you through that struggle right
No,
now.
because
If you want to read it, go ahead.
well, I wanted to make sure that we
Excuse me.
get a feeling of the information out there so that we can do, and you can get the, Mr. Speaker, you wanted me to?
Yes. For the nature of privacy, I think I'd rather you hand out the list of the owner of the properties than announcing them. I mean, my suggestion.
No, I have no. Yeah, I have no intention. Sorry, I did not intend to list or call out the names of
Thank
the
you.
properties, just the detail, just the summary,
Okay.
so that the public itself will be done. Because I will save a question. I will save the member a question later.
Right.
There are 250 rooms that have been identified for contracting from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, from 12 properties. At a total cost, if contracted for the full period, which is up to 14 September, of $2,357,000. So I think that, so I have the schedule, which shows the number of units in each of the properties, the rates, the contract period, the total of the room cost, the meal plans, and the names of the proprietor. So you will have that information because you will ask for it again.
Yep.
So I want to make sure that we will have it. And the public need to know. Very important.
Yeah. So, well, I have a follow-up. I didn't have a follow-up, but I just want to confirm from my colleague on the left has a question, so I'll follow up with that. Who's paid for the, we're responsible for the meals. All the meals is responsible by government. Is it? That's the question.
Yeah, well, it's important to note the particular philosophy, well, the whole concept of quarantine, mandatory quarantine. Just like in other facilities, if you mandatorily have a person on quarantine, you're responsible for feeding them.
Of course.
It's a constitutional issue that you have. Those persons that are home quarantine have chosen to come earlier, stay in their homes. That responsibility is not there. After the 15th, a decision was made that we would have no further, we would not seek to have any further home quarantined space, only because of the cost of security and of the persons who have sought to violate this. So, Cabinet have made a decision that we can contract up to 100 more rooms if necessary, based on the bringing in of our people. It is a different criteria and a different set of responsibilities for work permit only persons coming in, as they would have to underwrite the costs of being quarantined. Thank you.
Any other question you want to ask? Thanks for that response, Minister. I just want to say, though, I mean, I know the Speaker said that it's a privacy issue, but the reality is that there's no privacy with public funds. So ultimately, the Minister, if I needed him to read, he could have to read that information out. But we'll accept the fact that it's a long list, it's a very detailed list, and once you share that information with the rest of the House, I guess we'll see if any follow-up questions will come at a later date. But I don't have any additional follow-up at this time. But I just wanted the public to know that we're not trying to hide, because we can't hide with public funds. Everything has to be transparent and out there, an open book. If I may continue, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3 for the Minister. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House if the House garbage collection continued since the 24-hour curfew was lifted? If the answer is yes, please explain the following. Is this being done simultaneously with the regular collection at the green bins with the original contractors? B, did your ministry ask the original contractors to take a pay cut? If so, why? C, how long has the house-to-house garbage collection process been going on and the cost to date? And D, what is the weekly cost for the original garbage collection process?
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I reserve myself for all information. It cannot be private and public business. So I think the member is well aware of that by now. The author of the answers for this question is, he is very short, but I think you would appreciate the fact that, and this is not on the answer, but there is a bit of information I feel I must share in order to have it done properly.
That additional information will be provided too, right?
Yes. Additional information will be provided. Now, only to state that in the waste management plan, of which I have given information here before, it was part of that was the house-to-house collection combined with the recycling program, the start of it. Once the unfortunate spread of COVID-19 came, it afforded a number of opportunities, and the house-to-house commencement was one of them. I'll have a wider statement at the time because you didn't ask for the list of the 55 persons who benefited from each of the districts, but I have them. I will actually share them whenever I asked again. Mr. Speaker, both collection, the first question, is this being done simultaneously with the regular collection at the green bins and the original contractors? Mr. Speaker, both collection methods are currently, and this is dated again, both collection methods are currently being utilized. However, the regular garbage collection from the green communal bins is done 7 days a week, while the house-to-house collection is done on Monday, at that time, on Monday and Thursday only. Did the ministry ask the original contractor to take a pay cut? And if so, why? Mr. Speaker, at the start of the quarantine period, the Department of Waste Management instructed the original contractors to empty the communal bins every other day. The instructions were based on the premise that while the majority of people were in quarantine, essential workers who were mobile would have utilized the bins on their way to work. Mr. Speaker, in light of the reduced number of work days, the Department of Waste Management made an attempt to adjust the collection fees of the original contractors to reflect the actual amount of days worked. C, how long has the house-to-house garbage collection process been going on and the cost to date? This is dated, but Mr. Speaker, the house-to-house garbage collection practice originally began on April 2nd, 2020. Therefore, this specific collection has been ongoing for approximately, at that time, 9.5 weeks. To date, a total of $247,904.24 have been spent on the house-to-house collection initiative. What is the weekly cost of the original garbage collection process? Mr. Speaker, the weekly cost of the original garbage collection process is $21,388.29. Thank you.
It's a lot to digest without the information in front of me, Mr. Speaker.
No, it's there, so if you want it, get it.
Mr. Speaker, the first follow-up to question to B, to answer to B. The minister said that the ministry made an attempt. You said was the attempt successful or it wasn't a successful? You jump off the bridge but you slip and fall. Please help me understand.
The attempt to cut the contract was met with fierce resistance. So, in honoring the month-to-month contract that we're now under, we thought best not to have any fallouts as a result of that.
So the attempt failed.
Met with fierce resistance and failed.
Okay, all right. Mr. Speaker, second follow-up. This is such a long question. I need more than 2 follow-ups for this one, Mr. Speaker. But I'll try with this last follow-up. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell this honorable House and the people of this territory what is the long-term plan for dealing with the garbage collection as it relates to the house-to-house and the communal bin? Is there going to be some type of marriage with the two, or are we going to put one out to pasture over the other, since there's been these attempts already, considering that the communal bin and the trucks that are used, they're not multifunctional. They could only be used for the function of moving garbage. So please help enlighten this honorable House and the people of this public or the territory. What's the long-term plan?
Mr. Speaker, I thought you'll never ask and hope that you would. Thank you.
You got a chance to talk. I want you to talk.
Exactly. Before COVID-19, it was announced at the House that we will have community meetings with all of the players. It was announced here that Agency Red was given the contract. In fact, they were contracted in November of 2018 by the National Democratic Party to actually undergo a waste management study. Because of COVID-19, because we had it planned that in February, for instance, we would have this meeting so that everyone will be informed as to the national plan ahead. In doing this, we made sure that we set this up, plans were afoot, and then came COVID-19. COVID-19 turned it off. Mr. Speaker, we would be well aware of the spontaneous fires that were reported on at the site at Packwood Pond, the site in Virgin Gorda, the site in Anegada, and we have a transmittal facility on Josephine Dyke, so it is not as prevalent over there. The attempt is to look at the process of how do we transition away from a failed system that I inherited. We are building a mountain out of garbage. It is not an overnight fix. It is not a fix where you can just go and say, well, we can move it, because those of us who researched enough will know that the first collection site was the first site, it may not have been the first, but there was one as far east, just past the bridge. There was another, and well, they're now both in the 3rd District still, but it was just on the site here where we sit. It was moved to Coxseat. That was still the 3rd, moved to Coxseat. And then it was moved to Packwood Pond. The study that explored a number of areas where a proper landfill could be done. But any site that you relocate must have the whole concept of reduction of the volume of garbage going into the site. So it was encouraged by the evaluators and by us to look at the recycle process. By doing this, the collection became an issue. And there was a big fight as to whether or not you will put the recycle bins. You'll see a number of recycle areas being put in place. We know we have to paint them, so that need not be a wasted follow-up question. We're going to paint those. But the point of separation becomes very important. We feel that we can go back to the old-time religion of house-to-house collection. It was nothing new. It is nothing new. Those who are old enough know that we had house-to-house before. And this is why we can do it again. The amount of garbage, the pounds of garbage that have been able to be reduced as a result of the house-to-house collection is miraculous. Is that a word? Yes. Because we have, and I will announce next week, the school-based recycle collection products competition. And it'll be another opportunity for all members of the House to participate, because all of the 325 classrooms from pre-primary straight up to secondary school will be encouraged to participate in the collection. Parents are calling me and telling me my house is full of recyclable products. You have to announce this particular program so we can then get these out of my house. This whole concept of proper waste collection will be led by the next generation to take over, by the now generation, by those who are 5, 6, 7, 8 years and up, because we have a degradation of our environment based on improper waste collection and disposal process. We have to recover it. We have to replace it. And we are going to do this, and the house-to-house collection system is all a part of that. This is not just a matter of engaging the 75 people that we have engaged so far, but it is to get this whole recycle program working. There are a number of enthusiastic recyclers, the Leonards up in Virgin Gorda, Green VI, Green and Clean, VI Plastics, and a number of them. It have big opportunities in this particular process. And at the same time, we would be prepared to look at whether or not we have the secondary treatment, whether by incineration or other technologies, which will be taken out to bid very shortly. So thank you for the very short opportunity to explain that.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his great speech. I see he practiced it in the mirror several times. He was able to jump up and give it as whim. If I am able to extrapolate an answer to my question out of all of what he said, based on the same old-time religion he talks about, he's going to sounds like he's going to send those old contractors out to pasture. Like the minister is trying to send us back out to pasture, and the Ministry of Education and Agriculture and Fisheries, Youth and Affairs, and all the rest. Am I correct in ascertaining that's what you're trying to do?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, because there's a third one, but I think it's a very important one. I did leave that section of it out. No, there will be a marriage of the two, because no matter what you do, when the hotels and when the businesses reopen, these communal bins would have its use. The contractors need not fear that we would do like others and seek to pack them up. There will be a fair and equitable way in which those who have invested in their particular equipment to participate and continue to participate. But we have taken a number of hits for the 7 or 8 hot spots, which we must work together, because up in the east, for instance, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 hot spots in the 8th district. 4 to 7. Yes, he wants to combine the 4th and 7th now. Okay, 5 in the 8th and 7th. Of the hot spots in there, honorable member for the 6th have at least 2. Down in the forest, honorable member have at least 2. So we have about 12 hot spots that we have to come to grip of how this is done. So the bulk collection is one of the areas that we will seek to transition some of these persons who have the house-to-house, and we'll do. We would seek to cut back the number of, because we have actually 2-week rotation, so the number of persons doing the house-to-house would be cut back so that we can then look in terms of the communal bins. There are 1 or 2 of them that must be dislodged, relocated, must be displaced, because even for us, not even, especially for us, driving there, the unsightliness of days cannot continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Minister. And I will not, no more follow-ups, but I just want to say to the Minister, I think it's important that there's an engagement of those original contractors, many of those who have worked in this industry for decades and continue to provide a service to this territory, though they're being paid. Garbage is a job that not many people would want to do or care to do. I think you need to have a proper engagement and conversation with these individuals and ensure that they are partners and ensure that they're properly transitioned through the process to make sure that they have an opportunity to be involved in whatever shape or form this process takes. And they have to be front and center, being the ones who have been on the front line for many, many years, for decades, providing this service to the people of this territory.
Please,
Next follow-up question.
please continue.
My last question to the Minister.
Question number 4. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House if persons who are quarantined at their homes required to pay for the 24-hour security? If the answer is no, what is the arrangement for payment of the security for home quarantine of personnel? I know you've given a statement on this already, so I'll just wait to hear the response again.
Mr. Speaker, again, some of this is dated, but we have. Mr. Speaker, persons being quarantined at their homes or other private locations are not, or mandatory quarantine, are not required to pay for security services. On rare occasions, special arrangements might be made to cover such costs through alternative provisions. Security contracts for mandatory home quarantine are being covered by the government of the Virgin Islands. Persons okay, I seem to have that second part. Yeah, by the government of the Virgin Islands. I was looking to give you more.
Quarantine?
I think the 14 days is up for the rest of the answer, Mr. Speaker, so we could take them out of quarantine now. What is the, just one follow-up. Based on his answer, I might have a second follow-up. Speaker, I know I didn't ask, but I know Mr. Speaker, I didn't ask the Minister this question, but I'm sure he's very afraid of the information. He seems to be very afraid of the data and all the analysis that is done in the ministry. In terms of the security personnel who have been engaged, what is the cost, the projected cost so far based on the numbers we've already engaged in terms of this exercise?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to give a wrong number, but there is a cost that we have. I don't have that number, but it is It is all approved costs that we have, approved expenditures, and the number. The whole COVID-19 financing is a report that will go to Cabinet next Wednesday and shared with the House what we have. So detailed. It is detailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. If you have that information, and if you don't mind sharing later on with the members of the House, I appreciate that you share that information with the members of the House, so we could get an idea in terms of the public expenditure on this particular piece of this particular exercise. And Mr. Speaker, if I may, I just want to thank the Minister for Health for being so forthright in his answers to all the questions that are posed to him so far. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Minister of Health and Social Development. The Leader of Opposition and member of the 8th District to ask question to the Honorable Minister of Transportation and Works and Utilities. Number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House, A, if his ministry has engaged any new or renewed any consultant, consultancy, or service provider, formally or in principle, to provide services to the government of the Virgin Islands since taking office? And B, if the answer is yes, please provide the details of all contracts, inclusive of the duration, amounts, and purpose, and as well as provide a copy of all contracts, agreement, inclusive of payment schedule, purchase orders, in terms of reference and deliverables for each engagement, contract, or agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look around the world, no government functions without assistance of consultancies. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we will ensure that such services either include contracting the services of our people in the first instance, and if we do not readily have the skills or expertise at hand, then we will secure the services of person abroad, but with a caveat. That is, with this government, it is our policy to ensure that our people must understudy the persons or company, especially those from abroad, contracted to provide the temporary supplementary service. However, Mr. Speaker, there will always be a legitimate need for any government to secure the services of consultancies. This holds true for the governments in the past. But as I've said before, particularly with this new government, the approach and the key caveat is that there must be a legitimate need. Mr. Speaker, to date, my Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities has not engaged or renewed any new consultancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I see you using your own people. That's a good thing. Question number 2. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Transportation, Works, Utilities tell this Honorable House, A, if the $200,000 allocated to each district, 1 through 9, on the civil mitigation vote in the 2020 budget under his ministry, which is used to conduct infrastructural work in each district, whether that is available to the district, to the 8th district, or any of the districts, or any of the other 8 districts. Sorry, I ain't finished. And B, if the answer is no, please advise why not. C, does his ministry intend to conduct any road improvements in the Eastern Lala community this year? And D, how will they be conducted and funded?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, this government through the 2020 budget has made the $200,000 available to all members, including the member of the 8th District. Mr. Speaker, the ministry through the Public Works Department will be conducting asphalt patching in the vicinity of the Eastern Langlook community as we have been doing this year. We'll continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those areas that need immediate attention, we intend to address in the coming weeks. And Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the sewage project from Paramtong to Long Swamp will commence in the third quarter of this year. And upon completion of this project, and major road works improvement will take place in the Eastern Langlook community. D, Mr. Speaker, these projects will be funded locally by the government of the Virgin Islands and will be carried out by the able staff at the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member said that the funds are available, but I want to, I guess we'll have to talk offline on that, because when we call the ministry, we get a different response in terms of access to projects that we have pending. So that's something that we'll clarify offline, since we don't know publicly that the funds are available. But the question that I'll ask, though, Minister, in terms of the road works, you're saying that Public Works is going to do all the repairs to the main road infrastructure. There's an immediate issue currently from the top of Hope Hill, where there's a huge hole in the middle of the road coming up from Hope Hill. It ain't fixed. I drove this morning there. It's not fixed. It's just they put some material in it, but it's still a problem. So I think it's something that we need to get addressed, especially there and by the police station in Eastern is a constant problem there that we're experiencing.
Thank you. I know earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, the team at Public Works, we went out and worked to address those areas where it seemed to be based on water leakage. Yeah. And we are working to have a permanent fix. And I know in East End, by the police station, like you mentioned, there's an underlying issue there that must be addressed. And I think the Ministry of Health was notified on that matter.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. And the area at Hope Hill is very urgent, because I pass there every day, and it's right next to one of our members, the one who's presiding right now, has to deal with that every day when he leaves his junction to come to do the people's work. So I think we need to get that situation addressed ASAP. And I know that now that you're very much aware, you'll get it addressed. May I continue?
You may continue.
Speaker, question number 3. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities please advise this Honourable House if his ministry intends to clean the guts, waterways and drains in District 8 now that we are officially in the hurricane season? A, if the answer is yes, please advise when this will happen, and if the district representative will be included as is customary in the process. And B, if the answer is no, please explain why not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise this Honourable House that the Public Works Department has commenced cleaning of guts and drainage throughout the territory. I'm also happy to inform the member of the 8th District that works will commence in his area beginning Monday, 15th June 2020, and will continue until the end of the hurricane season. As customary, Mr. Speaker, the bill of quantities will be made available to each member of this House as customary.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for that response. First follow-up. You said that Public Works have started and commenced cleaning guts. So we're not putting out as is the normal to give the little truckers, the little persons within the communities an opportunity to get work out through this process. Are we not doing that this year? Because as we know, a lot of persons are unemployed now because the advent of COVID-19 and all the related issues with COVID-19. This is more than ever an opportunity for those persons to get some work to do in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are in the hurricane season at this moment, and you know we've been down a couple months due to COVID-19, we had to do some reshuffling of the budget, and the bill of quantities, they are being made available. But in the interim, as we are in the season, remedial work is starting throughout the territory. But at this stage, I can't say, as it was done last year, where each district had X amount of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of work that may be maintained.
Thank you, Minister. I think it's important to get the work done, and as much as possible, I understand the budgetary constraints to get our people working as much as possible, considering they themselves have their own constraints as well. So I thank you for at least trying to make that happen and make that a reality for the people of the territory. Question number 4, Mr. Speaker, if I may continue. Speaker, could the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities please advise this Honorable House if the water support program to the Virgin Islands to Virgin Islands residents have concluded? A, if the answer is yes, please give a detailed cost of the monies expended on this program. B, in addition, please give a detailed breakdown as to which residents were eligible for the program and the process. And C, if the answer is no, please advise when will the program come to an end and provide a detailed breakdown of the costs to date.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this Honorable House that the Water Support Program concluded on 1st June 2020 as approved by the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Cabinet and the Premier for making that stimulus available to the people of this territory. Mr. Speaker, the monies expended on the program to date is $949,024.81. $949,024.81. Mr. Speaker, a breakdown of this information can be found in Appendix B, and I could hand it out to you, Mr. Speaker, but let me briefly state that pipe water, this is to customers. It was $897,817.31. Mr. Speaker, the water from the standpipe was $10,287.50. That totaled $908,104.81. Mr. Speaker, the water from the standpipe is what was going to various customers' houses that were affected by disruption in the water infrastructure. And trucking for that water came up to $40,920. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The process, I don't know if your team then give you the answer in terms of how persons qualified for the so-called stimulus, the stimulus in water stimulus.
Mr. Speaker, that's quite simple. Once you're a customer of Water and Sewage Department, you were able to get the free water during that time. So there was no bill or any charges to any customer during that time from 19 March to 1st June. So no charge to any water and sewage customer during that time. And those customers that had issues in various parts of the territory, like in the third by, down Hanners and so forth, and various areas, they were able to get the water trucked to them.
All right, thanks for that clarification, Minister. And that seems like a good approach to take with the Electricity Corporation to help the people, the poor and struggling people who are now experiencing some difficulties, instead of making them fill out a census to get $80 relief a month. So I think they should take a lead from your ministry's book and try to apply that approach to helping the people of this territory. Can I continue, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Minister of Transportation and Works and Utilities, for your answers.
I have one more question for him. Just one more
Oh,
question.
you have one more question?
Yeah, one more question for the minister.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, could the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House who are the person or persons or company that render the designs and drawings for the new Market Square project that's being proposed?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank you for that question, as the Market Square is something that has been talked about for quite some time, and we are now moving this project forward. And Mr. Speaker, the rendering of the new Market Square area was developed initially by the Town and Country Planning Department several years ago, before my appointment to office. Mr. Speaker, those drawings were presented to the public in 2019 and accepted. And Mr. Speaker, in the new designs, the designs of based on the rendering of the area was done by 3D Limited to get those drawings onto Town and Country and get that part of the drawings completed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one quick follow-up. Who did the original? The original renderings were done by the government of Virgin Islands, or department, or individual. Who did the original ones? I didn't think I get that.
Based on my research, Mr. Speaker, they were done by Town and Country Planning Department.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the Minister for his answers to the question and being forthright, and I look forward for the detailed responses later on today. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Minister of Transportation and Works and Utilities. I call on the Leader of Opposition and member of the 8th District to ask questions to Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Affairs and Fisheries and Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please tell us, Honorable House, A, if his ministry has engaged any new or renewed any consultant, consultancy, or service provider, formally or in principle, to provide services to the government of the Virgin Islands since taking office, and B, if the answer is yes, please provide the details of all contracts, inclusive of the duration, amounts, and purpose, and as well provide a copy of all contracts, agreements, inclusive of payment schedule, purchase orders, and terms of reference, and deliverables for each engagement, contract, or agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, if you look around the world, no government functions without the assistance of consultancies. Mr. Speaker, I have always maintained that as much as possible we should ensure that such services either include contracting the services of our people in the first instance, and if we do not readily have the skills or expertise at hand, then we secure the services of persons abroad, but with a caveat. The caveat is that with this government, it is our policy to ensure that our people must understudy the person or company, especially those from abroad, contracted to provide a temporary supplemental service. However, Mr. Speaker, there will always be a legitimate need for any government to secure the services of consultants. This holds true for the government in the past, but as I have said before, particularly with your new government, the approach and key caveat is there must be a legitimate need. Mr. Speaker, I will now provide the details of the contracts and the nature of the contract agreement with respect to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, since taking office, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture has engaged 5 new consultancies and renewed 1 consultancy. I must note, however, Mr. Speaker, that 4 of the new consultancies were funded by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and I take this opportunity to thank UNICEF for funding these much-needed programs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the details of all contracts inclusive of the duration, amounts, and purpose are provided in the attached spreadsheet. The requested copies are also attached, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I see it's a boilerplate response. I see you twisted yours a little bit. But I'll wait for the details, and I guess I can't ask a question unless I have the details before me. But what I would move on to question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House how many persons applied for the $2 million agriculture and fishing grant first announced in April, and of the persons applied, how many of those persons have received assistance?
Mr. Speaker, before I answer that question, I could read the details of the contract to the member if he would like, because it's a short list. But if he would like, I would, if he doesn't want that, I can move on.
If it's short, member, you could just read it out then. If it's short, just read it out.
All right.
Sorry, short minister, sorry. I gotta put respect on your name. Yeah, short, you read it out. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just allow me to come back to that. For some reason, I'm not seeing it on my...
Okay, that's all right, man. Just give me the answer to the other question then. I feel I can't find that one.
Okay. I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of March 2020, the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands approved a $2 million economic stimulus. The Cabinet of the Virgin Islands approved a $2 million economic stimulus to support farmers and fishers as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. The announcement was first made in my address of the same date. Since the announcement, Mr. Speaker, as of the 30th April 2020, 276 persons applied for assistance under this program. 188 of the applications were made by farmers and 93 were from fishermen. Mr. Speaker, in my statement on 16 April 2020, I had mentioned a total of 327 applications. However, upon reviewing and analyzing the applications, it was recognized that there were some duplicate applications. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the application process was reopened on the 5th of June 2020 and will close on the 3rd of July 2020. To date, no assistance has been given to farmers and fishermen under the stimulus package.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I have two follow-ups. And just a point of clarity, because there seems to be some confusion there seemed to be some confusion with when the Premier made his stimulus announcement to persons, whether it's actually $2 million or additional $2 million, or it's $4 million combined, in terms of how much money is available to persons who are seeking assistance in terms of farmers and fishers. Just clarify that so for the public, because they can know in terms of the monies available towards that program.
A total of $2 million, Mr. Speaker.
So in terms of, also there needs to be a clarification, because members of my community said that they had to do a survey. So I don't know if the survey constituted the application, and they were saying that they weren't accepting any additional applications. So please clarify the process. What is a survey application? Do they need to do an application again? What do persons need to do to make sure that they're on the list and they're at least being considered for some support during this program?
Mr. Speaker, I will have each person who conducted the survey and applied to have my persons contact them and make sure that we have all information that they need to be considered for the stimulus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't remember. I realize that you're using the word clarification all the time you get up to speak. I'm not going to stop you,
Application?
but it's still considered to be a follow-up. But I'm not going to stop you.
All right. I apologize, Speaker. I wasn't trying to circumvent the system anyway. I just wanted to make sure that I get the information out to the public, because at the end of the day, the good people of this territory, the fishermen, the persons in agriculture, are really looking forward to this support to get the industry back up and running and get their fishing up and running. So I apologize, Mr. Speaker. But Minister, I would just want to say that there's some persons I know did both. I would like to probably offline with you and your team to clarify, to make sure that those individuals are indeed considered and they get the support that they need during this process. As you know, our community is very big on fishing and agriculture, and both of those things are in our district. And I know the same vote well for all the other district representatives as well. So I crave your indulgence, and I thank you for forthrightly answering the questions that I posed before you.
Mr. Speaker, I identified the list of consultancies, and I'll just go ahead to read that with your permission.
You could go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, we have completed a consultancy with the Wellness Center, Behavioral Health Clinic Limited. That's to provide consultancy services as a behavioral health clinic to special needs students by providing psychological support services. That was for the agreed sum of $88,656, Mr. Speaker, and that was between the 1st of January 2019 and December 31st, 2019. And I should say as well, Mr. Speaker, that we have the same consultant engaged for 2020. You just have to formally sign contracts. Mr. Speaker, We also have a consultancy to Miss Cicely Malone, Teacher Cicely. That was for 2019 from the 1st of January to the 12th of December the 31st. That's to provide coordinating services as an alternative education coordinator. That's for $57,000, Mr. Speaker, and $245.04. We also have one of the consultancies which have been funded by UNICEF. This is to Dr. Arlene Smith Thompson. And this is a consultancy to develop a contingency and continuity of education plan for the government of the Virgin Islands. And that's for $21,500. And that was from the 20th of November 2019 to the 14th of February 2020, and that has been completed, Mr. Speaker. We also have another one from UNICEF, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Ronnie Letsom, and that was for, I'm missing the full, something's wrong with the Excel document, but it's for smart school assessment tools to determine the level of compliance with the health and safety and building conditions, but part of that is cut off, Mr. Speaker. And that was from the 15th of October 2019 to the 14th of February 2020, and that was for $22,710. That's been completed. Mr. Speaker, we also have another one under UNICEF to Narissa Golden, consultant to develop a targeted multimodal communication strategy and associated communication products for the promotion of the Smart School program. That's for $24,000, and that was from the 20th of November 2019 to the 14th of February 2020, and that has been completed. We also have a consultancy which is ongoing right now to a company by the name of D. Ramnelly and D. Ramnelly Limited. This is a company engaged from the previous administration that we continued with to review agricultural and fisheries legislation with a view to developing modern legislation to govern the revised mandate of the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. And that was from I believe it's the 6th of December 2019 and it's ongoing, Mr. Speaker. $46,125. We also have, Mr. Speaker, okay, this one has repeated itself. Cicely Malone's contract for 2020. But I already mentioned her, so I won't mention her again. It's the same contract that she got in 2019 and 2020. And we also have another one from UNICEF to Geraldine Carlwood to provide consultancy services in the development of a comprehensive early childhood education policy and cost implementation plan. That's for $20,150, and that is ongoing. It started on the, I believe it's the 1st of June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for so ably reading those consultancies. It has prompted a follow-up. The Smart Schools program, the consultancy that was done for the Smart Schools program, is that what being used currently with the online and remote learning initiative? If not, please explain to the public what that entails and how that's going to assist our students moving forward in terms of smart suggest technology, I suppose. So please explain to the public what that initiative was all about and how that's going to help the students of the territory.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to give any incorrect information. This is not for the current online program that we're doing since COVID-19, where we've purchased laptops. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, this has to do with the VIDES, Virgin Islands Digital Education Program, but I would like to confirm that and be sure, Mr. Speaker. But what is here, and we have provided the details of the contract so the member can read through it clearly. But what is reading here is a consultant to develop a targeted multimodal communication strategy and associated communication products for the promotion of the Smart School program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I have one more question to the minister. I want to ask any follow-up questions. Question number 3. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House how many students received a computer from the 500 computers previously ordered by government?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. On the 6th of May 2020, Cabinet approved the waiving of the tender process to purchase 500 laptops for students to support online education as a result of the disruption to the traditional education system caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Cabinet decided that a contract be awarded to Infinite Solutions for the supply of these laptops. Within 2 weeks of this decision, Mr. Speaker, the contract was signed. Given the fact that countries across the world have resorted to online education as a mode of learning for this school term, there is global demand for computers at this time. Recognizing this, Infinite Solutions reached out to their regular suppliers and other suppliers to secure the order for the territory. These computers are now expected to be shipped in the next 2 weeks, so distribution of these devices will commence shortly thereafter. It is important to note that the estimated time of arrival has been pushed back a number of times because our order is 500 among 40,000 orders for the same model computers due to the increased demand for laptops due to COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. While the member's question was limited to the distribution of computers from the order of 500, I would like to inform this Honorable House that to date the Ministry through its loan program has distributed 107 devices to teachers and students since early May. These include some of the Ministry's Chromebooks, laptops and VIDES, as well as some donated laptops. And we thank those who donated laptops. On June 10th, Mr. Speaker, my ministry received the 131 Chromebooks from Unite BVI, and the distribution for those began on Tuesday. In fact, I've already received some messages from parents thanking the ministry. And I thank Bitter Enyat Club and Unite BVI for those donated laptops, along with the other companies who have made contributions. Next week, we'll properly acknowledge the donors in a handover ceremony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your response and the additional information. I have 2 follow-ups, 2 supplementary. Minister, you said that there's been a delay because of the demand, and you have had 107 before, 110 now from United BVI, and we're about to almost get into summer. In terms of what the demand was for devices from the populace, in terms of need for this program, the online program, which was necessary based on COVID-19. Nobody's disputing that. In terms of what was the demand, and if the students who needed devices didn't get device, how were they able to participate in the learning process leading up to now close of schools within the next couple of weeks?
Mr. Speaker, I did a statement in the Honorable House where I gave some numbers in terms of persons who completed a survey from the ministry. I would have to search for the statement and to take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, to see exact numbers of persons who needed a laptop. But I celebrate, Mr. Speaker, the spirit of those who reside here in the Virgin Islands who really rose to the occasion, and we had many persons donate laptops, and they really filled the gap. And we had some persons who perhaps managed to buy a laptop. So we will have to, the ministry is revising those numbers to see who indeed still needs laptops. And of course, some persons have been using their phones and things like that and would perhaps prefer to use a laptop instead, Mr. Speaker. But those persons who still did not have the use of a laptop were given packets, printed packets, that they had to complete, and there would be an exchange at the end of the week with the teacher for the completed work, to receive the completed work, and to give them new work for the following week. So we had that in place for some persons, but I think it's the rare occasion where we've had to do that, because most persons have been able to participate in some way, shape, or form. Certainly the program still has its challenges, but I really want to celebrate the principals and the teachers, the parents and the students who really, I would say, struggled their best to make this work, despite some of the challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Second follow-up, Minister, has two parts. So, is it the minister or the ministry's intention to continue this program going into the next semester? And if that's so, what is the plans? I know you mentioned earlier in a statement in the House in terms of support for parents and students, parents and teachers as relates to data packages. I've gotten a lot of requests from parents and teachers concerning how the system eats up their data and the ability to afford to pay for that data going forward. Have we been able to give those parents and teachers any support in this area? If not, what is the plan going forward in terms of ensuring that support gets to the people that truly need it?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the follow-up. It's an important question that he asked. It is our intention to have a mixed mode. This is what we're planning for. Given the fact that this COVID-19 situation is fluid, we have to maintain our ability to adapt quickly and shut down if we have to. But we want to have a mixture. This is what we're proposing. And we will see what our health officials say about the plan that we're currently constructing for a mixture of face-to-face learning as well as online learning. We'll have reduced contact hours for students, so a possibility of a shift system or coming in a certain amount of days per week and doing online on other days per week. But we do recognize that there's some need for face-to-face instruction. And certainly if we don't have any outbreak of cases, God forbid, but we must stay prepared. That's what we would like to push for in the new academic year. In terms of data packages, Mr. Speaker, there was a particular challenge that we experienced with one of the service providers who could not zero rate all the websites that we have been using. But we have been working with that particular provider, which is Flow, to see if we can zero rate apps such as Google Meet. And that is an ongoing process. They did zero rate the Google Suite and I believe ClassDojo, Google Classroom, Google Sheets, some other some other apps in the Google Suite. We're working to see if we can also get Google Meet for the live sessions. But WebEx and Zoom were a challenge for Flow. Digicel did zero rate WebEx and Zoom for us along with the Google Suite. So Digicel were able to do that. So Digicel customers should have been fine. Flow also suggested or proposed a package that was affordable enough. It's a fixed line package, and the fixed line packages basically, if you combine that with the zero rating, would be unlimited, and they would be a bit more stable than the internet boxes and the data packages that we have. So we still want to see if we can improve in terms of persons having the right access to the internet packages. And if we do have a mixed approach, there should be less demand as well. So we're hopeful that we can clean up some of the rough edges going into the new academic year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Minister, for that very detailed response. I appreciate you for making that detailed response so that people of the territory could be more clearer in terms of the plans and intent moving forward. What I would, however, would like to, if I may, Mr. Speaker, is suggest to you, Mr. Minister, is the whole idea of our internet exchange point. I continue to talk about this. It's something that I think we really need to pursue with some seriousness, especially if it's only from the educational point of view, to ensure that educational sites are run on this local area network, which will alleviate the need for data to be able to access these sites, and you could be able to do the teaching in a more efficient and effective way. I have reached out to the TRC and expressed my thoughts on this, the board of the TRC. I think you have a little more pull than I do from where you sit to continue to agitate this, because I think it's going to be a win-win for the students and the people of this territory. Even though the telecoms will lose a little revenue, at the end of the day, we don't know what we're looking at, and this is for the greater good of the territory and the people of the territory. So I suggest that you push that initiative to ensure that internet exchange points is implemented in the territory. Yeah. And again, I thank you, Minister, for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Whitley, Minister of Education and Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture. Calling the Leader of Opposition and member of the 8th District to ask questions to the Honorable Member of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please tell this Honorable House who are the current members of the Social Security Board?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, the current members of the Social Security Board are as follows. Mr. Ian S. Smith, Chairman, representing employers. Mrs. Patsy Lake, Deputy Chairman, representing employers. Mr. Derek Marshall, Member, representing employees. Ms. Lara George, Member, representing employees. Dr. Mitchell Penn, Medical Practitioner, representing private health practitioners. Ms. Tasha Berthy, representing government. Ms. Maya Barry, representing government, legal practitioner. Dr. Irad Potter, representing government, Chief Medical Officer. Ms. Antoinette Skelton, ex officio, Director, Social Security Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. No follow-up. Question number 2. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please provide this Honorable House with the details of all actuary studies conducted by the Social Security Board within the past 5 years?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 17 of the Social Security Ordinance mandates that actuarial review of the operations be conducted every 3 years and to report on the financial condition of the fund and the adequacy or otherwise of contributions to support benefits having regard to its liability under the ordinance. The most recently completed review was for the period ended December 31st, 2015. The review for the period January 1st, 2016 to December 31st, 2018 was delayed due to electronic data being lost as a result of Hurricane Irma and Maria on the board's IT system. The data has since been gathered manually, and a draft report for the 3-year period ending December 31st, 2018 should be presented to the board at its next meeting. You can see Appendix 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Which you should have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that information now, but I just want a quick follow-up. I know recently statements were made concerning the grant that was issued by the Social Security Board that an actuary study was done. Can that, he didn't mention that, can that be made available? That information in terms of the study that was done concerning that particular grant?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that should be in the handout that was given in earlier today, so it should be made available.
So, okay, so it is part of the package?
Yes, it should be.
All right, thank you very much. Can I move on? Okay. No further follow-up. Question number 3. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please provide this Honorable House with a detailed breakdown of the total investment portfolio of the Social Security Board as of 1st November 2019 and 3rd June 2020, respectively?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just bear with me, there's a lot of numbers involved here. Mr. Speaker, the detailed breakdown of the investment portfolio as of October 31st, 2019 and May 31st, 2020 are as follows. As of October 31st, 2019, Appendix 2. Mr. Speaker, where are my attachments? They should be here. You were given in earlier. Cash, $115,487,987.39. Socioeconomic, which is local, $88,035,027.99. Fixed income, $196,185,382.79. Convertibles, $40,795,696.23. Equities in the U.S., $222,028,470.11. Equities international, $47,425,754.82. Alternative investments, $7,111,996. Total, $716,969,315.33. As of May 31st, 2020, Appendix 3, cash, $120,151,107.67. Socioeconomic, which is local, $83,818,429.18. Fixed income, $197,571,179.85. Convertibles, $44,091,216.76. Equities, U.S., $231,234,765.03. Equities international, $48,144,671.65. Alternative investments, $8,029,621, with a total of $733,040,941.13. Mr. Speaker, the Minister asked for values as of November 1st and June 3rd, but usually balances are recorded and reported in the accounts for any given month as of the last day of the month. Hence, balances of 31st October 2019 and 31st May 2020. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for your response. I think That is sufficient. I have the liberty of your answer here in front of me, so I have a few follow-ups to the question. Um, the account that says socioeconomic local account, I don't know, I know you're new to your responsibilities as minister. Can you give us an idea of what this fund is and what it's being used for currently, this socioeconomic local fund? Can you give an idea of this, if you can?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me at this time. But I'll get it to the member at a later date. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Minister. I'll ask another follow-up. I might not be able to answer, but I'll still ask anyway. Can you tell us if the monies that were used from grants was pulled from this fund, as well as the monies that were used for the housing program, if you're aware of that information?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I don't have the information handy with me. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
No problem. I'll move on. Question number 5. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration...
Excuse me. It's question number 5 and
sorry,
number 4.
4. Sorry, I apologize. I marked it before I actually read it. Question number 4. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please provide this Honorable House with the account balances of all accounts held by the Social Security Board as of 1st November 2019 and 3rd June 2020, respectively?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please note that a competitive environment in the local banking system is necessary for the board to achieve the best rates for the Social Security funds. As such, the CD information is aggregated in this report. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, 5 CDs, $81,919,821.93. That's October 31st. And for 31st May, $83,205,541.23. National Bank of the Virgin Islands checking as of 31st October 2019, $24,124,132.98. 31st May 2020, $165,060. National Bank of the Virgin Islands saving as of 31st October 2019, $424,511.42. 31st May 2020, $673,219.02. Banco Popular checking $4,587,474. That's October 31st. 31st May 2020, $6,614,718. First Credit International check-in, $25,090. That's 31st October 2019, and $1,139,074. 31st May 2020. First Bank 3 CDs, 31st October 2019, $24,829,311.05. 31st May 2020, $24,899,276.42. Scotiabank checking, $512,071 as of 31st October 2019, $32,802 of 31st of May 2020. Morgan Stanley Investment as of 31st October 2019, $98,245,545.03. 31st May 2020, $97,741,827.64. UBS Financial Services Investment, $97,979,837.77. That's for October. And for May, $99,829,352.21. Advent Capital Management Investment, 31st October 2019, $40,795,696.23. 31st May 2020, $44,091,216.76. Delaware Capital Management Investment, 2019, $36,885,827.71. 31st May 2020, $32,823,784.22. Aristotle Capital Management Investment, 2019, $41,967,544.84. 31st May 2020, $41,807,485.32. Logan Capital Management Investment, 2019, $44,146,675.23. 31st May 2020, $49,367,579.81. Eaton Vance Managed Investment, 2019, $41,111,120.93. 2020, $49,177,543.58. Garnet Welsh and Kotler Investment, 2019, $21,720,768.92. 31st May 2020, $21,580,070.10. Hove Street Capital Investment, 2019, $24,348,309.65. 31st May 2020, $19,539,738.93. Madison Investors Advisors, Madison Inc. Investors, 2019, $11,948,220.83. 2020, $11,800,345.07. Kempen Capital Management Investment, 2019, $22,277,274.14. 2020, $18,365,178.34. Walter Scott and Partners Investment, 2019, $25,148,480.68. 2020, $26,779,483.31. And Brightwood Limited Partner Investment, $7,010,996, and in 2020, $8,029,621. Total for 31st October 2019, $625,768,712.34. And for 31st May 2020, $636,870,928.95. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that the minister's teacher skills came in. He called those numbers very well. Came in. I don't know if I could have done it as well as you did, Minister. But I have a couple of follow-ups on this, Minister. I noticed the investment portfolios were done to ensure that you have sufficient money in the fund to be able to pay pensioners when their pensions come due. I know the actuary study should have shown at what date that money would run out, if based on the pension rate. You happen to have that information, or are you aware of it? I know you're new to the portfolio, but are you aware of that information in terms of?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't recall seeing when it would run out. I think in 2025 and 2032 there's an expected dip, not a run out.
Okay, that's good. That's good news. I guess I'll wait to read the actuary study myself. Speaker, second follow-up. In terms of, I don't know if the minister will have this at his fingertips, but I'll ask it anyway. In terms of funds owed, are anything owed to persons who are pensioners who in terms of contribution? Is anything owed at this point, or persons are being paid regularly based on their contributions and based on what they're supposed to get as pensioners?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as I know, no one is owed. Checks are sent all around the world on a regular basis. There might have been a slight delay during the COVID period, but I think everyone is up to date. But again, I'll do a follow-up with the accurate information later on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. I appreciate that, Minister. No more follow-up, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue. Question number 5. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please provide this Honorable House with a detailed breakdown of the account balances of all unencumbered accounts held by the Social Security Board, whether investments, certificate of deposit, or traditional bank accounts that could be accessed as of the 1st of November 2019 and 3rd of June 2020, respectively, without penalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, bear with me, lots of numbers to call out here. I'll try and get to the best of my ability. Mr. Speaker, certificates of deposit or traditional bank accounts that could be accessed as of 1st November 2019, correct date 31st October 2019, and 3rd June 2020, 31st May 2020, respectively, without penalty, are as follows. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, 5 CDs, 31st October 2019, $81,919,821.93. 31st May 2020, $83,202,541.23. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, checking 31st October 2019, $24,132.98. 31st May 2020, $165,060. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, saving 31st October 2019.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I notice it's the same as the previous one, exactly the same. It looks like it's exactly the same. So I won't torture you to go through reading the same information again. It's the same information from the previous, based on the document I have before me. So I'll accept the documentation. I won't torture you to go through that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a follow-up question to this question right now.
Question number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6th and final question, Minister. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration please tell this Honorable House if his ministry and the Social Security Board have engaged any new or renewed any consultancy or service provider, formally or in principle, to provide services to the Government of the Virgin Islands since taking office, and B, if the answer is yes, please provide the details of all contracts inclusive of duration, amounts, and purpose, as well as provide a copy of all contracts, agreements, inclusive of payment schedule, purchase orders, and terms of reference and deliverables for each engagement, contract, or agreement.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look around the world, no government functions without assistance of consultancies. Mr. Speaker, I've always maintained, as my colleagues, that as much as possible, we should ensure that such services either include contracting the services of our people in the first instance, or if we don't readily have the skills or expertise at hand, then we secure the services of persons abroad. But with a caveat. The caveat, Mr. Speaker, is that with this government, it is our policy to ensure that our people must understudy the persons or company, especially those from abroad, contracted to provide a temporary supplemental service. However, Mr. Speaker, there will always be a legitimate need for any government to secure the services of consultants. This holds true for the government in the past, but I have said before, particularly with your new government, the approach and key caveat is there must be a legitimate need. Mr. Speaker, having said that, my ministry and the Social Security Board have not engaged any new or renewed any consultancy, or service provider, formally or in principle, to provide services to the Government of the Virgin Islands since taking office. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I see you adopted the boilerplate response. But the actuaries that you engaged, Were they engaged from internally? Were they consultants? Or I'm trying to figure out the persons who did the actuary studies. Aren't they consultants, or it was done within the government service? That's what I'm trying to ascertain based on your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That report is here. Did you get it?
No, I haven't gotten that yet. I'm trying to ascertain whether it was a consultancy or with somebody that works full time for the board to conduct those reports and services.
The studies outside the period in which you asked.
Oh, it's outside. Okay, okay. I appreciate that. Thank you again. Again, I just want to thank it's a final question. No further follow-ups. I want to thank the minister for answering the questions so detailed and for providing the answers forthwith. Again, I thank you again for your question. I thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to ask my questions of the members unencumbered during this session. I thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. At this time, I guess everybody's hungry. So we're going to take a break at this time, and when we resume with the Honorable Member of the 2nd District asking his questions. We will break now, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Break.
page 7, Roman numeral 6. And the Honorable Turnbull will now pose his questions to the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the third sitting of the first session of the Fourth House on May 17, 2019, and 31st of July 2019, on the 17th of October 2019, and in the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly on the 20th of February 2020, the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance, in a response to questions asked, lamented on the importance of Just Van Dyke, on the Just Van Dyke Ferry Terminal, and the urgency to have it rebuilt to not only support our tourism product, but also benefit the residents of the island by December 2019. Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please inform this Honorable House, A, why hasn't the building been completed to date? Why has the building been completed to date? Tourism and residents still entering the island under a tent? B, what is the new expected date of completion of the ferry terminal in Darkhold, Just Van Dyke? C, state the name of the contractor, and D, give the total estimated cost of the project and the amount spent on the project as at 31st May 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the BVI Ports Authority is making every effort to complete the project. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the project has been delayed, as is the case with other projects all over the world. In terms of, Mr. Speaker, the facility will be ready for occupancy by 31st July 2020. Mr. Speaker, the name of the contractor is Mr. Kendrick Shinnery of Virgin Islander of Just Van Dyke. Mr. Speaker, the total estimated cost for the project is $216,000. The expenditure to date is $128,270.53. Mr. Speaker, a breakdown of the Just Van Dyke ferry terminal payments are provided for the honorable member, which, Mr. Speaker, I can provide for him. The packets are there now.
Mr. Speaker, if I can be permitted a time to receive the answers.
You mean to determine your follow-up, or?
Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Sergeant at Arms, if you can take to the member his copy. I don't see my Sergeant at Arms. In the interest of time, can anyone assist in giving the member? And by the way, it's practice that after the question is answered and disposed of, then is when you get your copy, not before. That has been a tradition in the House.
Mr. Speaker, traditions can be broken, and the Premier and Minister of Finance indicated for me to get the answer, so I'm just following his lead and not trying to break tradition.
I'm just letting you know that the Premier was offering you a courtesy.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much.
Well.
So.
Very
Thank
well.
you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind notification. Mr. Speaker, the Premier noted that the delays were due to COVID-19, but I note in my question that his initial response to my question from the previous dates was that the terminal will be finished by December of 2019. So I'm wondering if COVID-19 didn't happen in 2020. I'm wondering if the effects of the construction were really due to COVID-19 or it was for some other reason.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, with every project, sometimes there's a little delay. So the delay went over into January, and they were working towards finishing. The new date was February. I don't think that that the question came up since. So we're looking at February, but then after that, given how everything with COVID-19, that caused a further delay. So that's the result for this main delay. But for sure, they have assured now that the 31st of July. But the member would be au fait that the project is going on right now. So by the 31st of July, the member could be assured that it'll be finished.
Just
Final follow-up?
no, Mr. Speaker. I would just want to clarify. The Honorable Minister stated that the question was not brought up in 2020, but again, the question was brought up based on my question now on February 20th of 2020, but I didn't get the date of the end of February at that time. So I'm just seeking clarity on that. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up now, my final follow-up would be, is Mr. Kendrick Chenery the only contractor selected for that project?
Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get that as a substantial question, so I didn't research that. So I just asked them who was the contractor of the project based on what the member requested. But if there was some other contractor in it, I would have to find out if there was one working on it other than him, whether before or what. But from how they answered me, it seemed like he's the only one now. Well, probably the architect and others. I really don't know how those details. I don't want to give the member any wrong answer because it's a project I just asked about, and they give me the verbal answers, and now they give me a written answer. But if the member wants me to get a more in-depth answer, I will get it for him because it's the people's money. But in terms of what they have furnished me with a question that the member asked me, I asked them to research, and this is the answer they give me. So I cannot tell the member detail, day-by-day blow up the history of the project, but I can get it for the member if he wants. But this is the answer they give me now in terms of the contractor that is now hired.
Thank you, Premier. And Mr. Speaker, this is not a follow-up, but Premier, I think we need to talk offline about that because I understand that Mr. Chenery was just selected now as one of the contractors, but there's a contractor from Tatola running the project. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what is the detailed financial position of the territory as at 31st May 2020? A, the balance in the consolidated fund. B, the balance in the reserve fund. And C, the current loans and balances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member would appreciate that this is basically a similar question to what the Leader of the Opposition asked, just a slightly different time in terms of the time in question. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why it is important for me to emphasize to this Honorable House that the balance of all bank accounts in each fund owned or maintained by the Government of the Virgin Islands at any time, specifically the Consolidated Fund, does not factor in the monies to be deducted from such funds in order to pay outstanding expenditures to vendors, persons, agencies, among others, who provided services to the government. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the public, please take note that as a territory during this COVID-19 pandemic, we were able so far to put preventative measures in place using our own financial resources from these different funds to keep us all safe. In that light, I need to re-emphasize that the consolidated fund fluctuates. This means that as revenue comes in, monies are taken out from those revenues to pay government outstanding bills. Remember, the balance always only reflects a specific time frame, hence why it is always difficult to accurately compare the balances of one financial period to the next, because although the revenues may slightly differ, the expenditures are usually significantly different. Mr. Speaker, it was important for me to give this backdrop so that as I respond, our people will understand the information within context. Mr. Speaker, the consolidated fund balance as of May 31st, 2020 was $52,215,100. The reserve fund balance, including dormant fund balance as of May 31st, 2020 was $80,788,051. Mr. Speaker, the detailed listing of all loans contained in the budget document, budget page 20, budget 2020 on page 122. Mr. Speaker, the current loan balances that is disbursed and the outstanding debt currently stands at $138,229,650. Foreign debt is $85,584,627, and domestic debt is $52,645,023. Mr. Speaker, the public debt liability of $207,524,911 includes an amount of $69,295,262 as guaranteed debt. That is borrowings by our statutory boards that is being authorized by the respective boards themselves. These figures are detailed in the table below, as I've stated them already, but I also have them in a table form for the member. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the figures based on the time frame that the member has requested.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for the answers given. Premier, just one follow-up, well, which might lead to the second one. The public debt liability of $207 million, of which 69 million, or 69,000, sorry, no, that's 69 million, is the guaranteed debt. What is the amount that is for the unfunded pension, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a brand new question that I have to research because those figures I won't have here. So I'd like to make sure that I get those accurate because I don't want to give any inaccurate figures to the House. So that there, Mr. Speaker, I'll have to go and research and bring back those figures. I have a ballpark figure, but I don't want to ever give this House any wrong figures.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Speaker, but can the Premier say whether that amount is found in this 207 million?
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member is a very good businessman and accountant, so he will not trap me in that. What I would do, Mr. Speaker, is the information he wants, I will make sure that I go and research it and bring it back because, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say anything that is not so. The spoken word comes not back. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to give the member my assurance that the specific question that he's asking, I'll get the information and bring it back, Mr. Speaker. So I want the member to rest assured of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honorable Premier for answering the questions asked and providing, I thank him in advance for providing the answers to the questions on the follow-up that he wasn't able to provide at this time.
Thank you. At this time, the member for the second will now pose his question to the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Health has been working so hard. I only think I only asked him one question. But it's short, it's brief. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, since I asked the question of him on the 20th of February 2020 sitting, A, what progress has been made on the reconstructive works of the community centers in Roman numeral 1, Bruce Bay, and 2, King Garden Bay? B, who are the contractors selected to carry out the works on each project? C, what is the expected commencement date for the works to begin on each building? D, the estimated cost for the works to be done on each facility, and E, what is the expected date for completion on both projects?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to answer questions posed. Mr. Speaker, since our sitting on February 20th, 2020, the preliminary design for the new roof for the Bruce Bay Community Center was shared, I think, with the honorable member for the 2nd District, and approval was granted by the Ministry of Health and Social Development to the architect to proceed with the development of engineering drawings of the roof. As for King Garden Bay, Mr. Speaker, on February 20th, 2020, I informed this Honorable House that the Ministry of Health had engaged a local firm to complete a priced bill of quantities for the repairs of the King Garden Bay Community Center. Since then, the firm submitted a draft bill of quantities. On Thursday, 4th June 2020, officials from my ministry met with officials from that firm for the purpose of reviewing and making the necessary amendments to the document. We are hopeful that the final document will be submitted by mid-June 2020, or no later than the end of June. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that in an attempt to prevent the illegal entry and further vandalism of the King Garden Bay community, my ministry engaged Stowe Enterprises STO to install 7 commercial-grade exterior doors. According to the company, these doors are expected to arrive in the territory within the next, and this was dated, 4 to 5 weeks, and will be installed immediately upon arrival. In terms of the contractor selected to carry out the work on each project, Mr. Speaker, at this moment, both projects are in the preliminary stages, and therefore no contractors have been selected to date. However, it is important to note that Mr. Edwin Adams of Edwin Adams Architect was contracted to design the Bruce Bay Community Center's roof, and BCQS was engaged or hired to prepare the priced bill of quantities for the King Garden Bay Community Center. In terms of commencement date, Mr. Speaker, the temporary shutdown by COVID-19 pandemic has had a ripple effect on my ministry's momentum as we work to repair these 2 community centers. However, we remain hopeful that the repair works to the King Garden Bay Community Center will commence during the second half of 2020, while the repair works to the Bruce Bay Community Center will start by the beginning of 2021, barring no major natural disasters. In terms of costs for the facilities, Mr. Speaker, based on the draft bill of quantities that was submitted for the King Garden Bay Community Center, the estimated cost of repairs to the said community center is approximately $262,411.60. Mr. Speaker, I do not have an estimated cost for the repairs of the Bruce Bay Community Center at this time, as the project is still within the design phase. Estimated date of completion, Mr. Speaker, based on my ministry's plan, the repairs of the King Garden Bay Community Center is expected to be completed before the end of the first quarter of 2021. Mr. Speaker, the repairs to the Bruce Bay Community Center is expected to be completed sometime during year 2021 based on the supply of the plans. And you will be aware, Mr. Speaker, of the effects of COVID-19. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of receiving the minister's answers, so I hope all the additives that he just did will be amended to
I wouldn't do it to you next time.
to, the, to this document. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up, however, comes, my first follow-up, Mr. Speaker, the minister usually speaks about the low-hanging fruits.
Yes.
He's one that advocates for low-hanging fruits, and I know for sure that the King Garden Bay Community Center has less work to do than obviously the Bruce Bay Community Center. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, you have a date on the answer to question number C of June. Where is it? Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence. Yes. By mid-June, we were hopeful that the final document would be submitted by mid-June, and this was regarding the King Garden Bay Community Center. It is now mid-June and past, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just wondering, Minister, if we can prioritize and shift some things around to have that community center repaired before, by and or before the end of the year, because you know my question is relating to our seniors who are in dire need of some place to meet and the clinic that is housed there. So can we at least push, Mr. Speaker, to have it completed by the end of 2020?
Like the member, Mr. Speaker, the golden gems, my golden gems, are special, and I can dare say to both of us, and having them move and return to the centers is actually critical. You would be aware that these dates, again, were cited were February 20th, and from March 19th, we've been under the effects of it. But the department, the Ministry of Finance, everyone is very much engaged to have this done. I am aware that we had, because the clinic shares a thing, so the appropriate generator is being purchased so that we can have that done. We had an instance where we needed to have the building freed from any additional mold, so we're trying to get that occasion. And these works that is envisioned here, I will give, even before we return, I'll work with the member to make sure that we're on the same page as it relates to all the works required for the King Garden Bay Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a way of follow-up, because I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't ask the question. Mr. Speaker, do we have the money to complete these works?
One thing I can rest assured with the officers I have met and have been drawn into the Ministry of Health and Social Development, they don't move until everything is in place. So I say, for if they changed in the last 3 hours, I would assure the member that the funds have been appropriated, allocated, and remain for this project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you and thank the Minister for Health and Social Development, Deputy Premier, for his answer.
Member for the second will pose his questions to the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ensure that the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities has some water, because we're going to have a long tangle here. But I know he's built for it because he comes from the same stock I come from. being provided with a gift. Mr. Speaker, having been invited to accompany the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities to Jost Van Dyke in early 2019, where we visited, among many other things, 2 facilities that fall under the minister's portfolio. The minister, in an interview, stated his displeasure and embarrassment of the deplorable conditions of the buildings in which the employees of the Public Works Department are housed. Could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House, A, after all this time, why the employees of the Public Works Department on the island of Jost Van Dyke are being treated in this manner and forced to work out of a dilapidated building? B, when construction works to this facility would be executed, since in his previous answer to the same question asked in the Honorable House was by the second quarter of 2020, which we are in. And C, when would the employees of the Public Works Department receive proper equipment to effectively carry out their duties?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member from the second said that he chose to ask the Minister for Health just one question because he has been working quite hard. So obviously I haven't been doing anything as to why he has asked me about 20 questions today. But I have my water ready. And Mr. Speaker, when this question was first asked at the 6th sitting of the first House of Assembly, of the first session of the 4th House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, I stated my displeasure with the conditions and requested an on-site that Public Works Department provide designs and bill of quantities for the repairs to the dilapidated building. I also stated that funding was approved for minor repairs. However, after further assessment by the Public Works Department, the building was beyond remedial repair. The Public Works Department technicians have recently completed the designs for a more extensive renovation, to which I am currently awaiting the bill of quantities. However, I am advised that the Department of Information Technology, Department of IT, is working alongside with the Public Works Department to ensure that the foreman, the administrative personnel, who is the lead in charge of the department on island, is being equipped with a laptop and VPN, that's virtual private network access, to ensure ease of continuation of their administrative functions from at home. Mr. Speaker, I am also advised that the foreman in question assigns the field crews work off-site on a daily basis, and therefore they are not forced or subjected to the conditions of the damaged building. B, Mr. Speaker, once the bill of quantities have been received, I would be in a better position to update this Honorable House as to the duration and cost of all other details. C, Mr. Speaker, the heavy equipment needs for the sister island of Jost Van Dyke is supplied on demand. As a matter of fact, we are in the process of sending over equipment and a team and teams for the entire week of next week to clean drains, overgrowth, and guts in preparation for the 2020 hurricane season. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just like the Minister for Health, I hope that the amended answer, because the Minister was so kind to provide me with his answer, so the amended answer I hope I will receive a copy of that to reflect properly, Mr. Speaker, of what was recorded in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I just want to let the member know that I will update it. I mean, this is something that we had from a previous sitting that came over to this sitting. So in my answer, it would say, it did say 4 days next week, but I updated it to say the entire week that the team would be on Judge Van Dyke, and you would see some additions, Mr. Speaker, and I beg your indulgence because we would be amending as we go along based on, having these answers previously prepared for this honorable House. I said thank you.
It's absolutely important, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the members' candor and willingness to be cooperative and provide the answers. Mr. Speaker, my first question, well, not even question yet, Mr. Speaker, just the minister stated, and just for clarity, Mr. Speaker, the minister stated that the team from the Public Works did an assessment and monies were put to repair the dilapidated building. And then after further assessments, they realized that the building was beyond repair. Mr. Speaker, both the minister and I, with our naked eye, could see that those buildings were beyond repair. So I am happy to see now that something is being done. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up, however, comes where there is Just Van Dyke, Anegada, and Virgin Gorda. And the island of Just Van Dyke continues to receive, I guess, whatever is left over. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the employees of the Public Work Department, just as on Virgin Gorda, Anegada, and Tortola, do not deserve adequate material, supplies, and a building to work from.
Mr. Speaker, like I mentioned in my original answer, yes, we saw with our naked eyes the condition of the building, Mr. Speaker, and I did ask for the Public Works Department to give us some drawings. Mr. Speaker, when it came back, we realized that the minor repairs that came forth would not suffice. So, Mr. Speaker, I then sent it forward to get a proper drawing. And, Mr. Speaker, the member would also understand that it's not for neglect that Judge Van Dyke is not getting the equipment. Equipment is, we utilize private equipment for remedial work. And Mr. Speaker, based on knowing that we're in a hurricane season, we would be out there in full force making sure that with a whole team, giving the people of Judge Van Dyke and the residents the attention that they deserve for this hurricane season, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for his answer, Mr. Speaker. The second part of the follow-up, Mr. Speaker, is the laptop for the personnel in charge, the lead personnel. Mr. Speaker, I think this was the answer to the previous time that I asked this question, so I'm wondering why is it taking so long for a laptop to be given to this individual so that he can carry out his duties? In A.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I'm probably haven't been working that much, but I can't remember this question and stating a laptop would be provided. So the member would have to, update me on that. But Mr. Speaker, COVID happened, and during that time we had some downtime with a whole lot of the plans. Mr. Speaker, you're aware that, we start to focus more on COVID around February, March. So, Mr. Speaker, things got delayed and things will be delayed, but it's not for any fault that we're neglecting the good residents of Judge Van Dyke. They are quite important to us, Mr. Speaker, and unlike when we have our cabinet I always remember and invite the good representative of the district, no matter if it's just a taxi meeting, so that he can be a part of the discussion and a part of the community. You know, we're trying to be as inclusive as possible, and I applaud him for looking out for his constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. I know I have run out of follow-ups. On that, question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having been invited to accompany the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities to Just Van Dyke in early 2019, where we visited, among other things, 2 facilities that fall under the minister's portfolio, the minister in an interview stated his displeasure and embarrassment of the deplorable conditions of the building in which the employees of the Water and Sewage Department are housed. Could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House, after all this time, why the employees of the Water and Sewage Department on the island of Just Van Dyke are being treated in this manner and forced to work out of a dilapidated building? B, when construction works to the facility would be executed, since in his previous answer to the same question asked in this Honorable House was by the second quarter of 2020, and C, when will the employees of the Water and Sewage Department receive proper equipment to effectively carry out their duties?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member continued to use the word forced in his question, but we are not in the business of forcing anyone. But Mr. Speaker, there are 2 employees on the sister island of Just Van Dyke who are field workers performing tasks such as meter reading and installation and performing remedial works, 2 broken pipes, and there are no office work or workers on that island, on Just Van Dyke. However, Mr. Speaker, once a month, when officers from the main office on Tortola go over to collect monies for the water consumption, they are housed in the Central Administration Building. I think it was renamed the Albert O'Neill Shinnery, Albert E. Shinnery Administration Building. B, Mr. Speaker, funding to address the water and sewage compound throughout the territory was budgeted for in the amount of $723,223 in the 2020 budget estimates. However, due to the COVID pandemic, it has been temporarily placed on hold, and we are awaiting further direction from the Ministry of Finance. See, Mr. Speaker, the Director of Water and Sewage has advised me that she is currently preparing requisitions to procure the needed necessary tools.
Mr. Speaker, follow-up number 1. I note with emphasis the Minister Payne in his answer gave specific instruction to the Public Works Building, and the answers for the Water and Sewage Department is slightly different. It is just the same questions for 2 different buildings that fall under his remit. Mr. Speaker, the 2 employees that the Minister is speaking about on the island of Just Van Dyke are responsible for providing and helping to provide water for the entire island of Just Van Dyke, of the 300 plus residents that live on that island. And Mr. Speaker, they need a proper building, because whatever materials that they have, if you go in the building, they look straight through the roof, and when it rains, everything gets wet, Mr. Speaker. So My question is, Mr. Speaker, how is it that we can house and find places for the money collectors of the Water and Sewage Department that come from the main island, but we can't find a place for those employees who labor day in and day out to supply water for their family and members over there?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his concern and his question to the two employees that are field officers, field workers, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that field officers, and the member asked the difference with the different portfolios, but Mr. Speaker, each portfolio have a different budget, as the member is aware. And I explained that there was money allocated for the repair of this building, and that is something that we would definitely be working towards, Mr. Speaker. And in regards to them being housed, Mr. Speaker, they go to the area just to collect the fuel inventory and then proceed on to get the repairs done. But Mr. Speaker, I can have a conversation with the director and make sure that the officers are, if they're requesting additional space in the interim, we will provide that for them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a follow-up as much as I do just a response. Minister, you know how hard your employees over there work. And I think just not considering them field workers as that's their title, but they do a lot more for the island of Jos Van Dyke, and I think they just deserve a little bit more attention. And I know you will do what you said you will do to ensure that that is done. So I look forward to that communication between the director, yourself, and me going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick follow-up to what the member said, and I'm not trying to act like they are not appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the work that they have been doing, and Mr. Speaker, as the member can rightfully say, since getting into office, after all the years of having a reservoir and different water woes on Jos Van Dyke, the hard-working team, as well as the getting accompanied by members from the main office, workers from there, the residents, they are now privy and they have the opportunity to have water on a consistent basis. So at no stage am I saying, Mr. Speaker, that they are not appreciated. And as a member said that, I do want to publicly tell those officers, thank you for the work that they have been doing, as they have been doing a great job in providing consistent water to the residents of the sister island of Jos Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister, whom I know values his employees. I was just repeating what you said so you could get an opportunity to clear it up for the record, because I know you care. Every time I call, you answer and ensure that it is done. Mr. Speaker, question number 3. Mr. Speaker, the island of Jos Van Dyke is inhabited by just under or over, that should say, 300 persons, and has committed to be one of the most significant contributors to the tourism product in the territory. Jos Van Dyke also has a fire department, a water and sewage department, and a public works department. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please tell this Honorable House why in this advanced state of this country there is not a backhoe, a 3-yard truck, or any form of heavy equipment machinery between these departments under his ministry on the island for the people, as is customary on the other sister islands?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we understand the importance of Jos Van Dyke to the territory of the role that they play as to why we have all those facilities and we try to maintain our presence on Jos Van Dyke. And Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, heavy equipment needs for the island is supplied on demand. Currently, private contractors have been hired on all sister islands to provide heavy equipment services as required. And we have built a relationship with them, and it's quite a cost-effective measure at this stage, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the minister's response, but I also want to remind the minister that Just Van Dyke, just like Anegada and Virgin Gorda, had their own triage truck and had their own backhoe, and I believe they are deserving to not only have contract, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
that your follow-up
Yes,
question?
my follow-up, Mr. Speaker.
That's your follow-up question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not only have contract from the private operators, but between those three entities, receive the adequate equipment as is awarded, because it is not just Tortola and Virgin
That sounds
Gorda.
like a statement.
I am coming to the question, Mr. Speaker.
You're getting to the question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
It is not just Tortola and Virgin Gorda and Anegada, Mr. Speaker. Just Van Dyke is part of the Virgin Islands. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative, and I'm asking the minister to please find the funding to supply the adequate material between those three important agencies under your remit.
I'm sorry, that was the question or the
Oh,
statement?
sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
I'll move on to the question number 4.
Okay, honorable member, I'll politely and humbly suggest that you use the time to ask your 2 follow-ups, or whether you need a follow-up, and kind of reduce making statements.
Thank you,
or
Mr. Speaker.
editorials.
I'll be guided. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll be guided.
Thank you very much for your
I'll be
usual
guided.
cooperation, member.
So I can't edit, Mr. Speaker?
Say again?
I can't edit?
Well, you were fair with standing orders, and it requires 2 follow-up, and it doesn't require statements or commentary.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Speaker.
And
I'll
I
be
know
guided.
you're one member that always follow standing orders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind words. Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, when questioned about the 2-part tender for the works to address the vexing sewage issues in King Gardner Bay on the 17th of October 2019 in this Honorable House, the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities reported that the tender went out on the 22nd of July 2019, and a recommendation would be made by the board and a decision by cabinet by October of 2019, which was then updated to December of 2019. Mr. Speaker, it is now June of 2020, and I am certain that the recommendations and the decision have been made given the importance of this project and the tourism hub in the area of King Gardner to the territory. Could the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House with the recommendations and decisions that were made? A, name of contractors and amounts submitted for each part of the tender. B, the name of contractors that were recommended by the board and decided by cabinet for each part. C, give the details and timelines for the completion of the 2 parts of the project. And D, what is the budgeted cost of the project? And E, list the total cost of the project and expected date of completion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the A of the question, Mr. Speaker, and the contractors for Lot 1, they are Metro Construction, who submitted a bid in the amount of $1,962,949.81. Toshiba Water Solutions, Inc. submitted a bid in the amount of $1,590,945.59. And Construction and Industrial Equipment Limited submitted a bid in the amount of $2,199,987.53. These bids were to design and build a treatment plant in Lot 2. The bidders are Connect Enterprise Limited and Cube Root Corporation JV, who submitted bids in the amount of $3,785,274.54. Construction and Industrial Equipment Limited submitted a bid in the amount of $10,270,948.63. And Metro Construction Limited submitted a bid in the amount of $4,100,309.82. Mr. Speaker, the procurement works for Lot 1, which is to design and build the King Garden Bay wastewater treatment plant, and the procurement of works for Lot 2 procured and installation of the sewer network system in King Garden Bay is actively going through the process for a decision by Cabinet. And as such, the recommended contractors by the Central Tenders Board cannot be divulged at this stage. C, Mr. Speaker, the procurement of the works for Lot 1, which is to design and build a King Garden Bay wastewater treatment plant, is expected to take 12 months from award of the contract to commissioning of the treatment plant. Mr. Speaker, the procurement of works for Lot 2, which is the procurement and installation of the sewer network system in King Garden Bay, is expected to take 14 to 18 months from the award of contract to commissioning of the sewer network. D, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of the 2020 budget, a total of $2,701,471 was budgeted in the 2020 for the King Garden Bay, budgeted in the 2020 budget for the King Garden Bay sewage project. A total of $1,500,000 is projected for 2021, and $500,000 is projected for 2022 as provided in the 2020 budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that the budget at present is $4,701,471 for 2020 to 2022. Mr. Speaker, the procurement of works for Lot 1, which is to design and build a King Garden Bay wastewater treatment plant, and the procurement of works for Lot 2, procurement and installation of the sewer network system in King Garden Bay, is actively going through the process for a decision by Cabinet. And as such, the total cost of the project as received by the consulting engineer cannot be divulged at this stage.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minister, but you will correct me if I missed it, Mr. Speaker, the first part of the question, could the Honorable Minister please inform this House with the recommendations and the decision that was made? I understand that there wasn't a decision made yet, but can the Minister advise on the recommendations? I think that was the first part of the question, Mr. Speaker, before we got to A. I don't know if I missed that part.
Mr. Speaker, that information by the Central Tenders Board cannot be divulged at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to give the background to get to the question, if you would allow it, Mr. Speaker. It is not going to be preamble, but I have to give the background. Mr. Speaker, this project was slated to be completed by December 2018 originally. And in the minister's answer to D, it states that between 2020 and 2022, it will be a compiled budget of $4,701,471. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this question. As important as the village of King Garden Bay is, can we afford to wait 2 years on top of the time that we already waited, to have this sewage issue remedied.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member for the 2nd District would understand and who is a part of the Standing Finance Committee, when these things come up, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, I don't have the minutes at this stage to say what was requested at that stage, but Mr. Speaker, as the member would understand this is a finance matter where we, working to get the monies available so that we can have this project. And yes, this is a very important project to the territory, to the residents, to the tourism product. And Mr. Speaker, like many other projects, they're all a priority. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we go through these processes at the Standing Finance so that we can, get some clarity. And Mr. Speaker, the member would understand and know that it's quite important to me as well. And once this goes through gets through cabinet, because if it gets this far, I'm sure, based on what tender was accepted, monies will be available to fulfill the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know, in the words of the Honorable Premier, that now is the time. This is the place, King Garden Bay. And I have a team, so fix it. Question number 5, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when roadworks would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District on the Eastern Road in Jos Van Dyke?
Mr. Speaker, I say thank the member for this question, as I know it's a vexing issue with the residents of Jos Van Dyke. And Mr. Speaker, like the member just said that, the Honorable Premier says, we have what you say? This is the place. But we have a plan. And Mr. Speaker, for the years that this road has been in this dire condition now, the plan, Mr. Speaker, was to award One Love Construction the contract to address the undermining road in East End, Jos Van Dyke. And Mr. Speaker, works has commenced and such should be completed within the next few weeks. Mr. Speaker, as of today, the road was poured a couple weeks ago. Our engineers said that it's now ready so that the road can be backfilled, and we are hoping to see remedy to this road quite quickly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must commend the Minister and his team for pushing that project along. So I don't have any follow-up except to say thank you to you and your team. Mr. Speaker, question number 6, if I may proceed. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works will commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District community on the Dog Hole Road leading to Foxy's in Jos Van Dyke?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this question came up multiple times before, and proudly, one of my last responses were that, the project has been designed. But Mr. Speaker, the member did ask me if I am aware of land issues within the project. So, Mr. Speaker, my response is that this project has been designed. The bill of quantities are completed. However, there are some vexing land issues that continue to hinder the progress of this road. Mr. Speaker, My Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities, we are working in collaboration with the Ministry of Natural Resources to come to some amicable agreement in regards to moving this project forward.
Mr. Speaker, I think based on the answer that I provided, I think maybe the minister provided an answer. I don't know, that was number 7, Mr. Speaker. Answer number 7. So the ministry submitted, based on the answer you have here, Minister, I'm just saying it is different. I don't know if you want to go back to that.
You asked me question number 6.
Question number 6, I'm sorry. Question number 6, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You got so much questions.
Yes, it's important. I have to ask the questions. Yes, there was a dog hole rule. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a follow-up to that question. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, being the representative at that time, there were meetings had with the landowners to resolve some of the issues. So I'm wondering, Minister, if we can't go through that same exercise again to remedy that issue. And I'll be willing to work with you and your team if we can go through that issue to remedy the land issues so that we could get the road done. It's been 4 years since, but I'm just wondering if you're willing to do that.
Oh, most definitely. The most important thing is getting this project moved forward, and if you can be the mediator, I welcome that. And if you have that relationship, I'm happy to utilize your abilities to get this sorted out. So I do appreciate your willingness to always assist and be a part of the process.
Mr. Speaker, is one thing about me, I'm a team player, and anything for my people who put me here, I'm willing to do it. Question number 7, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works will commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District on the Mountain Road in Jos Van Dyke? I have a lot of problems in Jos Van Dyke.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that question, and I'm happy to see how important Jos Van Dyke is to the member. Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department, they have been conducting territory-wide road assessment with an aim of developing comprehensive designs for works for submission to the ministry. As we all know, these roads just didn't pop up like this. This is, a long-standing issue, and all the roads in the territory need assistance. And Mr. Speaker, we are working on a plan to remedy all the roads within the territory. My ministry will review these submissions and develop a budgetary plan to execute over the next remainder of our term here in the next 3 years.
Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to note that in his previous answer, we were given timelines to some of these projects. So I won't go through that detail now, but I would off record remind him. Mr. Speaker, question number 8. Could the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District community on the Mount Healthy Road leading to the community center in Brewers Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Public Works have surveyed the damage to this area of the roadway and are making plans to resurface pending the availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, again, the ministry intends to address each and every road within the territory and provide a list and would prioritize. Mr. Speaker, we know the importance of this road to the residents and to the tourism product. And Mr. Speaker, it will be addressed with priority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to follow up. Mr. Speaker, the road that I'm speaking of is the same road that when there was a tourist season before COVID-19, the persons from the ports and the tourist board were advising guests not to go to Bruce Bay because the road is hazardous. So, Mr. Speaker, this road is extremely important, and I think, Mr. Speaker, priority needs to be taken, not just now that we have the time and the tourist season is closed. We need to fix it not just for the tourists, Mr. Speaker, but for the residents there as well, who have, majority of them go through the Soldier Hill road. Question number 9, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District community on Ballast Bay Road from the bridge to the residents of, and I'm not supposed to put the person's name, Mr. Speaker, down to the residents of persons that live in that area.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the residents of the persons that live in that area, they're quite important to the community. And Mr. Speaker, this project is currently in progress. It will be tendered by the RDA in late July 2020, and the construction phase should commence thereafter. Mr. Speaker, this is a part of the CDB loan facility, and thus the consultants, they have done the designs and will also be doing the tendering. Mr. Speaker, I too am anxious to get this project up and going, up and running. But it must be noted the process it takes for the CDB projects. And Mr. Speaker, it's not something that it's done immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a reminder to have the updated answer to the question, because I was looking for it and I didn't see it, but I thank the Minister for expounding a little bit more.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that these answers had to be amended, and the copies were already distributed, so I'll have them get it to the member. But I'm happy that the member is getting his answers so early that he can follow and ask for the updated version. But we will get to that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District community on the Ridge Road from Chalwell Estate to Stout Lookout?
Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department has been conducting territory-wide road assessment with an aim of developing comprehensive design works for submission to the ministry. My ministry will review these submissions and develop a budgetary plan to execute over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a phased approach, and the first phase is to address the undermining that makes this roadway very hazardous to residents and guests within the 2nd District community. Mr. Speaker, drawings and costings are in the process of being sent to the Ministry of Finance as they go through the dereservation process. And we work to complete this first phase once that process is completed. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, this is a very important road like many other roads within the territory, and we are working to address them once we get enough funding to get them all completed.
Mr. Speaker, this particular road, like the road on Just Van Dyke and Bruce Bay, is important to the tourism product because it leads out of the first district into the second and third district and the rest of the territory as far as tours are concerned. Question number 11, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to residents within the second district on the Luck Hill Road?
Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department has been conducting territory-wide road assessment with the aim of developing comprehensive designs work for submission to the ministry. My ministry will review the submission and develop a budgetary plan to execute over the next 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that these roads have been long-standing issues from years back, and we are working to, based on the budget, and we know we had COVID, we are working to have these roads addressed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just advise the Minister to take his time and hurry up because on these roads, as I stated before, there were timelines issued in this Honorable House by the Minister as to when they will be completed. But I will give him ease, Mr. Speaker, due to COVID, but the people need remedies. Question number 12, Mr. Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to residents and guests within the second district community on the Mayaba Road?
Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department have been conducting territory-wide road assessment with the aim of developing comprehensive design works for submission to the ministry. And Mr. Speaker, my ministry will review the submission and develop a budgetary plan to execute over the next 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, the member would be aware that we have been doing remedial work within the district. There was a long-standing issue with a road going in there that we actually paved. And Mr. Speaker, we are working to address each and every road within the territory, and we will give an update once we have met the budgetary confinement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like the Minister for Health, low-hanging fruit, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is correct that he did do some paving on that road. I was just hoping that they will continue up, but they stopped halfway. So hopefully they will continue. Question number 13. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House of the name of the contractor selected to carry out the current works on the road from Harrigan Estate to Montessori School? A, the amount of the contract. B, the scope of works to be executed. C, did the contract go out to tender? And D, expected date of completion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member should be quite excited that this road, after so many years, is about getting some attention. Mr. Speaker, the contracts were awarded to DECCAM Construction and KNS Construction. Mr. Speaker, the total amount of the contracts awarded are DECCAM Construction, $50,861.80. KNS Construction, $30,902.30. Mr. Speaker, the scope of works is to construct a retaining wall and to rehabilitate the road where the wall failed. Mr. Speaker, contracts below $100,000 are not subject to the tender process and is rather awarded at the discretion of the minister.
D.
Mr. Speaker, the wall has been poured, however, due to the 28 days curing process. The completion date for the project will be during the second week of July, providing there are no unforeseen delays.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, follow-up number 1, KNS, or let me make sure I get the name right, Mr. Speaker. KNS Construction and DECCAM Decam Construction. Mr. Speaker, I am pretty affair with the contractors within the district, and I don't know of any of these to be within the second district. Mr. Speaker, and it's the minister's discretion, so I'm wondering if the minister could not find a contractor within the second district community to carry out these works.
Mr. Speaker, I am not sure what he means that they are not from the second district. But obviously he has the name to KNS and DCAM and so forth. But Mr. Speaker, they are all residents of the territory, and they provided all the information and they met the requirements to be able to carry out the works, and I think they're doing a great job, Mr. Speaker, and the residents of the second district will be quite happy with the works that are being done in the area.
So, Mr. Speaker, is the minister saying that they are from the second district?
Mr. Speaker, they are residents of the territory.
Mr. Speaker, now my last follow-up would be, that was a clarification, Mr.
According to my count, you had two.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker?
I'll let you go ahead. According to my count, you had two, but I'll let you go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was a clarification, but I thank you for allowing me. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to find out, they are residents of the territory, but I think as we continue to build this territory, it's important, as we build the territory, we use the persons as is customary. We try to find persons within the districts where they can be used to continue to build our infrastructure. So I was just puzzled as to why these two names and none of the other names that are known throughout the second district as licensed contractors were not selected.
That's a statement. Another follow-up.
It was a question, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, it's a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering why these two persons, these two companies, were selected and not any of the known contractors who are licensed and have their good standings from the second district were not selected.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up, and he's quite aware that those persons are within the second district. He is quite aware of that. I'm not sure what he is trying to imply, but Mr. Speaker, at the next stage, when the next road comes up, seems like I have to get verification first from the member before I carry out these most important works within the district that would be a benefit to all the residents, where I was hoping that the member would be quite appreciative that the works are being carried out after so many years of neglect, and this is quite an important road to the residents of the second district, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that they're affiliated with the district, and they are, one of them actually, they are a voter in the district, so I'm not sure what the member is trying to get at with this follow-up. But, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the works are being carried out, the works are being done on time, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to driving on that same road myself, as this has been a long-standing issue within the district.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't rebut when the Minister gave his response, Mr. Speaker, but him and I have been working so well, so I was wondering why the lack of communication. Question number 15, Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works. Question number 14, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, 14. When the roadworks will commence to remedy the area that is hazardous to residents and guests within the second district community on the Ants Hill Road in King Garden Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Department has been conducting territory-wide road assessment with the aim of developing comprehensive design work for submission to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will review the submission and develop a budgetary plan to execute over the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, this road has been a long-standing issue within the district. And Mr. Speaker, the member has brought it to my attention. It is in the process of being designed and will be costed. And Mr. Speaker, that will fall into all other roads within the territory that were damaged, and we are working steadily to get repaired, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the final question for the Minister. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities please inform this Honorable House when the road works would commence to remedy the following area that is hazardous to the residents and guests within the 2nd District community in Spooner's Estate?
Mr. Speaker, the Spooner's Estate project is with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration. However, as it relates to the access road, the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities assists when called upon as it's related to the cutting of the road. All of the surfacing and other infrastructural work was done to the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, follow-up number 1. When I asked this question in the February 20th sitting, Mr. Speaker, I asked it to the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, and I asked it about the road works, to which the Minister stated that he was responsible for the division of land and the awarding of land, but the road works was under the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities remit. So I'm now hearing that these two ministries need to work together. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, can we all get along and get this project moving, because there are some dangerous roads in the Spooner area for those residents there?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure why the member would think we don't get along. If we have an issue with miscommunication or something, I think that we can work that out, Mr. Speaker. But we definitely will work to address the concerns put forth by the member, as I'm sure it's an important community, and I get the calls from the community regularly. And Mr. Speaker, we always assist when called upon, and we will continue to assist when called upon. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no issue of ping-balling you, but as both ministries work quite hand in hand, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is completely correct. I was just saying I get along with the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor as well as the Minister for Transportation. So I'm wondering if now we can, since it went from one to the other and the other is directed to the other, I'm wondering if can we all just get it done together. I thank the Minister for his answers, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, the member for the 2nd District will pose his questions to the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's important. Minister is drinking his water too. I don't think it's as long as the other. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House the total governmental amount budgeted to relocate and rebuild the Jos Van Dyke Primary School? A, when are the works expected to commence? B, give a copy of the architectural plans for the school. C, what is the expected date of completion? And D, what amount has been pledged by donors to assist with the rebuilding of the school? 1, have the funds been made available to the government? If yes, give the date received, and if no, why not?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I think we'll have good fun. Mr. Speaker, question 1. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been working in conjunction with the Recovery and Development Agency to get this project started. A decision was made to use the Enos Adams Primary School as a model for the rebuilding of schools in the territory. Mr. Speaker, the user requirement document, which outlines all the requirements for the new school, is in its final stage. There are 2 locations being considered for the new school. The existing location, with consideration and design given to the drainage and community use of the basketball court and playground equipment, and an adjacent location across the street on the hillside, which was previously designated as the site for the community center. My ministry will work with the district representative to hold a stakeholders meeting on Jas Van Dyke to discuss both options. Mr. Speaker, the amount allocated in the current budget for the Jas Van Dyke Primary School is $500,000. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this budgeted amount is listed under the category of new loans, which have not yet been secured. The answer to A, Mr. Speaker, there is no established date as to when the Jas Van Dyke Primary School project will commence. I can assure the member that the projects unit in my ministry and the RDA remain actively engaged on this project. Once the user requirement document and statement of requirement are completed and submitted to the RDA, the architectural and engineering contract will be prepared. B, Mr. Speaker, there are no approved architectural plans for the school as yet. Meetings have been held with internal stakeholders and are still ongoing to finalize the design for the project. C, Mr. Speaker, there is no established date for completion of the Jas Van Dyke Primary School project. Upon completion of architectural and engineering plans, estimates will be prepared and scheduled for work, and the schedule for work will include a start and end date for the project. And D, Mr. Speaker, 2 donors have pledged donations to assist with the rebuilding of the school, and I take this opportunity to express gratitude to these 2 donors. I have not received permission from the donors to publicize their pledged contributions. And 1, Mr. Speaker, the funds will be made available for the project through Unite BVI, and the Recovery and Development Agency will be managing the project, so government will not receive the funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the fact that the question was so long, and I want to thank the Minister for providing me a copy of his answers to the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of all the schools in the territory, Jas Van Dyke Primary School is the worst school in terms of what exists for a learning environment for our children. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the question of the minister, who was recently there with me on Jas Van Dyke to see the school again. Can we not make this project a priority to get the plans in place and commit the funds from government so that this project could be started to join with the monies that are pledged by donors?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. Just so the member would know, the project is of the highest priority to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Sports, Fisheries, and Agriculture. We're constantly working on this particular project, and we should see the fruit of it very shortly, Mr. Speaker. But the school is a very high priority. I take this opportunity to recognize the principal the teachers, the parents, and all the persons within the school who are working very hard, especially since the storms of 2017. And we've only been this administration in for 15 months, Mr. Speaker, and I believe we've made a great deal of progress, and we expect to see the progress continue. I would have to say, Mr. Speaker, if the other administration that was there before made a little bit more progress, we'd be a little further along. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has seemingly no other move but to revert to the blaming. And I am not going to accept that a year has gone. This is now his baby. And Mr. Speaker, the Just Van Dyke Primary School needs not only to be a priority, but there needs to be active work done by the minister and his team to get that school up and running. It is not conducive for learning, and it is highly unacceptable. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been reports and complaints on the deplorable conditions of the Just Van Dyke School, which, when compared to other schools in the territory, is not conducive for learning for the children of the island. Could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House, why is he continuing to allow this gross injustice to continue, having now gone through 2 budgets as the sitting minister? A, if he doesn't believe that the people, and more importantly, the children of Just Van Dyke and the teachers deserve better. B, how could he continue to force students and teachers to be subjected to such conditions? And C, how much longer do I, as representative, have to come to this Honorable House asking these questions before a decision is made and action is taken to alleviate the incomprehensible problem with the school?
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member and my good friend, and I have to emphasize good friend,
Well, no, he's a friend.
for his question.
You can always be friends.
And I take note, Mr. Speaker, that the good member say we're playing the blame game. But the choice of words in this question suggests that he's placing all responsibility unfairly on this administration after 15 months. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I'll go through my answer to his question. As I look at the choice of words, in all aspects of this question, I wish to inform the honorable member that based on Standing Order 17(1)(f), a question shall not contain arguments, inferences, opinions, imputations, epithets, ironical expressions, or hypothetical cases. Despite the violation of the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, this government is a government of transparency, and therefore I will attempt to answer the members' questions. Mr. Speaker, in contemplation on what the children and teachers of Just Van Dyke deserve, I cannot help but to think that since the member was elected in 2015 as a member of the National Democratic Party administration, there was very little done to improve the plight of the children and teachers. It would appear, Mr. Speaker, that not even 2 Category 5 hurricanes could motivate action on the part of that administration, of which the member was a part before he abandoned ship at the end. So yes, Mr. Speaker, I do believe the students and teachers deserve better than how they have been treated under the last administration. And I am confident that this government will give them better. That's A. B, Mr. Speaker, to suggest that after 15 months that I am at fault for a new school not yet being built in Jas Van Dyke and ignoring the flagrant inaction on the part of the last administration, of which he was a part, is inappropriate and cannot go unanswered. This type of politics is truly what is wrong with the Virgin Islands. I call on the member to stop instigation and let us cooperate for better conditions for the students and teachers. Let's stop the blame game and grandstanding for political points and focus on the best interests of the people of Jas Van Dyke. C, Mr. Speaker, I assure the member that this administration, an administration that cares for all the people of the Virgin Islands and is executing projects in Jas Van Dyke which were ignored by previous administrations and which are long overdue, will execute this school with the urgency that the project requires. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his eloquent answer that seemed to suggest, Mr. Speaker, according to Standing Order, which he referenced 17(1)(f), that my question contained arguments, inferences, opinions, imputations, etc. Mr. Speaker, my question contained, as the young people have not said, facts, which the minister is aware. My follow-up question, however, Mr. Speaker, is I'm trying to understand after 2 budgets, Mr. Speaker, the minister inherited this ministry, also inherited a pledge donation and has received an additional pledge donation to build this school. And after 15 months, Mr. Speaker, he has done nothing. So my question to him is, when does he intend to start to do something?
Mr. Speaker, as I outlined, we have done quite a bit, and the member will be seeing some of what we have done thus far when we have the meeting, and things will move, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if even going out and working to get a donation, a pledge donation, can be considered nothing. And the member, I can appreciate he may not know how ministries work, but things don't just happen. You get elected and things just happen. If the member would like, I can sit down and speak to him about how the process goes. And I think he'll be able to ask questions that can really get to the heart of the matter, Mr. Speaker, because we are colleagues and we should help each other. And I'm willing to do that for the member. But after, as I said in the question, after we have the meetings with the community to go through the 2 different locations, the process can really get moving, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, the Recovery Development Agency, and he's familiar with the agency, is managing the project. And we are working hard to solicit the funding for the project, Mr. Speaker, so it can go ahead. I also said, Mr. Speaker, that the funds that were in the budget were under new loans. And he should be familiar with why we have not yet secured those loans. It's been a subject of public debate. So anyway, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do our best for the people of Jas Van Dyke. We should not let the people of Jas Van Dyke think that we're not working on their behalf. And to instigate things like that should not be mistaken for leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the member said, the minister said a lot, and I would hope you would allow me to respond to some, because he did not only try to answer my question, he gave a statement and laid out some questions to be answered. Mr. Speaker, as district representative, after the storms of 2017, it was I, Anjos Van Dyke. It was I, Anjos Van Dyke, who through Kurt Richardson and Blue Ocean, and through the Kenny Chesney Foundation, got the commitments from those persons to put the school back to some form of where it was, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what the minister is trying to infer, and he speaks about going out and getting donations, the donations that have been pledged were already in train, Mr. Speaker. Let the record show. Mr. Speaker, also as district representative, I have done the work and met with the community there who have stated categorically over and over they wish for the school to be placed on the hillside because of the flooding issues that have failed to be addressed on the lower side where the school currently exists. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note, it is also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the agreement was made between the former Minister of Health and the Ministry of Education to have that land swap. And there is a petition signed by the people of Just Van Dyke stating that they want the school on the hillside. So my final follow-up question is, Mr. Speaker, how is it that the minister is stating that I am unaware of what this government is doing and not doing when I have seen evidence of works from the Premier, I've seen evidence of works from the Minister of Health and Social Development, I've seen evidence of works from the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities, I've seen works from the Minister of Immigration, but my question to the Minister of Education is, why haven't I seen any works on the Just Van Dyke Primary School, knowing and given the condition that it's in?
Mr. Speaker, I won't necessarily raise on a point of order, but I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the member has a lot of commentary as opposed to questions. And
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members.
on a point of information,
Honourable members.
yes,
Honourable
Mr.
members,
Speaker.
Please be seated. I am not going to sit here and allow this to get into a debate. Both of you are familiar with Standing Orders 4A 18.1 and how questions are to be asked and answered. Member for the second, you'll be aware, despite what the minister spoke about in terms of the violation, we still allow the question to be on the order of the day. So we're not going to turn this into a debate. Questions are to be asked and answered, and any member asking a question has, as per standing orders, 2 follow-up questions. Again, I'm going to caution or humbly and politely suggest to members that there will be no commentary, no debate, no opinion, no editorial. Ask your question is answered, then you follow. So in the light of that, we will now move to question 2, posed to the minister.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker. Number 3.
Is it question 2?
3, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, question 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm guided by your kind direction. Mr. Speaker, question number 3. In the 6th sitting of the 2nd session of the 4th House of Assembly on the 20th of February 2020, the following question was asked about the surface of the basketball court at the Ivan Dawson Primary School, which had been in desperate need of resurfacing and painting for over 20 years. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House, A, if he intends to have this work completed before the 2021 school year, since when he answered in the affirmative to having it completed in 2020, the 2019-2020 school year for the students of that institution, and it was not done? And B, what is the expected date of completion for this project?
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member for his question. The ministry is working with all stakeholders to carry out full restoration and continued maintenance of all recreational facilities in the territory. As the honorable member is aware, Mr. Speaker, the basketball court at the Ivan Dawson Primary School was not included in the list of territorial basketball courts to be restored. Recently, the honorable member indicated that he wanted the money that was earmarked for the restoration of the King Garden Bay basketball court to be used for repairs to the basketball court at the Ivan Dawson Primary School. Mr. Speaker, a new estimate is being sought for the restoration of the basketball court. Once funding approval is granted, the contract will be prepared and works will commence. B, Mr. Speaker, there is no start date for this project. The ministry will endeavor to have work started at this recreational facility as soon as funding approval is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister for his answer. Mr. Speaker, I note that the Minister stated recently, but it was during the budget process where the Minister agreed. So I'm hoping, Minister, that once the procedures are carried out, that we could move towards this project. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister doesn't have a response, I'll move on to question number 4.
Do you have a response, Minister?
No, we can move on.
Okay.
Okay, question number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House when he intends to complete the building and restroom facilities at the Diamond Basketball Court, which should be officially opened and named in the honor of Mr. Rixel Anthony. I have Raymond, Mr. Speaker, that's an error. Anthony and Eli Boogie Hodge. A, the amount of funding allocated to complete the facility in this year's budget. B, has the funding allocated been de-reserved from the Minister of Finance and transferred to his ministry? I, if yes, when was this done? And 2, if not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member and my good friend for this question. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture continues to carry out restoration work at the territorial courts and facilities throughout the territory. In some cases, works are being carried out under the Recovery and Development Agency. Mr. Speaker, works completed at the Diamond Estate Basketball Court to date include 1, electrical connection to the BVI Electricity Corporation grid in the amount of $6,536.37. Purchase order 43,603,000. Connection was completed on the 7th of February 2020. 2, purchase and installation of 4 Halliden 1500 watts light fixtures in the amount of $6,000 was also completed on the 7th of February 2020. Mr. Speaker, works inclusive of replacing fence, creating a walkway down to the facility with gravel covering and drainage, and general cleanup of the area at the Diamond Estate Basketball Court should begin today. COVID-19, along with some other administrative issues, resulted in a delay, but we are now back on track. Mr. Speaker, further works to the facility will be subject to the budgeting process. Mr. Speaker, I have noted the member's comment about renaming the facility. I'm sure that he is aware of the policy for renaming facilities in the territory, so I'd invite him to submit his request for Cabinet's consideration, Mr. Speaker. A, Mr. Speaker, A revote of $26,500 is available in the 2020 budget. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, two payments in the amount of $6,536.37 and $6,000 were made relating to the connection to the BVI Electricity Corporation and purchase and installation of lights. The balance in the budget as of today's date is $13,963.63. This balance will go towards the works that I have already outlined. B, Mr. Speaker, funds have only been de-reserved for the works that are scheduled to be completed this year. As indicated earlier, there's no funding available in this year's budget to complete the facility. Mr. Speaker, the existing incomplete facility was a project from 2012 between the Ministry of Education and Culture and the Premier's Office. The Ministry of Education completed its agreed portion, and the facility was never completed. Since then, no monies were allocated to complete the facility. Mr. Speaker, my ministry continues to make strides in the restoration of all recreational facilities throughout the territory. It's my intention to submit the request for completing the facility in the next budget cycle, and once approval is granted, this will be another success in providing suitable recreational facilities for the general public in the territory. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, question number
5.
5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5. Mr. Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture please furnish this Honorable House, A, with the total original budget amount for the festival and its activities broken down by location: 1, Virgin Gorda; 2, Road Town; 3, East End; 4, Carrot Bay. B, the detailed amount expended for the festival and activities broken down by location paid to suppliers, artists, and or other entities for 1, Virgin Gorda; 2, Road Town; 3, East End; 4, Carrot Bay. And C, the revenues collected for the festival and its activities broken down by location for 1, Virgin Gorda; 2, Road Town; 3, East End; and 4, Carrot Bay.
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member for his question, my good friend. Mr. Speaker, the answers to question 5 are as follows. A, Mr. Speaker, the total original budgeted amount for festival and its activities broken down by location are: A, Virgin Gorda, $222,854.40. B, Road Town, $1,348,270. C, East End, $152,119.98. D, Carrot Bay, $140,600. B, Mr. Speaker, during Standing Finance Committee, a detailed expenditure report was circulated to the members via the Speaker of the House on the 6th of December 2019. C, Mr. Speaker, revenue collected by festival and its activities broken down by location were: A, Virgin Gorda, $83,949.35. B, Road Town, $555,177.28. C, 71 East End, $71,454.06. And D, Carrot Bay, $78,529. I should say as well, Mr. Speaker, that these questions were posed before the members had the festival report, And so much more detailed information is available to the report, which is now a public document, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for answering the initial question. But to Part B, Mr. Speaker, it asks for a detailed amount expended for the festival and its activities broken down by location, paid to suppliers, artists, and any other entities for each of those locations. And Mr. Speaker, while I am grateful for the point that the Minister just raised, that the question was posed before the festival report was presented. Having the document in my hand, Mr. Speaker, I don't see that detail listed, so I am asking if the Minister would be able to break down that information and supply and furnish to this honorable House. Because what I have here in the report, Mr. Speaker, is a summary of the locations and just generalize or categorize costings of each. So I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, if that can be furnished. If you want to use that as my follow-up, I am grateful with that.
Mr. Speaker, I must apologize to the member. I thought the information that he was requesting wasn't in the report, but if that is indeed not the case, I can furnish him with that information at my earliest convenience, Mr. Speaker. That's without a doubt. I will provide that. That information is available. I thought it was in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my follow-up number 2, Minister, you stated in A, Mr. Speaker, I'm going back to A, the original amount budgeted for the festival and its activities by each location, Virgin Gorda, was $222,854. And if I look at the report, Mr. Speaker, the amount based in the report spent was $229,500.34. For Road Town, the original budgeted amount was $1,348,270, and the amount spent based on the report was $1,737,834.86. On East End, it was budgeted $152.19.98, and the amount spent was $327,152.19. And then for Carrot Bay, $140,600 was budgeted, and the amount spent based on the report was $236,061.03 for a total, Mr. Speaker, of $2,717,817.69, Mr. Speaker. My final follow-up, Mr. Speaker, is could the Minister explain what caused the overrun in each of these areas?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. Mr. Speaker, these overruns for festival are nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, this is consistent with what has taken place, especially in the milestone years, Mr. Speaker. When we celebrated the 60th, the numbers were quite similar, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I think more was spent during the 60th year. If you consider the fact that around $200,000 was spent for old bills from the previous administration, and having to put some of that money towards the old bills surely would have accounted for some of the overrun. But as we know, Mr. Speaker, Parsons have a great appetite for celebrating our emancipation. In the 65th year, of course, there was quite a lot of activities. And as a result of the activities that we had, Mr. Speaker, the committee has put in place some financial protocols, which is, I would say, is the first time we've had these type of protocols in place that will help us much better control spending, Mr. Speaker, especially as we see we're in COVID-19. I think it's now important more than ever for us to make sure that we spend within a particular amount. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a discussion we have to have with our people about festival and really how we should celebrate. I'm a proponent, I'm an advocate for much more history, much more culture, much more local artists, and I would like to engage the public in a conversation in how we can and better appreciate our ancestors and the true meaning of festival. And I intend to do that as we go forward throughout my tenure, Mr. Speaker. And I invite the member to participate in that discussion. I know that his father for many years has been a part of the activities and has been pushing for the same thing, making sure our heritage and our culture are celebrated. And, you know, a member for the 8th District as well. He's up there in the 8th District. I know he's concerned about the celebrations up there. I think that we should have a real conversation, Mr. Speaker, about how we go about celebrating festival, and I'm willing to engage in that dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 6. Question number 6, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please tell or provide this Honorable House with the detailed report that was promised for the festival support and activities 2019, since I early received a 5-page report. Mr. Speaker, for the persons listening, I have to read the question because it is on the other paper, but that report was laid on the House of Assembly at the last sitting. So I'm continuing the question, Mr. Speaker, just for procedural purposes.
You can always withdraw the question, but if you prefer to read it, you can.
Mr. Speaker, I have to ask the question only to get to 2 specific points in the letters that were not answered. So, Mr. Speaker, with a detailed report that was promised for the festival support and activities of 2019, since only a 5-page spreadsheet document was requested or produced from the committee stage of the budget process in 2019, and list A, the total original budgeted amount, the total initially added to the original budget, C, if there was an overrun of the amended budget, D, the total of any additional supplementary funds, and E, was the final cost amount spent on the Virgin Islands, or was the final cost and amount spent on the Virgin Islands Festival of 2019. Mr. Speaker, for the Minister's guidance, if he so chooses and allows, I would only want him to answer, Mr. Speaker, question number the C, part C and E of that question, because again, I don't see it here in the report now that I have it.
Mr. Speaker, if it's okay, I'll read the whole thing because my letters got messed up.
Okay, you can.
My letters got messed up completely. I don't want to read the respond to the wrong thing.
Answer as you would normally.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, early in the last sitting, I laid on the table of this Honorable House the 2019 Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Committee Report 2019. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that this is the first Virgin Islands Festival and Fairs Committee report that has been laid in this Honorable House since 2015. Mr. Speaker, the total original budgeted amount for Festival 2019 as presented in the 2019 budget estimates was $1.3 million. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that this included outstanding bills from 2017 and 2018. In my answer given in the Honorable House on the 17th of October 2019, Mr. Speaker, I had indicated that the outstanding bills were estimated at $312,551.31. That figure has to be revised, but that was the figure that was given to me by the previous festival committee. In answer to question B, Mr. Speaker, no amount was added to the original budget. I think this one is C. Mr. Speaker, yes, there was an overrun on the original budget. I think this is D. Mr. Speaker, the total of additional supplementary funds was $754,557.60. And what letter is this now? This should be E. This should be E. Mr. Speaker, the final amount spent on the Virgin Islands 2019 festivals was $2,054,577.60, which includes old bills and is consistent with what has been spent in the past, especially for milestone years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, now that the Minister has answered his question, I have read his answers, you would permit me my two follow-ups on the general question?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Would you permit me my two follow-ups on the question as stated?
Of course. You haven't withdrawn the question. He answered the question, so
thank you, Mr.
proceed
Speaker.
as normal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I think we may have differing answers because, again, the answer that you provided, again, states that the total amount spent was $2,054,577, but the total expenses based on your report is $2.8 million, or $2,844,971. So I don't know if that was a mix-up or if...
I can explain.
Please, if the Minister could explain.
Mr. Speaker, the expenses are the general expenses, but of course some of those expenses would have been covered from income from other areas. And as I said before, we did have some old bills there. So the amount expended for the 2019 festival would be a lower figure, Mr. Speaker. But if we're talking about how much government put in, that $2 million is the figure for what government put in. But the Festival and Fairs would have had income that came from the gate and sponsorships and other areas which would have been expended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to belabor the point because I'm going to respect this Honorable House, but the Minister, I think, needs to refer to the report because now it's a public document. The total expenses listed in this report is $2.8 million with a deficit of $127,153.86. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the total amount based on the report that I have in my hand that was laid before this Honorable House. That is approximately just about $3 million that was spent, and it was not the 60th anniversary. But I will rest there, Mr. Speaker, and state that I'm just having a difference of opinion based on the numbers that is in the report and the numbers given in the answer by the minister for the subject.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps maybe the question was misinterpreted. So, of course, it's a public document as well, so the information is in there, Mr. Speaker, and he can reference it as he like. But in terms of answer to this question, perhaps it was misinterpreted. I believe it was interpreted of how much money government put into the festival, which was that figure of just over $2 million, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Question number 7.
Mr. Speaker, just for clarity, if you would allow me, it is not for debate, but just for clarity, I understand the minister saying it was misinterpreted, but I want to read for the record. He says, what was the final cost or amount spent on the Virgin Islands Festival of 2019? So I'll move on to question number 7, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 7. Could the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please tell this Honorable House, A, the process for which fisher persons and farmers in the territory would be able to access the US $2 million that has been announced since last year, then phase 1 and now rolled to phase 2 of his government's stimulus plan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member, my good friend, member from the 2nd District, for his question. Commercial farmers and fisher persons interested in receiving assistance to the government's $2 million stimulus plan are required to make an application to the Premier's office. Application forms are available at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, the Premier's office, district offices, and online on the government's website. For an application to be considered, the following criteria must be met. The applicant must be a BV Islander, Belonger, naturalized citizen, or permanent resident. Farmers should be registered with the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries or be able to provide a notarized letter verifying engagement in commercial farming in the past 3 years. Farmers should also depend on farming as a source of income. Fishers should be licensed commercial fishers as defined under the Fisheries Act, have held a license within the last 3 years, or be able to provide a notarized letter verifying engagement in commercial fishing within the last 3 years. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, application forms should be accompanied by the applicant's proof of status, an estimate or photo of the materials, equipment, or works to be done. And I thank the member heartily for his questions.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member keeps saying it on one side as if it's not so on this side. The Minister for Education and I spent 3 years of high school together. Our children went to the same daycare. Well, my child and his child. And Mr. Speaker, no matter what, he's going to be my friend, but I have to do my job and challenge him. So I will continue to do so.
Do you have
Mr.
a
Speaker,
follow-up?
yes, Mr. Speaker.
Oh.
But I was just, extending courtesies back to the minister so people don't think it's one-sided. Because you know how things are misinterpreted. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up is, has the minister and or his ministry developed a breakdown in how the monies will be allocated to fishermen versus farmers? Is there a plan, a breakdown, if you're doing 50-50, is there a plan of a breakdown based on the $2 million that has been now provided?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. This is a grant that's being administered through the Premier's office, working in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and my ministry. I am not aware of any breakdown from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries side of it, but certainly that is something that I can engage the Premier in. What I understand the process to be, persons will apply and applications will be granted or will be reviewed, and grants will be given based on the merits of each application. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honorable Minister for his answers to the question posed, and thank you for allowing me to ask those questions, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the member, my good friend, for his questions. It's always exhilarating time being questioned by the member. He's fighting very hard for his people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank both members for the question and answer, and happy to know that you all are good friends. At this time, the member for the 2nd District will pose his question to the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and here's another one of my good friends. Mr. Speaker, the Bruce Bay Restroom and Treatment Plant Facility has been included in the budgets under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration for 4 budgets, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, and no works have been completed to date. Could the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please tell this Honorable House, A, has the design and architectural drawings been completed for the restroom facility? 1, if yes, please provide a copy. 2, if no, why not? B, what is the estimated cost of the proposed facility and treatment plant? And C, how much longer should the people of Bruce Bay have to wait before this project begins? How long, Mr. Speaker?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for your question. All too often we see projects that have been in the works for a long time. Mr. Speaker, by way of introduction, the amount of $100,000 was provided in 2017 capital budget estimates for the construction of the restrooms at Bruce Bay. Upon realizing that this sum was grossly insufficient to accommodate the cost for the architectural plans, construction of the restrooms, and procurement costs for the construction of restrooms and procurement and installation of a sewage treatment plant, the ministry petitioned for additional funds. Mr. Speaker, in response, a total of $150,000 was provided in the 2018 capital budget estimates. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the ministry engaged an architect to provide the architectural drawings. To answer to question A, Mr. Speaker, the design and architectural drawings for Bruce Bay restroom facility have been completed and approved. The approved plans were submitted to the ministry on 9th of June 2020. Mr. Speaker, I will furnish the honorable member for the 2nd District with a copy of the drawings. Part B. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the estimated cost of the facility and treatment plant, we are awaiting the priced bill of quantities from the architect. Once received, we will be happy to communicate this information to the honorable member. Part C. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is unable to provide a definitive response at this time. However, as soon as the bill of quantities is received, work will commence. As soon as it is received, work will commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Might need a break. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I ended the question by saying how long, and based on the minister's response, not long.
Not long.
So I move to question number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration tell this Honorable House, A, the detailed breakdown of each of the categories identified in Phase 2 of the stimulus plan that were circulated to arrive at the almost $70 million of Social Security funds to be granted to the public. B, why a grant and not a loan? And C, could the Social Security Board withstand such a large withdrawal from its system given the fiscal responsibilities and obligations to the retired, working class, future retirees, and NHI? And Mr. Speaker, I must again just give the amble that this question was on the order paper for the last sit-in, and we have since received answers to those questions, but I would allow the minister, for the record, to respond, or ask the minister, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question was posed to me as Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, but Honorable Representative of the 2nd District. I presume that this is because of the funding that the Social Security Board is contributing to the Economic Stimulus Package, Phase 2. And being a Social Security Board falls under my remit as Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration. However, Mr. Speaker, central government is also contributing to the initiative, as well as that falls under the remit of the Honorable Minister of Finance as head of government's business. Mr. Speaker, the $62.9 million Phase 2 of the Economic Response Plan was announced recently, where both central government and Social Security Board are joint contributors, and the Social Security Board did not contribute the value posed in the question. The quantum of that grant from Social Security is some $40 million, 10 of which can be termed a grant from the Social Security to itself to finance its immediate unemployment benefit to its contributors. Of the $62.9 million, the Social Security Board will contribute $40 million grant to central government. An allocation of a $17 million investment towards building of affordable homes. Central government is providing $3.9 million to the House of Assembly, and $2 million is envisioned for infrastructure works. Why a grant and not a loan? Mr. Speaker, there are valid reasons why that portion of Social Security Board contribution of $40 million was a grant and not a loan. From time to time, the Social Security Board approves grants as part of its corporate social responsibility. For example, the Social Security Board contributed to a hospital equipment at the newly built main hospital to assist with the health care in a territory, and most of the beneficiaries are existing contributors to the Social Security scheme. Therefore, the grant of $10 million can be administered by the Social Security Board is justified, as is being made available to qualified contributors in the scheme who need financial assistance for temporary loss of income due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The other grant funding of $30 million to be administered by central government for other specific initiatives is also appropriate and essential at this time because contributors to the scheme will benefit directly. It is also envisioned that this injection will generate sufficient economic activities, hence stimulating the local economy. Part C. Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Board conducts actuarial studies every 3 years, which is one of its fiduciary responsibilities to protect its beneficiaries' contributions. That mandate was executed timely, and the latest report by the reputable actuarial firm, Morneau Shepard, indicates that the Social Security Board can withstand this timely contribution to the territory's economic recovery. See the attached copy that you should have received by now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister just indicated that I will receive the copy, so I won't exhaust any of my follow-ups and proceed to question number 3.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, during the first meeting with the newly elected and appointed Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, some 3 months after being elected, one of the things highlighted was the importance of protecting our beaches and reefs by implementing reef markers specifically for the areas in my district, in White Bay, Just Van Dyke, Great Harbor, Just Van Dyke, Bruce Bay, and King Garden Bay. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please update this Honorable House on A, the status of purchasing and installing the markers in each of the aforementioned areas, and B, the expected completion date of installation for all areas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, the Virgin Shipping Registry, and the BVI Post Authority partnered with the Virgin Recovery and Development Agency to identify various areas where reefs pose navigational challenges and where the protection of the resources were required. In addition to White Bay, Jasper Van Dyke, and Cane Garden Bay, markers were installed in Anegada, Trellis Bay, Beef Island, and North Sound, Virgin Gorda. B. Mr. Speaker, the installation of the markers proceeded as planned, and the VI Shipping Registry confirmed the installation during the early part of the month of May. The handover documentation included a list of the markers and a geographic location, which will be submitted to the United Kingdom's Hydrographic Office. The Ministry certified completion of the works on 27 May 2020, and this phase of works is now closed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister answered the question so eloquently, but I think he answered the wrong question. Mr. Speaker, the question is not in relation to the navigational markers, but the reef markers to identify the reefs so that the marine community do not continue to damage the reef. So not the navigational markers that were installed. So I know, Mr. Speaker, since the Minister answered the question as is written, I would bring back this question to this Honorable House for the Ministers, because I don't expect them to answer it now based on what we have here, unless he wants to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will do apologize and resubmit, and I'll bring back the correct answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please inform this Honorable House of the progress made to A, replanting of the mangroves that have been destroyed as a result of the hurricanes of 2017 in Jasper Van Dyke, Bruce Bay, and Cane Garden Bay. B, the amount allocated to complete the replanting in each area. And C, the reclaimed lands that were filled in and destroyed to the ponds in Cane Garden Bay and Great Harbor, Jasper Van Dyke. 1, if nothing has been done, why not? And 2, when does he intend to execute such?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Hurricanes Orma and Maria did not just bring damages to our homes, roads, and critical infrastructure, but also severely impacted the natural environment. Many will recall how bare our landscape was for some time, with many trees completely stripped of all leaves. The recovery of trees on land was gradually, but over time, they have restored themselves. Mangrove forests have unfortunately not rebounded the same way. The Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration calculated a 73.8% death and loss of mangrove cover at a territorial level, resulting from the impacts of the hurricanes. This means that the reproductive capacity of mangrove trees to generate new seedlings was also lost at the same time with the death of so many mangroves throughout the territory. Mangrove replanting is based on the availability of seedlings which grow along the main parts of the tree. Without them, we cannot replant. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the lack of seedlings to replant, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, the Department of Disaster Management, the H.L. Stout Community College, the National Parks Trust, Unite BVI, the Youth Empowerment Program, the Jasper Van Dyke Preservation Society, and other partners have joined to establish a long-term program designed to harness what is available and ensure sustainable replanting efforts. DDM has been the recipient of a grant from the Caribbean Development Bank under its Community Resilience Project. Under that project, $58,000 of resources have been devoted for the restoration of mangroves in the east end of Jasper Van Dyke and other areas on Tortola. Guides for establishing mangroves at a community level are being produced along with the identification areas where they may eventually be replanted. Within the Just Van Dyke areas, those efforts continue to see the gradual and slow restoration of the mangrove community. The HSL Community College is the recipient of a $40,000 grant from Unite BVI to establish a mangrove nursery, and those efforts are well underway to innovate and plant across once more seedlings become available. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for that answer, and I also want to if I am allowed to express my sincere gratitude to him and his ministry and the additional partners. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I only finished half of the answer.
Oh, you wasn't finished.
Sustainability of the efforts can be ensured in the long term of Just Van Dyke, as the island is owned by the Just Van Dyke Preservation Society, the stores and project implementers within the area. Efforts to restore mangroves in areas within Tortola have been hampered by the unavailability of seedlings. Mr. Speaker, most mangrove communities are found within private lands, that being the case at communities such as Kingarden Bay and Brewers Bay. Notwithstanding, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration, under the Global Climate Change Alliance project, identified the communities of Kingarden Bay and Brewers Bay for restoration of the ponds that were filled. The project also led to the construction of a revolvement wall to abate the impacts of storm surge in the area. The plans for ponds and mangrove restoration date back to the former administration, and the ministry consulted extensively on the restoration of natural functions such as flood abatement. At that time, there was recognition of the limits of implementation in terms of the restoration of ponds as they fall in private property. Therefore, any future restoration efforts along areas previously reclaimed will require a dialogue with landowners. As a long-term nursery efforts take hold, the ministry will enter into negotiations for the restoration of ponds and mangrove communities. While government and other partners are engaged in the restoration efforts, I would urge the community to treat these precious resources carefully and not destroy existing mangrove areas. Recovery efforts in Post Ormo and Maria, and some instances hindered by the dumping of dirt and material over young mangroves, which is counterproductive to our efforts. Mangroves are among some of the most productive sites providing services related to fisheries and the stability of our shorelines. Their restoration and protection are vitally important to our well-being as a territory. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue with my thankfulness and gratefulness to the Minister and the team at his ministry, Unite BVI Preservation Society, and all other persons who are doing their part with the mangrove, and DDM specifically, who are doing their part. Myself and the Honorable Fraser have been called in, and the member for the Aid and Leader Opposition, to be a part of that program for restorative works with the mangroves, which are vitally important. So I want to thank the Minister. Mr. Speaker, my one and only follow-up is what can be done, Minister, when someone violates and fills in these ponds and pollutes these ponds, because of everything that you have listed, which we all know are vitally important to the beaches and to communities to help with flooding and runoffs, what will be put in place, penalties or whatever the case may be, to prohibit this continued activity, since people are always looking for land?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's such an important question. We have going before Cabinet next week two very important bills that will help us manage our environment better. It's going to give us a little more teeth. And when person willfully and intentionally destroy our environment, we get to put some stiff penalties on them. We'll hear more about that a little later on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, also I forgot to mention, I must thank Dr. Liana Jarecki for her work with the Mangrove Nursery, and for the interns who are coming to work with the program this summer. I think we have 6 interns who are going to work the entire summer, making sure we get the mangrove seedlings going. Our goal is to be around 10,000 per year in the next few years. That is all. Very ambitious, but it's possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to recognize the students from the Jos Van Dyke Primary School who have played that active role in the replanting. Mr. Speaker, my final question to the Minister. Social Security Board has been successful because it has been allowed to operate and function in the manner for which it was intended to, without interruption or interference. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please list for this Honorable House, A, the names and amounts of local investments made over the last 10 years, B, whether the investments have paid back returns or dividends, and C, state the returns for each since the investments were made as at May 31st, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope I got my papers in order. But I'm going to go through the list of the projects and the dates and the acreage and costs. So bear with me, Mr. Speaker. Lots of numbers to read out. Long Trench, this is A. Long Trench Development, purchased 4th of July 2016, East Central, block and parcel 3039B, 511, acres 3.923, cost $705,000. Towers Development, 30th June 2016, Mount Sage, 2333B, parcel 7, acres 4, cost $325,000. Towers Development, 30th June 2016, Mount Sage, 2334B, parcel 17. Joes Hill Development, 4th of July 2016, Road Town, 2837D, parcel 83, 2.268 acres, $360,000. Joes Hill Development, 4th of July 2016, Road Town, 2837D, parcel 84, 2.268 acres, $360,000. Joes Hill Development, 4th of July 2016, Road Town, 2837D, parcel 85, 0.25 acres, $49,000. Joes Hill Development, 16 September 2016, Seacoast Bay, 2737B, parcel 207, 2.268 acres, $360,000. Wickham Ski, 9th August 2016, Road Town, 2937B, 105/1, 0.164 acres, $525,000. Wickham Ski, 26 July 2016, Road Town, 2937B, 114/1, 0.163 acres, $610,000. Wickham Ski, 4th August 2016, Road Town, 2937B, 113/1, 0.167 acres, $545,000. Wickham Ski, 28 July 2016, Road Town, 2937B, parcel 104/1, 0.167 acres, $550,000. Apple Bay Development, 23rd November 2016, Mount Sage, 2235B, parcel 18, 21 acres, $2,750,000. Josiah's Bay, 27 January 2017, East Central, 3139B, parcel 5, 7 acres, $805,000. Apple Bay Development, 25th January 2017, Mount Sage, 2335B, parcel 14, 8.5 acres, $755,000. Butu Mountain Development, 26 January 2017, East Central, 3039B, 270-4, 411-2, 9.69 acres, $1.69 million. Joes Hill Development, 21st January 2017, Road Town, 2837D, parcel 89, 1.2 acres, $280,000, sorry. Spooners Development, 11 April 2017, West Central, 2739B, 377-9, 382-9, 21.849 acres, $2,481,957.50. South Sound Development, 21st April 2017, Virgin Gorda Central, 5244B, parcel 24 and 28, 10.01 acres, $1 million. McNamara Estate, 28 April 2017, Road Town, 2836B, 182-6, 7.4 acres, $1.5 million. George's Northside, 29 November 2018, West Central, 2740B, parcel 15, 34.06 acres, $3,010,000, for a total of 138.6 acres at a cost of $18,835,957.50. I'm not sure I capture all the questions. So let's go and answer. Part 2, socioeconomic equity. Description, Tortola Pay Pack Limited, book value, $5 million. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, convertible preferred, book value, $5,503,172. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, common shares, $9,496,828.44, for a total of $20 million and 44 cents. Mr. Speaker, the following paid back returns or dividends. Tortola Pay Pack, National Bank of the Virgin Islands, preference shares, Roton Construction and Reconstruction Loan, BVIEC Phase 4 expansion projects. Socioeconomic loans. Road Construction and Reconstruction Project Loan, borrower, Government of the Virgin Islands, issue date 16 April 2015, term 17 years, loan amount $16 million. Phase 5 expansion project, borrower, BVI Electricity Corporation, issue date 4th September 2015, terms 15 years, loan amount $35 million. Mr. Speaker, please note that the land investment would not provide a return as per your question until the investment is developed. However, the values will appreciate over time. Likewise, the common shares investment does not provide an immediate return, but the board's investment will appreciate in value with the growth of the National Bank of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, listed below are the returns on the above investments. Socioeconomic equity. Tortola Pay Pack Limited, dividends 8.45%, dividends due date $422,500, dividends paid to date, $858,718.17. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Dividends due date 31st December 2019. IRR 4.29. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, convertible preferred, dividends 4.5%, dividends due 0, dividends paid to date $495,285.48, dividends due date 31st December 2020, IRR 4.5%. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, common shares, not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. Total dividends 2.1%. Total dividends due, $422,500. Dividends paid to date total $1,354,003.65. Next due date, 31st December 2019. IRR 2.31%. Socioeconomic loans, loan description, Roton Construction and Reconstruction Project loan, interest rate, prime plus 1%, no ceiling. Interest collected, $3,200,000. $227,110.19. Principal outstanding, $12,907,921.14. IRR 5.25%. Phase 5 expansion project, BVIEC, 3.5% for 7 years, 5% after. Interest collected, $4,375,066.89. Principal outstanding, $26,833,334.14. IRR 4.25%. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for, obviously this is a collaboration between him and the Minister, Premier Minister of Finance. They have the dual responsibility. So I thank the Minister for his extensive and detailed answer. And I do believe, as I stated in question 3 above, that Social Security has done and continues to do what it's intended to do. I have no follow-up, Mr. Speaker, so I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration for his answers to the question. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to pose these questions during this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member for the 7th District, you had an intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I finished my questions and answers, I made some inquiries to the ministry about the information that I apologized for, and I was informed that indeed the information was provided during standing finance, and a permanent secretary actually resent the information to me. So this information was circulated to all members, and I just verified that, Mr. Speaker. This is a detailed expenditure report for the different festivals.
Okay, the breakdown you're talking about.
Yes, the specific breakdown with all the specific vendors.
Okay.
So that was shared, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, do you have any more copies with you?
No, it was shared during standing finance during the last budget exercise. But I can email it
You
to
can
the member.
organize to have the member for the 2nd District get a copy.
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah.
No problem.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Minister for clarifying that information. I look forward to receiving the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I thank all members, the opposition and the ministers of government, for the opposition for posing their question, and for government ministers for answering all the question without shying away from any question. And as you see, that this House of Assembly values questions posed by the opposition, because earlier today the Leader of Government Business made these questions a priority by reordering the paper, the order of the day, to make them a priority. So, with that said, we will take a 5-minute recess and we'll return to continue the order of the day. This House is now in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following document: the Virgin Islands Telecommunication Regulatory Commission Annual Work Plan and Budget 2019-2020.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lay on the table the following 3 documents: the British Virgin Islands Health Services Authority financial statement for the fiscal year ended September 2014, the BVI Medical and Dental Council Annual Report 2016, and BVI Medical and Dental Council audited financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2016. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. I call upon the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to lay on the table Statutory Instrument 2020, number 69, Immigration and Passport, Prohibition of Entry, number 9, Order 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, statements by ministers.
Statement by ministers. I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One minute for me, please, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about it. Let me pull up my... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first statement is entitled Black Lives Matter Match. Mr. Speaker, at last week, Thursday's sitting of this Honorable House on 11 June 2020, you would recall I spoke of the need to eliminate racism in all forms and from all places, in particular systemic and institutional racism against people of African heritage. Members would recall that I expressed solidarity with other world leaders and the millions of ordinary persons around the globe who are raising their voices to say that systemic, institutionalized racism is real, that it hurts Black lives, and that it must be acknowledged and addressed without delay. As Premier, I also took that opportunity to announce my intentions for the establishment of an equity commission, which will be charged with the task of examining how the private and public sectors operate to determine and identify the systemic issues that undermine equity in our society, and to find solutions for creating a more equitable environment for all our people. Racism can be a controversial topic and a very emotional one. It requires deep introspection that many persons are either not ready to do or are incapable of doing. And this is because the truth can be unpleasant or too much to accept. It can be also difficult to come to terms with because of how deeply entrenched vestiges of racism have become in our ordinary everyday lives. So much so that they have become norms that shape what I consider to be proper and acceptable, even though they may be wrong. While there are forms and means of racism that are easily recognizable, one of the serious challenges facing Black people today remains that of what some would describe as undercover racism. This is where persons who are racist pretend not to be because it is socially unacceptable to be openly racist today, or because their agenda requires gaining the trust and friendship of blacks so that they can further their racist agenda when it is opportune for them to do so. In many of the cases of unjustified violence against blacks where racism has played a role, what comes to the surface after the fact is how unassuming and unlikely the predators were. And then the evidence comes forward to support the fact that what was portrayed was different to secret reality. Sometimes their spouses and close friends and associates are shocked to find out what lies beneath their seemingly pleasant exterior. This is the iceberg effect. In other words, while you can see the ice projecting out of the water, you cannot see the many layers, jagged edges, imperfection, and perception under the way unless you dive into that ice-cold water and check it out for yourselves. The existence of undercover racism in the world is most dangerous. This is what I call the fog screen or smoke screen effect. It appears good on the top, but when you chip away the layers where the ice is below, you would recognize that what is there could damage your lives, your finances, it can erode trust, and so much more. Because while there's a huge smile for the world to see, under the ice-cold water, where you and I cannot see, there are agendas, intentions, and plans discussed only with those of like minds. This is the next challenge that faces the advancement of equity for blacks throughout the world. And there's no reason why we should feel that the BVI should be the exception to a global phenomenon. Our challenge is to find a civil, peaceful, and respectful but effective way of overcoming this obstacle. As honorable members are aware, a group of our young people have organized a Black Lives Matter march for 2:30 p.m. on tomorrow, Saturday, 20 June 2020, starting at the Noy Lloyd Positive Action Movement Park. Yesterday, 18 June 2020, some of the organizers of this event met with us, the members of the House of Assembly, on these premises, and they explained what the march is about. It is about showing that the Virgin Islands is in solidarity with the rest of the world against racial injustice of all kinds. I've always said that this Virgin Islands belongs to those coming after us. We are preparing today for their future. They will be the ones to lead this territory tomorrow. And I'm pleased to join them as we together as a territory take a stance for justice and peace, because Black lives matter. And also our bright tomorrows depend on our positive actions of today. Let us not get so worked up by events that take place abroad and shun from speaking up, speaking out, and confronting our own issues. Now is the time when we must face our Goliaths head on. Whether persons choose to participate in tomorrow's Black Lives Matter march in Rotong at 2:30 p.m. or not, remember that we're in this together. I want honorable members and the public at large to know that I will be present and participating in tomorrow's Black Lives Matter march because your lives matter, all of our lives matter. Together, we will be sending a message to the world that systemic and undercover racism of any kind must no longer stand. If you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. I commend our young people of the Virgin Islands for being brave and committed. Indeed, I'm proud for the future of the Virgin Islands. Looks very, very bright. And I'm proud for the future of the Virgin Islands because we see what is bringing forth to our young people. I want to urge all persons that as we march, let each step be a meaningful step. Let each step represent and rekindle the hope of our ancestors. Let each step represent peace and unity. And most of all, let each step signal that Black lives matter. As soldiers of freedom, we will march boldly and with authority and conviction that we are stepping into a brighter tomorrow where racism will not reign, where choruses of peace and love will be our refrain. Please remember to ensure social distancing, marching 6 feet apart from each other, and wear your mask, for we are not yet out of the woods with COVID-19. May God continue to bless and protect the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, my next statement is on the TRC budget and work plan. Mr. Speaker, thank you for facilitating me to deliver this brief statement. Your 16-month-old government and its various agencies and departments continue to work tirelessly to look after the interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. We promised a higher level of vigilance, responsibility, and accountability in government. By doing this, we are able to deliver more to the people and at a faster pace than our predecessors. This is especially critical in these times of COVID-19, where the territory's resources are under intense pressure and where emergent issues from the pandemic continue to pop up, making demands on those already limited resources. In these trying times, the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, TRC, has stepped up to the plate to pull its weight in a way that has never been done since the inception of Telecommunications Act 2006. As a result of the diligence of the Commission, $2 million has been raised for the government's coffers, which money will be allocated for the commencement of the long-awaited, long-overdue East End Long Loc sewage project. Mr. Speaker, the people of East End Long Loc will be happy and relieved to see the start of this project in the very near future, now that some funding is coming into place. The people of East End Long Loc have endured inconvenience and exposure to health risks far too long. They endured heartbreak in seeing the $8 million allocated under the previous administration being redirected under that said administration to the Tortola Pier project. The sewage issue was a popular topic during the campaign for the 2019 general election, both from the perspectives of the redirection of the funds and the propriety of that decision, as well as the suffering of the residents of that area. Your government promised that we would see justice done for the people and that we would execute this project. This promise is being kept, and I say that it is being kept even though the 8th district seat is occupied by the honorable leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Your government does not discriminate. We are not vindictive. We do not punish people for not voting for us. We are the government for all of the districts and for all of the people, and we are fair in how we operate. And the member of 8 will agree that we are in this together. Mr. Speaker, permit me to explain how these funds were raised and the TRC's involvement. To do that, we must first appreciate the provisions of the Telecommunications Act 2006 as follows. 1. Section 58 of the Act confirms that the sources of revenue for the Commission includes the industry levy and royalties. 2. Section 63 specifies that the Commission shall prepare estimated expenditures for the fiscal year as well as expected incomes arising from any source. 3. As Section 63(2), the Act specifies that the estimates shall be accompanied by the work program containing a general description of work and activities that the Commission expects to undertake in the financial year. 4. Section 63(3) specifies that the minister responsible for finance shall, as soon as practicable, consider the estimates and work programs submitted by the Commission with a view to A, approving the estimates with or without modification, or B, remitting the estimates back to the Commission without approval. 5. Section 63, subsection 4 specifies that where estimates are approved, the Minister responsible for finance shall, within 3 months of the approval, cause them and the work plan to be laid before the legislature. The budget and work plan for the year 2019-2020 have been approved by the Board of the Commission, were approved by me in my capacity as Minister of Finance on 23rd March 2020. And today I hereby lay both documents on the table as directed by the Telecommunication Act 2006. Mr. Speaker, you can see that I am well ahead of the statutory deadline for tabling these documents. I am subject to correction, but I am advised that this is the first time in the history of the Commission that the TRC's budget has been approved and laid before the legislature. To explain the significance of the above sections of the Act is clear that the sources of revenue for the Commission includes industry levy and royalties. The royalty is currently calculated at 3% of gross telecommunications revenue of each licensed operator. I can confirm that this sum has been collected from each of the 4 licensed operators for the 2019-2020 year. And because of this collection, the TRC is able to transfer surplus funds to the Consolidated Fund with assignment to the East End Long Look Sewage Project. The industry levy is calculated via a process and a formula, and is also supposed to be collected from the 4 licensed operators. However, I am advised that since the inception of the Commission and the Telecommunication Act in 2006, the industry levy has never been collected by the Commission. This non-collection of the industry levy has led to the Commission operating solely on the royalty revenues collected and not having the industry levy money to serve its operation or to apply otherwise. This year, I've directed the Board of the Commission that the industry levies are to be collected so that the regulator can do its work, which is to regulate the industry and champion the causes of consumers. I can confirm to all that the process has been followed and the levy has been billed with a view to being collected in accordance with the Telecommunication Act 2006. This sum, I am advised, is in the vicinity of $4 million based on the TRC's budget. And since the Commission will have access to the proceeds from the industry levy to finance its operations, which is funds due to the government and which is intended under the Act to be used for the TRC's operational expenses, the lawful transfer of the royalties will now take place with these funds being transferred over to the Consolidated Fund as intended by the Act. The government is able to assign bringing relief to the people of the Eastern Long Look and to improve their quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Chairman, Deputy Chairman, and other Commissioners of the TRC and to thank them for their diligence in this matter. With performance like this, your government is confident that the right selections were made with respect to the appointments to the TRC and that great things are in store ahead from the Commission, which will positively benefit the people of the Virgin Islands and this territory. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that second statement. Mr. Speaker, my next statement is appreciation. Dr. Robert McTavius, LLD. Mr. Speaker, I humbly rise to pay tribute and say thanks to one of this territory's most brilliant professionals who has dedicated his life to public service and who has held some of the highest offices in this country, performing with distinction. Dr. Robert McTavius is recognized as a pioneer and innovator of the BVI's financial services sector. He has been one of the driving forces behind the industry, which is one of our 2 main economic engines, and which has provided sustenance and opportunity for our people for almost 4 decades. Dr. McTavius, a proud Virgin Islander in whom we are proud, has led our financial services sector for 3 of those 4 decades. Now, after almost 20 years at the leadership of the Financial Services Commission, Dr. McFabius has indicated his decision to retire from the Commission effective December 31st, 2020. The holder of a BSc in Economics from the University of the West Indies and an MBA from Georgetown University, Dr. McFabius served as Financial Secretary for the Government of the Virgin Islands from 1985 to 1991. During his tenure, he chaired an ad hoc committee that developed the draft legislation of the Banks and Trust Companies Act and the Company Management Act, both of which were enacted in 1990. Dr. McFabius was appointed as Director of Financial Services in 1993 and was charged with the development and regulation of financial services sector. Currently, he played a critical role in the design of legislation to establish the Financial Services Commission through the Financial Services Commission Act of 2001 and was subsequently appointed to his present post as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission in 2002 on the recommendation of the Board of Commissioners to the government. In 2013, Dr. McFabius was conferred with an honorary doctorate by the University of the West Indies Open Campus in recognition of his stellar contributions to Caribbean development in the field of financial services. Financial services industry practitioners locally and many abroad and the territory at large owe Dr. McFabius a profound debt of gratitude for his extraordinary service, leadership, and mentorship. Not only did he help to cultivate and grow this industry, but he also molded and trained many professionals. While there are many prominent voices in the world of financial services in the BVI, Dr. McFabius is regarded as the father or the guru of the industry, and the honorary doctorate from UWI stands as undisputable testimony to this. Over the years, Dr. McFabius has also contributed significantly to a number of professional boards. He has been a member of the Financial Investigation Agency Board, the FATCA negotiating team for the Virgin Islands, and the Tax Information Exchange Agreement negotiation team for the Government of the Virgin Islands. He's a fellow of the Offshore Institute 1919 and received the Rotary Club of Roatan Citizen of the Year Award for 1994-1995. Mr. Speaker, there's a Greek proverb that says, and I quote, "A society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they shall never sit," end of quote. Dr. McFabius is the embodiment of this wisdom and selflessness. Dr. McFabius was honored by the New Life Baptist Church in 2014 as one of the BVI unsung heroes for his outstanding work as a premier professional within the Financial Services Commission and for securing the integrity of the industry from which the entire territory largely benefits. In his response to this recognition, he said, and I quote, "I come from a small country where any person's not reaching his or her full potential is a big loss to us. My parents instilled that kind of attitude in all of us, but equally by faith I am a Christian, and foolishly I have this drive that maybe I can help everybody. My thing is to help anybody. Try to see people move from where they are to becoming something better," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I want these words to be recorded in our history books to show the level of effort that our BVI leaders have been making and the deep desire of our people to truly become self-determining. You see, we have been told that we have self-determination, but as long as a foreigner holds a power that can be arbitrarily exercised to dictate how appointments to our most senior public office are made, we do not have self-determination. We have an illusion of self-determination. As long as that foreign power has a final say over the composition of our institutions and service commissions and the power to override the competent decisions of competent BVI lenders, we do not have self-determination. As long as a foreign power is able to tell us what is good for us and we are not good enough for, and what we are not good enough for, and we are unable to do anything about it as long as our freedom is limited by virtue of being regarded as someone else's contingent liability, as opposed to being the asset. We do not have self-determination. The lifelong effort, sacrifice, investment, and dedication of our BVI heroes, sung and unsung, has been to develop our people and our country so that we can be the masters of our destiny and so that our destiny would be secure. A great part of Dr. Mathavius' legacy will live on throughout the rest of time in those able professionals whom he has shaped through his leadership, tutelage, and foresight, and those touched indirectly by the fruits of his work. Many of our bright stars in the financial services industry, and we have many who came in as juniors and today are deputies and directors, would have been able to develop and mature under his wings or through his initiatives. He has always been a key advocate and champion of the Financial Services Institute. He has always believed in shaping Virgin Islanders for the future and to take charge of their destiny. He shaped them not to be loyal to himself, but to be loyal to the territory and to be capable of running their financial industry competently when their time comes. The financial services industry is our industry, and we have many bright, shining stars who are well qualified to carry the baton when Dr. Mathavius hands it off in December. I hope that our BVI professionals will grasp this opportunity to apply for the post of Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Financial Services Commission as it becomes vacant with Dr. Mathavius' retirement. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Mathavius is yet another undeniable example of what our Virgin Islands people are capable of achieving. He is living proof of our intellectual, academic, and professional abilities. His achievements and his example are world-class. His achievements are beacons for all of us to believe in ourselves and our people, and for us to have faith in lifting up our people. The sky is the limit for Virgin Islands people. We just have to believe in ourselves and to dismiss the naysayers. There are some among us, locals and guests, who believe that for something to be good, it has to come from overseas, and that anything from here has some inherent defectiveness. There are those who berate us while using eloquent words wrapped in a smile. But we must not accept that, Mr. Speaker. Our BVI people must keep pushing forward, and they must continue to claim that which is rightfully theirs by birthright. Dr. Mathavius and our other true BVI heroes are our inspiration. I dream to see the day when every senior office in this territory, without exception, is held by a Virgin Islander. I know that this is a dream of our stalwarts and our people. In the financial services arena, Dr. Mathavius began preparing the bed and planting the seeds decades ago, and I want to again thank him for his long and illustrious service. I want to thank him for everything he has done for this territory, both in the past and in terms of the future impact that he and his work will continue to have for generations. I want, on behalf of the government and people of these beautiful Virgin Islands, to wish him a happy retirement, and may God continue to order his family and his steps. I thank you.
For what reason does the Leader of the Opposition rise?
Speaker, if the Premier will permit, I too would like to join in commending Dr. Robert Mathavius for his years of service to this territory. He's one of our illustrious sons who has given his life to service to this entire territory. He's worked hard and tirelessly with many persons to build the financial services industry. It's a legacy that we all should cherish and be proud as Virgin Islanders for the work and the commitment he's given to all of us in this territory. I've been fortunate, Mr. Speaker, I think is appropriate, being one of the persons he mentored as a youngster out of high school and brought me through the process of financial services. I owe him a debt of gratitude for the work he's done, and many of us during that period whom he molded, mentored, and pushed to be the best we could be. As the Premier rightfully said, he's a humble man, a man who did what he did without fame or favor. He did it for the love of his country, the love of his people, and I hope that one day, Premier, we could have a proper process or resolution to honor this man for his contributions to this territory and the economy of this territory. Some later sitting in this house. I want to publicly associate myself with the comments made by the Premier. I want to wish Dr. Robert McTavish a safe and quiet retirement. I hope he enjoys his time at home with his family. And I want to again thank him for his service to this territory, to the people of this territory, to financial services, and most of all, the mentorship he gave to me as a young man growing up in this territory. I too clearly associate myself with those statements, Premier.
Thank you. Members, unfortunately, and I see the member for the second one to speak, I want to, and while I allow the opposition leader the courtesy, if other people wish to speak on behalf of Dr. McTavish, I will want to leave it until we go to other business. So we'll ask the Premier to continue his statement unless the member for the second is rising on a different matter.
Speaker, I wasn't rising on a different matter, but I wanted to just echo the sentiments because this is an unconventional government, and I know the Premier, if he was so allow, but I know it's up to you, Mr. Speaker, to allow this time because the retirement of Dr. McTavish and his contribution is one that requires and should demand that type of respect from those of us in the House Assembly because he has helped to pave the way for so many of us to be there. So, but I am respectful to you, sir, and your ruling, but I just felt while the Premier was doing it would be appropriate. I'll follow your guidance, sir.
Seeing that we're finishing the order of the day tonight, so there'll be other business where members can express their sentiments for Dr. Robert McTavish. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's quite understandable whenever you speak about a person, a legend, we would say like Dr. McTavish, that persons would want to rise, and under other business, as you said, other members would get to speak. But Mr. Speaker, given that all the opposition have spoke that are present, I think for right now I speak on behalf of my entire government until other business when they'll get an opportunity. But we do thank him. And I'm glad that the leader of opposition did rise because I know he had a lot of years with him. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to make my final now, Mr. Speaker, statement for the evening, and then after which I'll take my seat, Mr. Speaker, until we move on to the other section of the other paper. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This last statement is entitled British Virgin Islands Airport Authority Update. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, your government is committed to the highest standards of transparency and accountability in our handling of the public's affairs. As Premier, I've said on numerous occasions that we will be open in providing information to all members of this House, especially the members of Her Majesty's opposition, and to the public, so that all are kept well informed. To this end, I wish to provide an update on some of the work that has been taking place through the BVI Airports Authority, which aim to position the BVI as a competitive air transport hub and which aim to support the growth of the territory's tourism sector as well as other industries. Honorable members would know very well by now that the territorial vision set by your government is to transform the Virgin Islands into a leading regional economy by 2025 through entrepreneurship, innovation, and local and foreign investment. Notwithstanding the economic setbacks and complications presented by COVID-19, that mission still stands. Over the past few months, your government has been nurturing the conversation on intra-regional trade and intra-regional travel. In January 2020, based on the work that the BVI Airports Authority Board and management had been doing over the previous months, representatives from Caribbean Airlines Limited had visited the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport with a view to adding the BVI to their route network. Discussions were also held with LIAT concerning the increase and improvement of the availability, reliability, and quality of airlift to the territory. COVID-19 has expectedly thrown the timetables off, but we are confident that once air travel and tourism begins reawakening, these initiatives will resume. Members would recall that under your new government and together with the BVI Airports Authority, we have been actively exploring the topic of longer range flights and larger aircraft that can present more viable connections to the U.S. mainland and beyond. The successful landing of Titan Airways Airbus A318 with passengers in late December 2019, direct from Halifax, Canada, and its subsequent successful takeoff destined for the UK was part of this exploratory work. All of this has been vital towards the approach that the authority and your government intend to take to get us to where we aim to be so that we can create a sustainable future for the BVI. The philosophy of our approach has been to maximize the use of what we presently have while we work on our long-term goals. The discussion on the suitability of our aerodrome to support the passenger volumes that we have targeted is not a new one. Everyone is quite settled on the fact that larger passenger volumes require more space for arrivals, departures, and check-in functions. It also requires more apron space. Larger aircrafts generally require longer runway length. The debate that have been taking place around which options should be pursued and how this would be financed. To assist the BVI Airports Authority in its decision-making and planning, the authority engaged the services of Brackham Aviation Management LLC, Brackham, an Atlanta-based consultancy firm, in December 2019. The objective of the consultancy is to assist the authority in assessing, shaping, and planning the role of air transportation in terms of the territorial vision and your government's commitment to build the resiliency of the Virgin Islands, particularly given changing traveler and tourist demographics. Natural and man-made disasters such as global warming and catastrophic storms and pandemics like COVID-19. Brackham has presented the BVI Airports Authority with a 6-month interim report, which contains feedback on a number of crucial issues that we need to take into account as a territory, not just from the aviation and aeronautical sector, but also in areas such as tourism and cargo shipment. Mr. Speaker, I crave the indulgence of honorable members as I share some of this feedback. But before I do so, permit me to say a few brief words about the qualifications of Brackham and its founder, Mr. Miguel Southwell. Brackham is a global transportation management consulting firm headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. Mr. Southwell, who serves as the firm's president and CEO, has an aviation and transportation management career that spans over 30 years, including as head of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International, the world's busiest passenger airport with over 100 million annual passengers, and as deputy head of Miami International Airport, the busiest international air cargo airport in the United States. Mr. Southwell is also a former Oregon Regional Bank executive and also served as an adjunct professor of airport, airline, and transportation management courses at Georgia State University. He has served on numerous boards, including on that of Airports Council International's ACI World Governing Board, and is past president of both the ACI Latin American and Caribbean region that consists of over 200 airports and the ACI Fund, which provides training to airport officials in developing countries around the world. Mr. Southwell himself has taught courses on behalf of ACI in Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean. ACI, by the way, is the official and global association of over 1,800 airports in 5 regions that include Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and North America. Brackham and Mr. Southwell have done extensive aviation work in Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, Birmingham, Alabama, Seattle, Colombia, Guangdong, China, and the Indian Ocean region. Based on the feedback provided to the BVI Airports Authority, the following points are worthy of note as the BVI seeks to position itself in the regional aviation arena and to capitalize on the possibilities of the modern tourism market. 1, the millennials, roughly 26 to 43-year age bracket, from the majority of today's tourists. These persons grew up in a high-tech environment surrounded by computers and the internet, and are frequently online or socially networking through the internet. The demographic is always connected to their cell phones, and therefore mobile photography is part of their daily lives. They use cell phones to conduct their travels. Hotels, resorts, and tour companies should train employees and tour guides to seek opportunities to assist this new generation of tourists to stage and take such photographs. 2, millennials are not interested in mundane vacations and just lying on the beach. They are seeking what is called adventure travel, which can have 3 elements or characteristics. A, connects the tourist to nature. B, provides physical activity. And C, provides interaction with culture. They like soft adventure, which includes hiking, rafting, snorkeling, and kayaking, and hard adventure, which includes climbing, trekking, camping, paragliding, and surfing. There's a 3rd type of adventure called extreme adventure, such as swimming with the sharks. 3, millennials also tend to be very aware of the impact that their travel experiences have on the environment, and are more likely to choose hotels and resorts that promote sustainable tourism, including recycling of waste, reuse of materials, and energy conservation. You can see here, Mr. Speaker, how relevant and on point your government is with our focus on going 60% green by 2030, transitioning to renewables such as solar and cleaner energy sources such as LPG, adopting smart technology in public infrastructure, and focusing on waste management, reduction, reuse, and recycling. 4, millennials are not content to spend a considerable period of time connecting through multiple hubs to reach their vacation destinations. They have choices and will increasingly opt for better ones. They are not going to waste hours waiting in airports to catch multiple connection flights to come to the BVI, when by comparison, most competing non-stop Caribbean destinations with non-stop jet services from Atlanta takes less than 4 hours at least, and less than half the cost. That is why we need to get the direct flights and reliable flights that do not involve lengthy transfers and excessive transfers. If we do not do this, we will lose tourism market share to other regional destinations with easier access, and who are now waking up to the competitiveness of their own unique tourism offerings. 5, Mr. Speaker, the BVI is trying to increase our market share in the niche markets such as MICE. That is meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. We have also been courting companies to bring their operating bases to the BVI or to do more business with the BVI. But for companies to be interested in the destination, direct air service access between the company's headquarters and the potential new site is a must. In the 21st century, in order to remain competitive, it is essential that companies are able to move their goods and people quickly With no direct air service to any global economic center, the BVI will not succeed in attracting any such foreign direct investment. 6, air transportation access plays a direct and crucial role in the level of resiliency of the BVI's recovery from any disaster, whether a hurricane or global pandemic. The current dependency on the availability and condition of other Caribbean airport feeder hubs for global aid or relief to the BVI during the aftermath of regional storms and pandemic closures means that, understandably, such hubs in the Caribbean will give priority policy consideration to their own needs and not those of the BVI. Correspondingly, for the tourist who wishes to travel to the BVI when such travel restrictions are lifted in the BVI, if quarantines remain in place at such existing Caribbean feeder hubs, such tourists will choose to forego a BVI vacation. 7, thus, if the BVI's recovery efforts are slowed in the aftermath of disasters, the resiliency of the BVI economy recovery from such disasters will be equally sluggish. For this reason, non-stop commercial jet service is again crucial to BVI disaster resiliency. BRACAM reached out to JetBlue and WestJet, and while interest to serve the BVI was strong, the current runway length at the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport neither renders such service operationally nor financially viable. So if we want to attract the modern travelers, and if we want to be competitive and resilient, we have to deal with our infrastructure capacity so that we can get the larger aircraft to come in. In terms of the runway, BRACAM considered options for extending or reorienting the runway, as well as constructing an alternative runway. The consultant took into consideration the cost that would be involved with land reclamation versus options that did not involve reclamation, among other factors. The consultant has recommended an option that will allow us to build a new runway without much land reclamation. This will allow for the construction of a 9,100 linear foot LF runway at an estimated probable cost of $183.78 million. A shorter runway of 7,250 linear foot would cost approximately $150.65 million. Avoidance or minimization of land reclamation presents the lowest cost and shortest timetable for delivery. Suffice it to say, when the BVI Airports Authority Board took up office in July 2019, they met and filed a proposal for extending the existing runway by a mere 1,500 linear feet at a cost of $203 million and involving land reclamation to carry out the extension. The new board, through BRACAM, has been able to identify an option for constructing an entire 9,100 linear feet runway with not much land reclamation for less than what the previous administration was going to spend for a 1,500 linear foot extension. The consultant advised that the entire project, should we decide to proceed on this option, will take 3 to 5 years from start to finish, including financing, design and construction on the new runway, and the ancillary improvements to the taxiway, aircraft parking apron, and passenger terminal, among other project tasks. Through this new resilience program brought along by climate change, we will now be able to bring flights direct from Germany and the UK and other areas in Europe direct to the BVI. And these tourists would then be able to enjoy the BVI and hop over to the United States Virgin Islands. This will present tremendous economic opportunities for our people. This now makes it eminent for major hotel chains that have long expressed an interest in the potential of the BVI, but which were discouraged by our limited airlift capacity to now venture in because the potential for viability would be increased. Of course, this would include our people of the Virgin Islands. This will increase the territory's room inventory, which will increase our capacity for welcoming greater numbers of visitors and tourists whose presence will contribute to economic activity. Mr. Speaker, I commend all the previous governments for all they have done for the BVI's tourism industry, but we have been swimming in shallow waters. Therefore, the benefits that can be derived can only be those that are in shallow waters. What your government, through the people, is doing is to launch the territory out into the deep water, where the benefits there are for the expansion of the industry and where the economic activity exists to take our tourism product to unprecedented revenue contributions to the national flow of income. We must remember that one of the reasons why tourists do not come to the BVI during the hurricane season is because of the uncertainty that they will be able to get airlift in the event of an emergency like an impending storm. A longer runway capable of facilitating larger aircraft that are able to fly directly to the U.S. mainland and Europe means that there are options that will open up to counteract this concern. Tourists will be able to come to the BVI and be confident that in the event that it becomes necessary, the airlift can be available to get them safely back to their home countries. This will increase the volume of arrivals during what is traditionally a slow period annually for one of our main economic engines, and this will translate into more money going into the pockets of our Virgin Islands people and their businesses. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that the Junior Minister for Tourism, in her inaugural speech, spoke about streamlining revenues in the tourism industry. You will be hearing more from us on this. However, the runway and new hotel chains that will come out of this initiative are all part and parcel of the overall vision for a tourism product. But a world-class, high-end, new FBO private jet experience is also one that the consultant was able to look into. So Brackham has noted that for its size, the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport accommodates a large number of private state-of-the-art corporate jets. However, the airport lacks a comparable world-class fixed-base operator facility. Brackham has proposed to develop such a facility through a tender process. The FBO will be located immediately east of the existing passenger terminal, coupled with an associated large hangar capable of accommodating 2 modern corporate jets. In collaboration with airport administration, Brackham first developed an expression of interest, EOI, to which 4 companies responded and were shortlisted. Brackham subsequently completed a request for proposal, RFP, with an accompanying draft lease development agreement. Responses to the RFP are due on Monday, 20th July 2020. A safer paved runway for Virgin Gorda Airport. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the BVI Airports Authority issued an RFP for a company to design and construct new runway pavement on the airstrip in the Virgin Gorda Airport to promote safety and growth in aircraft operations. Brackham was tasked to review the 4 proposals that were submitted. Brackham subsequently made a recommendation to the board to separate the project into 2 parts. One, a design and construction management oversight function, and the other a construction function. The consultant further recommended that the design and construction oversight function be awarded to Avia NG, which proposed the lowest price. Brackham drafted and organized the execution of the agreement. The runway pavement construction is scheduled to be completed by early December 2020. As your government continues to say, Mr. Speaker, while we are working on putting the longer-term elements in place, we have to make the most of what we have at present. With the help of Brackham, a number of initiatives have been identified to improve passenger experience and to contribute to increasing non-aeronautical revenue. Interim terminal improvements in terms of their appearance in the plan. The BVI Airport Authority recognizes that some interim improvement can be made at the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport that will enhance passenger experience. At the urging of the BVI Airports Authority Board and in collaboration with the airport administration, Brackham has developed a snag list and successfully recommended to the board a process to expedite the completion of minor improvements to provide the airport with an opening day fresh appearance until major renovations can be completed. At an estimated cost of $290.3 thousand, the major components of these interim improvements are to the restrooms and ticketing areas, roof repairs to the passenger terminal, and the expansion and renovation of the international arrivals area. Work is expected to be completed by November 30th, 2020, using a pool of construction firms, the tender documents for which is currently being developed. And then, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at improved airport amenities. Mr. Speaker, amenities are important for improving passenger experience, which encourages passenger spending while at the airport, contributing to non-aeronautical revenue generation for the authority, and hence the government and the people of the Virgin Islands. In collaboration with staff, Brackham has recommended the reconfiguration of the existing unoccupied restaurant space to A, serve food and beverage on the passenger hold room side only, and close off restaurants' access from the terminal lobby to improve sales. B, reduce the size of the restaurant to make it smaller and more financially viable for the restaurant operator. C, permit the security checkpoint area to be expanded into the partially vacated restaurant space. Prior to Brackham's engagement, a restaurant operator was selected through a tender process, and Brackham is working with the airport administration to structure that concession agreement. The plan is to have the space reconfigured and restaurant recommissioned by November 16, 2020. Separately, Brackham has worked in collaboration with airport administration to develop rates and charges for the opening of a new airport VIP lounge, and has developed and issued an RFP to solicit and engage a hospitality sector entity with either airline lounge, hotel, restaurant, or school of hospitality operational experience to operate and manage the lounge on behalf of the BVI Airports Authority. The deadline for that RFP submittal is 10th July 2020. Research shows that business travelers account for 12% of airlines' passengers, but they are typically twice as lucrative, accounting for as much as 75% of profits. Passengers, especially business passengers, look at the amenities, especially the airport lounges, when choosing whether to travel through an airport. Therefore, by improving the airport's amenities, we are improving its attractiveness and competitiveness, and which has numerous benefits for the territory. In terms of the aviation services, relocation and revenue growth. To make way for the expansion of the airport facilities, and as provided in the Airport Master Plan, Brackham, working in collaboration with airport administration, has developed an RFP for the relocation, development of a new fuel farm to serve commercial aircraft at Beef Island. But we also see, Mr. Speaker, loss recovery protection and insurance policy revisions. Brackham has assisted the airport administration to revise its insurance policy to ensure adequate coverage for typical and costly storm damage such as mold removal and repairs, which were not previously covered in its policy and which will aid in the resiliency of the airport's recovery from storm and damage. Additionally, Brackham has instituted strict guidelines that now consistently require performance and payment bonds from contractors. This eliminates the BVI Airports Authority being exposed in the event contractors do not complete the project or fail to pay their subcontractors. Mr. Speaker, in terms of collaboration with LIET, Mr. Speaker, Brackham has also been instrumental in assisting the BVI Airports Authority in its discussion with LIET. In a nutshell, LIET has requested an annual subsidy from the government of the Virgin Islands to continue servicing the BVI. Brackham was able to conduct analysis of LIET's submission that allowed the government to put forward an alternative argument and expressed a willingness to collaborate on building traffic to the BVI and for LIET. In terms of organization assessment, Brackham has also been working with the BVI Airports Authority to conduct an organizational assessment and to develop a roadmap for building a cohesive, efficient, effective, and knowledgeable airport team. The consultant conducted an extensive organization assessment of the BVI Airports Authority Airport Administration. Management qualifications, culture, structure, key processes, and the level of staff engagement were all examined. BRACAM has made a series of recommendations to the BVI Airports Authority Board and management. Together, they are urgently creating opportunities to ensure the BVI Airports Authority is delivering service and operating at the highest standards. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the BVI Airports Authority Board, management, and staff have been hard at work to do their part in transforming the BVI into a leading regional economy, to increase the authority's revenue, and to support the territory's growth in related industries. A lot is earmarked to happen later this year with respect to improving the facilities at the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport at Beef Island and the Teddy Bay Airport in Virgin Gorda. The board is considering the major capital projects recommended by BRACAM, and in due course, I will provide further updates to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the board and management of the BVI Airports Authority remain committed to building resilience at our airports in light of climate change and the other factors that are increasing the urgency for the BVI to increase the efficiency of its industries. This resilience will boost our tourism product and enhance the well-being of our people of the BVI. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to update you on the efforts of the BVI Airports Authority Board and its management.
I thank the Premier for his statements. At this time, for a statement, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me two relatively short statements. I had planned on three, but in the interest of time, we'll cut it to two. Mr. Speaker, in our commitment to keeping the public informed, I am pleased to announce that a total of 20 returning nationals and residents will rejoin the Virgin Islands community this week after completing 14 days in quarantine and testing negative for the virus that causes COVID-19. 3 returnees were tested on Wednesday and an additional 17 on Thursday, all of whom are being issued quarantine release certificates today, Friday, 19th June. This is the first batch of 200 passengers who have arrived from overseas since the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport was reopened to inbound commercial flights on the 2nd of June, 2020, Mr. Speaker. An additional 71 persons are expected to arrive by the end of June and will complete the 14-day quarantine and testing for COVID-19 as part of the government's effort to limit the spread of the disease. As the controlled re-entry process continues, over 557 registrations requests have been submitted to date. Interested BVI nationals and holders of certificates of residence who wish to return during the re-entry period to the territory are encouraged to register early by visiting www.bvitravel.vg. Arrangements are in place to make over 250 rooms available in local hotels and villas for quarantine purposes at no direct cost to the traveler. During the quarantine period, persons are instructed to closely monitor their health and maintain high levels of hygiene and sanitary practices with support from our health surveillance teams and personnel from the Client Support Services Center, who also remain in contact twice daily by telephone. Security services are provided on a 24-hour basis to ensure personal safety and compliance with quarantine protocols. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to warmly welcome our friends and family back to our community and express our deep appreciation for their cooperation and adherence to the various public health guidelines that have been put in place for our collective safety. I also wish to urge the wider community to resist any and all form of stigma and discrimination against persons who recently returned home. If you have a concern as to whether a recent returnee has entered the territory through legal channels and complied with the quarantine requirements, you may register this concern by dialing 311 and reporting the names of the persons to the police for verification with public health authorities. Mr. Speaker, I close by thanking all the hard-working health workers and team members across the public service, statutory bodies, and private sector. These persons who are working together to manage the border re-entry process in a way that minimizes risk of transmission of COVID-19. While we do our best to lower the possibility, each member of our community must do their part by consistently complying with physical distancing, hand washing, personal hygiene, and sanitization measures, and wearing of masks in closed spaces. As several countries throughout the world reopen their borders and their economies, Mr. Speaker, and as these countries, in some instances, brace for a second wave of infections, I say again, Mr. Speaker, that here in the Virgin Islands, we are indeed not out of the woods. Globally, there are more than 8,746,000 COVID-19 positive cases that have been reported. The cases are escalating in the United States, over 2,295,000, escalating in Brazil, over 1,038,000, escalating in the United Kingdom, over 302 cases, escalating in Italy, over 238 cases, and as we have reported from time to time, throughout the Caribbean, it is now 40,404 cases. So, Mr. Speaker, as we do our part, we must continue to be vigilant, we must continue to be steadfast in making sure that we keep all cases of COVID-19 from entering or harboring or transmitting throughout the community. So, Mr. Speaker, with that short statement, I would like to just assure the people of the Virgin Islands that our government have made provisions for home quarantine for the first 14 days. We have made provision for 250 to 350 rooms to be made available for government-sponsored quarantine purposes. It is our intention to use these government-sponsored quarantine spaces after the first 15 days. So as of the 17th, we have been using only the government-sponsored spaces. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second statement is the observance of Men's Health Week, which was observed from June 15th to the 21st. It was observed under the theme, Take Action on COVID-19. But before, Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Sunday, June 21st will be celebrated as Father's Day and as such, I embrace this opportunity to wish all fathers, as well as father figures, a blessed and happy Father's Day. Mother's Day celebration was observed in grandeur, and so too must Father's Day be celebrated. I am sure everyone here will make sure that this happens. Mr. Speaker, the British Virgin Islands also celebrates Men's Health Week from June 15th and will end on the 21st in an effort to heighten awareness of preventable health problems and encourage early detection and treatment of diseases among men and boys. This year, the international theme, Take Action on COVID-19, seeks to encourage men and boys to take action to prevent spreading of COVID-19 virus, to take action to stay safe during the lockdown and the new normal, and take action to address any underlying health conditions that would contribute to men's vulnerability during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, in the United States, as well as other countries throughout the world, reports have shown that men have a higher risk, a higher rate of dying due to COVID-19 complications. This means that they are more likely to have pre-existing conditions that can make COVID-19 more dangerous. Starting today, I urge my brothers to take charge of your health. The sooner you do, the better. It is not in the best interest as men to wait until we are in our 40s or 50s or our 60s to see a doctor. We need to care about our health at all ages. Mr. Speaker, a simple visit to the doctor to openly discuss issues, including your mental health and your overall wellness, is also a step in the right direction. Mental health is another aspect of our health that we neglect. And the fact is, there is support out there, and together we must embrace it. The COVID-19 pandemic provides an opportunity for men to shift gears and pay attention to their risks surrounding the disease and what measures they can take to reduce those risks. The Men's Health Organization states that men often surpass women in risk factors for more severe COVID-19-like symptoms. Men in particular engage more in risky behaviors, such as smoking, which make them vulnerable to the disease. Which leads me to make the appeal again. Men, let us not wait to get our health in check right now. Seek your doctor's advice early to minimize your risk of chronic diseases, which we know will not only improve your health and well-being overall, but will reduce your risk of being severely affected by COVID-19. Let us keep up to date of the preventative measures put in place in the territory to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities safe and healthy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for those two relatively short statements. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his statements. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be brief in making this statement. Mr. Speaker, I rise to provide this Honorable House with an update on the many historic and exciting initiatives the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities is currently implementing. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to make the City of Roetown more pedestrian-friendly and alleviate traffic and parking congestion the ministry is implementing a sequence of projects to make this possible. We have just completed the implementation of the traffic turnaround, which took effect on Monday, 15th June. And Mr. Speaker, with this historic change, additional tweaks along with educational campaign, as this is something new and will take some time, some getting used to. Mr. Speaker, we still have the same number of vehicles traversing our roadways. Traffic delays will still exist, and we ask that motorists drive safely and be respectful to their fellow motorists and pedestrians alike. Mr. Speaker, the hard-working team of the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities is now diligently working on the implementation of the City Park and Ride shuttle service. Due to COVID-19, it has now been decided to also use the services as an opportunity to provide an economic stimulus option for taxi operators who may be experiencing reduced income because of the closures of our borders. Mr. Speaker, in light of this, the ministry has convened a series of meetings with taxi operators throughout the territory to bring the stimulus incentive into effect. Our first meeting was held on Tortola on 13 June with over 20 persons in attendance. Mr. Speaker, today, 19 June, we met with taxi operators on Jos Van Dyke to discuss the stimulus package that will be specific to them. Our next meeting on Tortola is scheduled for tomorrow, 20th June, where we hope to finalize the implementation strategy for the Park and Ride service. Mr. Speaker, other meetings to address the stimulus package with taxi operators on Virgin Gorda and Anegada will take place within the upcoming weeks. The Park and Ride shuttle service is slated to begin with a soft opening on Monday, 29 June. Motorists will be able to park at no cost on the festival grounds adjacent to Social Development Department and Sugarworks Museum or the parking lot across from the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that while these are designated parking lots with free parking, passengers are welcome to board any of the shuttles at their designated stops along the routes. Pedestrians navigating between the Port Purcell roundabout to Prospect Reef roundabout route will be able to use the free shuttle service. The hours of operations will be from Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily from all locations. A shuttle will leave the designated starting points every 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, health and safety measures in this new regular will be maintained and patrons are reminded no mask, no service. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to develop and improve our little city with a big heart, the remaining phases for the construction of a pedestrian-friendly road town includes the installation of an additional lane going westward, coming out of Administration Drive onto Waterfront Drive to support vehicle capacity, enabling traffic flow towards the western part of Tortola, and paid parking lots within Road Town area. Mr. Speaker, motorists and other road users are to be cautious when using the roadways. I encourage them to adhere to all traffic lights within the territory. Buckle up and be careful. Remember, safe driving saves lives. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your indulgence in allowing me to update this honorable House. I say thank you.
I thank the Minister for his statement. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to present this statement on the opening of the Library and Resource Center on Jos Van Dyke. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the 9th of June 2020, I had the distinct pleasure of attending the opening of a library and resource center right next to the Jas Van Dyke Primary School. Mr. Speaker, also present was my good friend and the district representative, Honorable Melvin Mitch Turnbull, Territorial at-large member and Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, officers within my ministry, the district officer, Mrs. Carmen Blyden, Principal Lavon Blyden of the Jas Van Dyke Primary School, along with Jas Van Dyke Primary School students, Sir Richard Branson and the Unite BVI team, a representative of the donors from Sagidala, and other onlookers and well-wishers. This ceremony was broadcast to the public through the hard work of the GIS team. Mr. Speaker, this is the first nano library in this territory. Mr. Speaker, I'm also told that this is the first solar-powered public space in the territory. This project provided dozens of books and several computers for our young developing minds in Jas Van Dyke. This project is a great example of a wonderful partnership between private donors and the government. Unite BVI has made the decision that they will invest in public spaces across the largest islands in the territory, Anegada, Virgin Gorda, Tortola, and Jas Van Dyke. This was the first project in this latest series of projects to enhance public spaces. Unite BVI has executed dozens and dozens of projects throughout the territory, and we are grateful to them for their tireless efforts on behalf of the people of the territory. Mr. Speaker, Unite BVI has many partners that allow them to execute these projects. Tish and Jerry of Sagidala, who are well known for their patronage and generosity in Jas Van Dyke, partnered with Unite BVI on this project, and though absent because of closed borders, were well represented by their daughter, Annie. I also take this opportunity to thank the BVI Electricity Corporation for their work to complete this project, as well as the company Your Eco. I also give special thanks to Ms. Lorna Stevens and Principal Blyden for their facilitation. I'm eternally grateful to all who came together to make this facility a reality for the children of Jas Van Dyke. Mr. Speaker, God bless all these kind and hard-working souls. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for his statement. I now recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words entitled COVID-19 Unemployment/Underemployment Benefit. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give this Honorable House an update on the progress of the COVID-19 Underemployment Benefit Package, which was recently introduced. Mr. Speaker, we will all recall that on May 28, 2020, our Premier, Honorable Andrew A. Foy, as part of the government's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, announced the Unemployment/Underemployment Relief Support Package. The Social Security Board was charged with the administering and monitoring of the initiative. An allocation of $10 million was set aside for insured workers who were laid off or placed on reduced hours or days from their jobs due to pandemic. Mr. Speaker, on June 2, 2020, the board began distributing application forms. Persons were encouraged to promptly submit their forms along with any supporting evidence to allow for the timely processing and disbursement of benefits. As of Tuesday, June 16, 2020, the Social Security Board recorded an estimated 20,347 active employees. As of June 8, 2020, approximately 6,000 COVID-19 unemployed/underemployed benefit applications were received, with over 10,000 applications forms distributed. Mr. Speaker, of the approximate 6,000 COVID-19 underemployment/unemployment benefit applications received, 2,125 were sorted and 1,200 scanned and indexed. Payments for 94 persons were deposited to the individual accounts for a total payout of $176,107.74. Mr. Speaker, the processing of the benefits is in accelerated mode, as the processing team has identified and corrected the glitches in the procedures and increased the number of persons on the processing team. The team also continues to work late into the evenings and on the weekends to ensure that the claims are processed in a correct and timely manner. Mr. Speaker, while it may appear that the payments are protracted, persons must appreciate that a COVID-19 unemployment benefit is not one of the benefits paid by the Social Security Board, and that a computer program has to be developed and tested to ensure correctness in processing the claims. Among the many challenges faced are the incomplete forms with missing bank account numbers and employee information topping the list. The process is also slowed when there are missing salaries for the required periods, and then again, the need to contact the employer. Mr. Speaker, although the processing and disbursement of thousands of COVID-19 unemployment benefits is a huge task, the Social Security Board is working diligently to process the claims and provide a financial relief to the qualified insured persons. I take this opportunity to thank the chairman of the board, the director, and her entire team for the hard work they have put into to turn this around and in as short a time as possible. We appreciate the hardship that many are facing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and as a government, we are working to ensure that we do all that we can possibly to keep our economy going. I ask the public to be patient, Mr. Speaker, as through BVI Love, we will get through these difficult times together. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to give a very short statement on the passing of Mrs. Muriel O'Neill from the 9th District. She was never a politician or served in this House, but her late husband, Honorable Robbie O'Neill, served this honorable House. Her brother, Honorable Omar Haj, served this House. Her son, Honorable Hubert O'Neill, Jr., also served in this House. So I wish to record my sincere condolences to her family during this time of her death. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for his statement, and I thank all ministers for their statement. And just a gentle reminder about the copies so we can get them distributed to members. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction of the first reading of the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020.
Rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time.
second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Stamp Amendment Act 2020.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction of the first reading of the bill entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly and entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020.
Thank you. I call on the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled Drug Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Drug Prevention and Misuse Amendment Act 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Drug Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Drug Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020, and will explain the provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Drug Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Drug Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Drugs Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020.
Honorable members, I call upon the Premier for a request to suspend Standing Orders 52-2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the suspension of Standing Orders 52-2 to allow the second reading of the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the Standing Order number 52 to be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 to be read a second time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 to be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading, the third reading of the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be read a second time. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I will give some of the objects and reasons behind this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during COVID-19, it is clear that there are going to be persons with financial challenges, not only in the BVI, but through the entire world. There's no two ways about that. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things whenever that happens in any part of the world when you have financial challenges is that some persons end up being forced or because they're in a position where they can do no better and they have to sell property, whether it be lands or whatever the case may be. And Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that we realize is that in this vein, as one of the stimulus, although it's argumentative in some quarters, but yet one of the stimulus that we realize is how do we encourage for persons to, if they have to sell, encourage our belongers, or people to purchase these lands and do not have to worry about certain other fees, at least for a specified period of time during this pandemic as far as we can see, because no one knows how long this COVID-19 pandemic would be. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that we have done is to make sure that we allow for a certain period until May 31st to suspend all stamp duty to 4% that would have had to be paid by belongers, Mr. Speaker, as an incentive to encourage all local persons to purchase the land. Mr. Speaker, this may seem like a little bit or nothing to some persons, but Mr. Speaker, you can imagine persons who have to buy properties or persons who are selling property. And if they're selling the property, Mr. Speaker, to, for example, a non-belonger, and they want to sell to them, then they have to pay 12% for the non-belonger have to pay 12% for that land. But Mr. Speaker, if it's a belonger, they have to pay, if I'm not mistaken, Labor Minister, for lands, they would have to pay the 4%. So what would happen now, Mr. Speaker, if it's selling for $1 million, for example, then you have to see with $1 million, you would have to come up with $40,000 extra. And Mr. Speaker, to give our people that kind of money off so that they can be the ones encouraged to purchase the property is significant, because he who owns the lands own your country. And if we, during any pandemic, any crisis, any disaster, any emergency, do not ensure that we put as much mechanisms in place to allow our people to be the one to own the lands or encourage our people to be the ones to own or purchase lands, Mr. Speaker, then we'll be heading down an even more slippery slope, because doing nothing cannot be an option. And one of the things that this government has been doing, and I thank my colleagues for, is making tough decisions and sticking by them. And if there are areas that need to be adjusted, we adjust them. But Mr. Speaker, to sit here and do not do anything, because some persons in our society will have money. And while a good bit of our people will be struggling, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that some things are going to happen in terms of sales during this time. It's just a hard, fast fact. And you're not encouraging persons to have to sell, But what we're encouraging is that if you do have to sell, that it will be more attractive to another belanger, another person of the Virgin Islands to purchase it, seeing that they would not have to pay the 4%. Mr. Speaker, there are many other areas in this that can be added in to sweeten the pot for our people in terms of incentives for them to be the ones to reach to buy land. And as I've discussed before with many other persons, is in terms of the bank's role, because a lot of our young people still have a lot of difficulty along that line, and it's still easier to get a car than it is to get a piece of land for the same price. And those are areas that we're going to be looking into in the very near future, Mr. Speaker, on how to make sure not that there's equity, but there's equality with transactions in our financial institutions for our people. We understand certain things have to be done, but it should be equally as easy to get a loan for $40,000 for land as it is to get $40,000 if you're going to buy a car for that amount. And we want to make sure that we push ahead to bring policies and even laws in place to allow this to happen for all of our people, but especially our young people who find it very difficult to purchase land in this territory at times, one, because of the price, and two, even if they could afford the price, when they have to get the extra money for stamp duty is a burden. I saw a young lady here someday, and she told me she just was buying a piece of land and she's waiting because it cost her $80,000. And with the $80,000, she has to fork up close to $4,000 in stamp duty. And she said, for a while, it might seem like nothing to most persons. The $80,000 was just hard enough to get through the bank. And then to get that extra almost $4,000 to pay is a strain on her. And she sees it as a plus. So we want to encourage our people along this line. Mr. Speaker, whenever you go do new initiatives like this, there will always be extra ideas that will come in, and we welcome them. But to sit and tell me don't do it, or tell this government don't move, and give every reason in the world why it can't move, I can never subscribe to that, because I believe that we need to create a Virgin Islands where persons just don't bring you problems. They bring you solutions with the problems. And Mr. Speaker, we see this as a win-win for our people. It is very important for us, Mr. Speaker, to recognize in this area that this is a win-win for everyone. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is to amend for, I think it's from the 7th of May to the 31st of May of the 2021. So you have roughly a year to purchase lands as a belanger. Whether you purchase it from a non-belanger, the stamp duty that's payable will be waived. Whether it is to purchase from a belanger to a belanger, or whatever transaction it is, once a belanger is involved in receiving it, then that will be one of the incentives that will allow you to have a cost savings in terms of not having to pay the stamp duty for that time. And I've had persons ask me, what is the cost to government to do it? But I've asked them, what's the cost to government not to do it? Because if you don't do it, Mr. Speaker, and all people don't get these breaks in persons from outside, and no problem with them doing that, because we welcome international business and investments from abroad. We welcome those things, but at the same time, we have to build the BVI for the people of the BVI. And if we give a break to all belanger people here, and they can hold the lands, there's no price that can match when you are the captain of your own ship, when you are the ones who own the lands. There's no price to pay for that. Mr. Speaker, as Virgin Islands people, we take our time, we buy land. Long ago, we used to get persons to help build the house. The most you could have given them is a little greenie, because they used to say they're not working until they get some gasoline. And if you know what I mean in the villages, like Kingalby and Western and Caribbean, you know, or they have to be properly briefed. For a lawyer, that would be cash. But those guys mean bring a little food and bring a little liquor, and they will work all day. But I've seen growing up where they forgot to bring, they brought the food, but they didn't bring the liquor, and not a lick of work got done until that came. But that is the kind of community we grew up in. Now that's very difficult to find in most communities, because from the time anyone, you call them to work, Mr. Speaker, even a regular laborer, they are yelling out how much they charge a day. And you have to be so vigilant when you're doing construction now, because before, while you're there, they're working. When you turn off, they take more recess than in primary school. So you have to be very vigilant when you're building to make sure that you're going to get a full day's work for the money that you are paying, because the bill is very expensive. And all those areas we'll be looking into to how to regulate to make sure that people are not taken advantage of, because sometimes people price in now construction prices based on when they look at the size of the house or they look at the job that you have. And that cannot be the way you're pricing your work when you're in construction. I'm not saying that all is that way, but to a large part that is happening. And sometimes people are taking people's money and not finishing the home. So it's a very difficult time in certain areas where they need some policies and regulations to help our people. But the first step is to get land. A lot of our young people are looking about how to get land. And if this can help them during the COVID-19 period where they don't have to pay the stamp duty, well, then so be it. And I remember that I had a few persons that told me when they met me that well, this doesn't cover the people of the Virgin Islands, it doesn't cover the indigenous, it includes belongers, and I really don't know how to answer that other than to say, once you're a belonger and you're here, you're part of us, and you pass the initiative, it will include all of us. If you can bite, bite. But Mr. Speaker, to don't do anything until you get it perfect, I don't know when you'll get anything done in this territory. And I have stated already, I'm not pushy or dictatorial like some persons are trying to cast on me. I just believe that if something needs to be fixed, well, then fix it. And if you're not going to fix it, don't speak about it. Don't come to me, oh, I'm in politics for 20 years, a lot of things that we have touched, I've heard so long, and then you still go touch them and you hear, leave them alone. But when are they going to fix? When are they going to be fixed? So somebody has to make sure that they have the fortitude to go out like what we are doing in this government to fix things, and we're going to get some, I wouldn't say fully right or wrong, we're going to get some that will like, the majority will like the decisions, and some of the decisions, the majority may not like it. But if it's done on a principle, then we can sleep good at night. And I'm telling you that it is a task for our people, especially our young people, to purchase lands. And whatever break that we can give them as a government, we're going to give it to them. And this is one of them. So I'm glad for that young lady who finally is going to buy that land she told me about for $80,000, and will get this break when this bill passes. Because I could look down the corridors of time and see that it will pass. Because I can depend on my colleagues in this house to value add to this bill, but not to make sure that it doesn't work. And a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, when persons fight these things, you ask them, why are you fighting it? Because at the end of the day, if we make the revenue and the land's gone, well then, who does the BVI belong to? Those are questions you have to ask. If you have the revenue from these sales and they're from non-belongers for the most part, and your people didn't get to buy them because they needed that extra break, and the trend continues, so without some kind of stimulus coming in like this, ask yourself in the next 5, 6, 7 years, who will the BVI belong to? It will not belong to a belonger for sure, so we won't be arguing about the indigenous versus the belonger. It will not belong to the indigenous. It will not belong to any of us. We will be strangers in our own land. And we are already almost there, and this is one of the initiatives I feel within the bottom of my heart will turn this around at least for a little time, or be a little incentive or a beacon of hope in the middle of what seems to be darkness for people in terms of the way forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I am here to say to you that this is one of our incentives, and we welcome any idea to value add as we go along to this initiative. As we know with this stamp, it's called the Stamp Amendment Act, in which we will be able to, for all the longers, Mr. Speaker, to waive that 4% that they would have had to pay on the sale of the property. Mr. Speaker, I see this as a win-win. And I wouldn't stand here and say that this government knows it all. But in any way, Mr. Speaker, as I said, where we can improve it while we're in this debate, please let us do so, Mr. Speaker, because I know with all my heart, Mr. Speaker, that this government continues to do what it thinks is the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. And, Mr. Speaker, the argument might be only those with money can participate. I'll have something to tell you. Can I tell you that's not so? I know about one divorce case right now, and there's a couple of them, where certain persons have to buy out the land from the other one, and they barely have the money to buy it out. And the stamp duty break is going to help them to keep it for their children. And there are a lot of other cases like that. So it's not only a matter of selling, it's a matter of when persons have those divorce cases, and we have a couple of them in the Virgin Islands pending, and they cannot afford it, and they're waiting for this bill to pass because that little extra help will put them over the hump to be able to purchase the property so that their children could have it, because there are some foreigners, some non-belongers who biting at the bits trying to sell it. And then, Mr. Speaker, I know that no one in the banks would do this, but all people have been saying that whenever their property gets close in trouble, there seems to be a notion of persons organizing how to buy it from right under them inside of certain financial institutions. And I know that that's not true. It cannot be true. But somebody told me so. So I'm speaking what they said. But I know it's not true. Organizing to take the land and they're trying to get themselves together. And I know somebody who claims that that is happening right now, and they're getting the money together, and the financial institution, based on what they told me, I didn't check for myself, they told me, I was telling them that, you know, unless you come up with everything, they can't help you. And yet they're coming up with as close as it could be, and they're not helping. So the bigger problem we have here is how do we get our financial institution, which is so important to us, to help us even more during COVID-19. I wrote to every financial institution in this country asking them to give us a moratorium for a year. And they told me, well, they have it for 3 months and 6 months, but I told them that is irregular. That's not new. That's no incentive you're giving us. COVID-19 is not regular. You have to spend that more than the 6 months. Everyone taking a loss in this, and why they don't want to promote a loss, well, we got to get the people some help in other areas other than government. And I'm going to be writing back to ask to reconsider it, because we were able to get that done for the ports when we negotiated it for the government. So let's extend it to the rest of the people. So I know things could be done if you push. But they have a lot of persons in high positions telling you that this is the policy and this is the rule, even in the midst of COVID-19. You cannot live the same and doing things regular when you're in a new regular. So I have a lot of issues with new policies in government, because I don't think like them, like a few of them. And I'll never think like them, because I remember that how I got here through sweat and tear. I got here through a lot of criticism. I got here through the faith of God and my side believing, and the people giving me a chance to be permitted to help them. And I came here to help them. And that's why whenever I put up into obstacles, even to get this here and to get other things for the people, I don't stop. I don't want anything for myself. In terms of from these angles, whatever I want, I'm going to work for. And Mr. Speaker, we're going in the 16th month We've brought a lot of legislations here that is controversial. And I said it the other night, and this, most likely in some quarters, is one of them. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that as controversial as it is to some people, what is the intent? What is, as we say in law, AG, what is the mischief behind of this legislation? And not mischief in bad. In law, mischief, means what's the foundation of it to help the people? It's simple. To help the people of the Virgin Islands. Open up for whosoever will. Just like who qualify, who can afford to buy and benefit from it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad for the people of the Virgin Islands for this opportunity. And, Mr. Speaker, as I say, I'm open to other amendments that could be made to strengthen this, to make sure that we close our loopholes. But that's what the House of Assembly is for. Lively debates. Lively debates so persons can get up and say, well, all right, Premier, I think you need to add in this. I think you need to subtract this, and bring it to the forefront. And then we go in the committee stage, we go clause by clause. This is a very short bill, and short bills, oh my, they take a little longer than long ones in here, but I don't know how come. Short bill, you think these short, for 20 years now here, and every short bill took us nearly 2 or 3 days every time. Whenever I see a short bill, I was telling the AG, and he was telling me that we get frightened, because every short bill is a problem. The shorter the bill, the steeper the hill. But hopefully with this short bill, we won't take long with it, and we'll come out with it for the people of the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I put this to the people of the Virgin Islands, and I open the debate with this, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to hearing persons give their brief and very in-depth debate. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's Friday night, and I know some of them tell me they want to go out since the curfew has been extended. And I know that they're going to go out very soon with their wives and have a good time. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't delay any further, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all the persons who have worked hard on this, and I'll do that in the wrap-up. So, Mr. Speaker, I put this to the floor, the Stamp Amendment Act 2020, Mr. Speaker, for debate. And then, Mr. Speaker, to go through the bill to bring out one of the best bills that we have ever passed in the Virgin Islands. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and while I'm up, I would be brief. I would be in-depth. So, I just lend support. The Premier, he said he had a short bill with a long introduction, and he's covered every point that needs to be covered. So there isn't any more that could be said, lest I repeat everything that he said. But the fact is that anything to promote land ownership, anything to help to spur the economy, because most of the lands that are undeveloped in the Virgin Islands, well, sorry, I should not say most. Too many acres of the lands in the BVI that are undeveloped is because of family disputes. Sometimes, as soon as you see a piece of land start to develop, that is a land that just woke up out of family disputes and it began to do it. But with COVID-19, the fact is that a lot of families are suffering in terms of cash flows, in terms of income, and folks are forced to do certain things. There are too many people, too many of our people right now who are losing their lands, losing their homes, and losing what they've worked for and what have been passed down to them from generations to generations. And you try to reach out and see what could be done. And as the Premier said, we would have to find ways in which the institutions would avoid the foreclosures of most of these, or foreclosures of any of these and do some remortgaging so that these could be done, because whatever could be done to assist persons in holding on to their land must be done. It is something that keeps me up at night in terms of the many persons who have called, they have WhatsApp, they have text, they have sent emails concerning their foreclosure letters. And even if it's sold to another belonger, the fact is that they would rather have it stay in the family. They'll rather be the landowner of it. So the struggle is real. The effects of this pandemic is real throughout the world, Mr. Speaker. And we have to continue to do whatever we could to help people to keep their properties. And if they have to go the other distance, then anything that could assist in terms of it staying in our hands is the best way in which this could be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I promised, was it brevity? I hope I was deep enough. Was it deep enough for your liking, Ms. Honorable Premier? I think that, Mr. Speaker, night is fast spent, and I think that, well, I do support this, but we have to do whatever is required. Above and beyond this, we have to do whatever is required in order for us to keep our lands. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier. The floor remains open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this bill. I stand, of course, in full support of this bill. As the Minister for Lands, nothing is more dear to me than to see our BVI landers become landowners. The Premier said it quite correctly when he said, who owns the land owns the country. And it's been our pledge, it's been my ambition to make sure we do all that we can to put as much land in our people's hands as possible. Mr. Speaker, that's why we campaign heavily on the land bank. That's why we're building those first-time homeowners buildings in Joes Hill. Mr. Speaker, that's why we plan to build more around the BVI. That's why we plan to buy more land in the BVI. Mr. Speaker, but this initiative is not just about saving BVI landers money. It's 4%. If it's a lot of money, a few $1 million, it becomes significant. But it's also awakening that hunger to own, to get that passion going, to be a little more aggressive towards owning land, to create that hunger and that passion in our people, particularly young people, for them to understand. As a matter of fact, if memory serves me right, when this first came to Cabinet, it was meant to be only for like a 3 or 4 month period. I told the Premier, please, let's push it out for a year. And everyone agreed. The reason why I asked for a year, because I know at this current time, a lot of our people may not be quite ready. We're going through a pandemic. Things are very difficult. So land might not be a priority for them to buy right now. However, it may be a priority to sell. So what we're hoping is if land should become available, that our people who are in a position to buy can buy. And if you're saving 4%, it's even better. We want to encourage our people who can afford to buy property to buy it. Mr. Speaker, we're trying to buy some land right now, the government, and I did some research on that property. The property in question was bought around 1945, around 1945, for a few $1,000s. That same property today, Mr. Speaker, is on the market for millions. For a few $1,000s, they bought that property for back in the 40s. It was 1945. It's now worth millions. So those who are able to purchase land today, it's not just for you. but your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. And Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize a few BVI landers because it really warmed my heart when some of them, though they didn't have to pay the 4%, they said to me, because I understand we are in a pandemic and things are rough and we can afford it, they still volunteered to pay the 4%. And that should be commended, Mr. Speaker. These are community-minded people. They didn't have to pay the 4%. We're not doing it because we can necessarily afford it, but this is a stimulus to encourage our people to be partakers in our lands. It's our lands, our four parents' lands, that they will belong to us. Mr. Speaker, I see all too often, or people, because of a little hard time, are so quick to sell their land. You part with the land, you get a meal and a dance, and then you're broke again. But the land is there appreciating in value. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage our people to take advantage of this land back here. We can now purchase land, whether from a local or from an outsider, and save that 4%. So there's a little incentive. It's not about the money, but to get the interest going in us as a people owning more of this rock. Mr. Speaker, but I have a little vexing situation here concerning land. And I don't mean to, for the most part, my staff is a very good staff. But we're not getting the lands in our people's hands fast enough. Mr. Speaker, I've been at it for 15 months and I'm not pleased at all with the rate at which we are putting the lands in our people's hands. They tell everything must take, why is everything taking so long? Why can't we get lands out? Why can't every month we have, 2,000 lots out? Why is it taking years upon years to get this land out? It's excuse after excuse. It's one of the most frustrating things, Mr. Speaker. As a Minister for Lands, I tell all I want is to get lands out. Just get the lands in the hands of the people. Got to jump through this hoop, then that hoop, and the other hoop, and meet that one and the other one, then you need that. And next thing you know, time is gone and you still didn't get anything done. But because we are a little ingenious, we managed to get a few out. But we have to get a little more aggressive with getting lands in the hands of our people. Mr. Speaker, it takes too long. I've been around this issue of lands for too long to understand it takes too long. Maybe we need to change up the processes, or, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure what to do. Hopefully this incentive here right now will get more persons buying. But we need to make more lands available in all the districts. I think I have to go to the Minister of Finance and say, Premier, I need some more persons in that unit. Maybe instead of 4 persons, maybe I need 14. Premier, you got to help me out here with something. It is moving too slowly for me. I want to see lands out regularly. They know this is what I want to do. So a mandate we have to get lands in the hands of our people. We don't have forever to do it. So that's the one thing I would like to see change. I'm going to be pushing on that. I've been happening for a long time, like a broken record. Why am I not seeing titles? I come in a house, I promise titles. I go to the office, I can't get any titles. Then sometimes I go places, I can't get them sign off on. Why are we continuing to oppress our people? I've said it a million times before. If you want to oppress our people, alienate them from their lands, cut them off from their lands. We are trying to do the exact opposite. We want to empower our people. And we're not going to get that done until we're putting lands in their hands. And I like with the act here that the persons, if they sell that land within 7 years, they have to go and pay the duty. Because we don't want you to get the land just to sell it. We want you to own that land, have a vested interest in this country. And one of the best ways you can do that, Mr. Speaker, is by owning a piece of this rock. We have this thing called a non-belonger landholder's license that allows persons not from the territory to own property. I'm the Minister for Lands. I see them all the time. And every time I see one, I'm happy for the sale, but it's not about money alone. I cringe my teeth because I wish it was a local buying that property. It started back a long time ago, 1919, 22, 23, when they had the alien landholders license. It has evolved from alien landholders to non-belongers landholders license. I'm not sure what the next evolutionary step would be. I've been asking for a long time for a register of all lands for sale. I've seen other countries do it, where any lands that's up for sale, it must be registered with government and a government portal where you can easily access it. They've been asking for this for the longest while. And the time has come for us to know, because some people don't want us even to know when lands are being sold, because they don't want us to buy it. They have lands up for sale, but they want one of their friends to buy, so they hide the fact that the land's for sale. It's only the last minute you may know it's for sale. And the way they advertise in the newspaper, but who have time reading newspapers these days? I don't think it comes online. You got to physically go and get a physical newspaper to see what's for sale. So it puts a lot of people who may want to buy land at a disadvantage. So I'm asking again one more time to get this portal up where all lands in the BVI for sale, all must appear there. You can go and see at a glance, these are the lands for sale, this is the location, this is the price, this is the seller, and this is the owner, whatever you need to know at a glance. We have to take this thing of land ownership seriously, Mr. Speaker. So again, I'm appealing to the Premier to give me some more staff. Let me get this land cut up. Let me get this land dished out like pizza. Let's go down the line. We have to empower people, Mr. Speaker. We campaigned on that. And I will not rest a single day until I'm seeing land moving. Let's get it surveyed. Let's get it parceled, black and parcel. Let's go to people applying. I have hundreds of applications that I met and hundreds since I got here in the office. It shows me that there's a need, a passion now to want to own land. And I appreciate that, and we have to meet that need, Mr. Speaker. We have to meet that need. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I fully support this Stamp Act. It may seem like a small thing to some persons, but for others, it's the difference between saving your home, like the Premier said, and losing it, or saving your land and losing it. So, Premier, I thank you for bringing this here, and I thank you on behalf of all those persons who would benefit from this small but significant initiative. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contributions to the debate. Floor remains open as we debate the Stamp Amendment Act 2020. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know some of the other members want to speak, so I'll give them a chance to speak. So I'll stand so they can get a chance to speak. But, Mr. Speaker, I stand and I thank you for the opportunity to give my contribution to the Stamp Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Premier's objects and reason. I don't know if he thought that he's going to get a fight from the opposition. He sounded like he was preparing for a fight. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to first and foremost say, oh, there's passion. That was passion in your voice. Okay, passion. All right. Passion so late? You got a lot of passion at 10 o'clock. I commend you. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that COVID-19 is real and has created some severe hardship, not just for the global economy, but severe hardship for us here in the territory. As we heard earlier today, and I promise to be brief, I know the night is fast spent, so I wouldn't hold up too much of time, but I think it's important for me to add my voice to this subject. And we heard today, Mr. Speaker, the potential loss in revenues, drop-off in revenues, specifically from our financial services industry, some $10.8 million. And Mr. Speaker, while those things are true, I think we have to find, and tourism being closed currently and all the implications for that, we have to find ways to stimulate the economy and also find ways to ensure that opportunities are afforded to our nationals and our belongers and persons who call the Virgin Islands home. Mr. Speaker, I want the Premier to know that I don't oppose this bill. I think what we're proposing here is a step in the right direction. I think I have some suggestions. I have some things that I think we need to do to strengthen it and make it better. Because I believe we're in a time right now where people are strapped for cash. Many persons are, if they do have a job, are working shorter hours. Persons who can afford to buy property are being very careful how they invest with the uncertainty economically and all the other things and the outlook. So it's important for us to find ways to make the process easier for individuals to be able to own property. The BVI has always been a territories, a place that one of our hallmarks has always been the fact that we own the land. We're one of the few countries or territories in the Caribbean where the nationals own the majority of the land. And that's something that we pride ourselves on, something that I think we should continue to pride ourselves on, and something we should always encourage, and as a government, as a territory, find stimulating ways for people to own property and own homes in this territory. Mr. Speaker, I looked at the act, and as the Premier said, it's a small bill, and these small bills typically get the most debate and the most discussion in committee. And one of the areas, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to look at is how can we marry the purchasing process with owning homes, and how can we look at packaging the process with home ownership. One of the challenges that we've always had, we've been able to hold on to the land. And I ran some rough numbers here, Premier, and just for the edification of the public, in terms of what it typically costs a Virgin Islander to own a small piece of land. There's several fees in the process. The 4% fee that is being waived is one piece of the pie. And typically, a quarter acre, a third of an acre would run you now around $70,000. And that's what you need minimal to build a decent home on these days. So Speaker, if you, let's say for argument's sake, you buying a third of an acre for 70 grand. And typically it's based, the 4% is normally based on the appraised value. So let's go based on the $70,000. 4%, let's say $70,000 is the appraised value. That will be $2,800 that individual will be saving off the bat in terms of government fees. But then you got to look at financing. Most persons don't have $70,000 lying around to buy a piece of property. And if they're going to a financial institution to finance this piece of property, they typically have to find 10% as an initial down payment. So you're talking then an additional $7,000 just to qualify for the loan and provide a down payment to purchase the land. And then there's the government, the bank legal and government fees, which is another $2,800. So you're looking at roughly that individual still have to find around 10 grand to own that piece of property. We have to find a way, Premier, if we're truly trying to help our people during this process, to figure out how can we assist with the financing process. How can we get the institutions on board? And this is a time where you have persons who've been saving to own a piece of property, to drop those fees a little lower, whether it's 5%, 2%, in terms of the initial investment is needed to own a piece of property if we want to truly help our people. And I think one of the areas, and I always support the initiative from Social Security, is the fact that the purchasing of a home versus land. Typically when we get persons purchase those properties, they end up not being able to do anything on the property in their lifetime. It passed on to their children, and maybe their children might not be interested. They go off to college, get enthralled in the U.S. lifestyle, and they decide, okay, I'm not coming back to the BVI, I sell this property. So we have to find a way to get persons and assist persons owning a home and getting into the homeowner process. I think the Social Security model that they've started, and I'm hoping that this process is successful because it'll be the starting point for a model for us in terms of home ownership in the territory. And I heard the minister in one of the answers to the question read out the lots in the different communities where they're planning to do similar projects. So it's incumbent of us to make sure and ensure, this is not about party lines or anything like that, to ensure that this process is successful for the people of this territory in terms of home ownership. I know there's a keen interest in that process, so we have to figure out how to marry whatever we're doing now, Premier, to ensure it translates into home ownership. I know there are persons right now who are trying to not buy property but purchase a home. Again, that 10% is going to be very steep for individuals who want to purchase a $400,000 home, that's $40,000. So you have to find out where we could support and negotiate on their behalf through the financial institutions to assist with that home ownership process. And I'm hoping that the persons who have qualified through the Social Security program are able to get this benefit as well through the home ownership program. I don't know how long that process will take in terms of the finalization of the buildings and the homes in that program. We have to find a way to ensure that once they've locked in, they've qualified, they've done the necessary steps to be financed or whatever, that they get that benefit towards ownership of that home through that Social Security program, if that's not done already, Premier. And additionally, one of the biggest concerns I have with this process is the issue of speculation. We have to be careful that persons who have money don't use this as an opportunity to speculate, do land speculation throughout the territory, and forego taxes that could have gone, that we could very well use in a very difficult economic space right now to just speculate and turn over monies within the economy, within the market. And we know we have some very wealthy belongers, multi-millionaires, not millionaires 2 times over, 10 and 100 times over, who have status and have the ability to purchase large tracts of land throughout the territory. So I like the idea in the bill where you cannot sell the land or sell the land within, I think it's seven years, Premier. And I think it's to a non-belonger. Let me see. Yeah, to a non-belonger within 7 years. I think that's a good clause, but I think we need to strengthen that some more, Premier. And I have some ideas where we could strengthen that in the committee stage, because you also have to be careful that belongers don't also speculate on this property and forego well-needed revenue for persons within the territory. So we have to figure out the right balance to ensure that it's not abused, it's not an abusive process, and that the people who really need the opportunity and need the break gets that opportunity during this process. And that is one of the areas that I'm going to look and have a keen discussion on in the committee stages. But all in all, I think if the right measures and the right policy position is done, it is something that could be a good thing for the people of this territory. I think we just have to measure it properly to ensure that the people who really need this opportunity get this opportunity, avoid the issue of speculation, and make sure that we put the necessary safeguards against speculation in this process to ensure that our people continue to own and preserve their heritage, the heritage of land ownership, the heritage of owning a home, which is most persons' desire. It is something that has become very elusive to us as Vatnalanders. We all know the cost of home ownership. Even through the process of Social Security, you see where the houses at a minimum are costing close to $500,000, which is still extremely expensive for a typical family who are trying to just get by and own a home in this territory. So we have to find a way to make this process more cost effective. I think this is a good potential to help someone get an opportunity, but we have to make sure, because we're foregoing revenue in a very difficult time, that it's not being abused. Persons are not using this and speculating for the wrong reasons just to earn a quick buck on the back of the taxpayers of this territory. But Premier, you have my support. I have some more things that I want to discuss in the committee stage, but I look forward for the discussion, more in-depth discussion in the committee stage. Thank you.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contribution to the debate. Floor is still open, honorable members. Observing no one else. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, what can say? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's probably hard sitting up there seeing whose hand went up first, like a teacher in school. But, you know, you're always guided by members, and I'm guided by you recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to speak long, and the Leader of the Opposition and the members that spoke before did a good job. I too, like the Leader of the Opposition, heard the Premier. You know, Premier, I saw the Premier was preparing for battle, but he said it's passion. Good passion of the people. But Mr. Speaker, I too believe that this is a good bill. It's a step in the right direction. It prepares. That's not for me. It prepares for the young persons, but all persons in this territory. Mr. Speaker, what I see and what I've seen is that the Minister, Deputy Premier, Minister of Health usually goes back to come forward. And I want to take that approach. Those that came before us and paved the way for us, Mr. Speaker, they didn't have as much education as we had. They didn't have the ability and the money that we had, physical money. But what they were able to get and have was land. They were land rich, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of us that came through this honorable house, and some of whom are here, if the member doesn't mind me pointing him out, I know it just because I work with his brother. The Honorable Malone and their parents prepared and left just like my grandfather did for my parents, as well as maternal and paternal. And what we have, Mr. Speaker, is the leaders through the years have always tried to find ways to make it easier for BVI Islanders, belongers, those of us that come up knowing this territory to be home, giving us an opportunity to be that much further ahead or prepared to own a piece of this territory that was left to be a bird sanctuary and the importance therein. Mr. Speaker, there has always been the contention now, more than ever. You look at it any other place in the world. I have witnessed it from my young days, high school days. When I left this territory, I went to Massachusetts in the town of Framingham, that the quote-unquote suburbs and what was deemed then the city, there was always a switcheroo going on, because the persons that had the big houses in the suburbs wanted to come back into the city, which was deemed, or so to speak, the lower class, and then they developed it, and persons move on elsewhere. The same thing happened in Miami. I remember the area specifically in Overtown, Miami, which was deemed one of the poorest cities in America, that I did some social work for. And they took the bridge that would have to drive off of the highway to get to the American Airlines arena. You would have to drive through Overtown to get to the arena. And they removed that bridge and took you directly into, you take one stoplight and you are at the arena. But now the town and city of Overtown, because of all the development around it, there is not the traditional persons living there. They have now moved to the Miramars and the Pembroke Pines, which other persons were living at that time, which were the suburban type neighborhoods. And now you see these cities or inner cities develop to a point where it is difficult for the persons that once lived there before to live there now. Mr. Speaker, I gave that background and the one with our forefathers to come to this very point. The Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, I must say and stand with him that he has been extremely passionate about BV Islanders owning land since even before coming into politics, in the discussions that I've had with him. And now that he has the responsibility, I know it is something that he would carry on. But I want to come from a different angle to that of the leader of the opposition, just to strengthen the point and allow us to focus on it, Mr. Speaker, is that the average cost of living based on calculations, and I'm going back from when I was doing this type of work, that's 2013, I think I stopped that type of work. The average cost of living in the territory of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, increases between 4 and 6% per year. So no matter what is happening, even after Irma and Maria and the floods, even now after COVID-19, what doesn't seem to change, even though gas prices and oil prices change, what hasn't changed, Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable Premier is well aware of this because I've heard him speak about this privately as well in his Honorable House before, is the cost of land. The leader of opposition gave that scenario of a quarter acre or a third of an acre costing about $70,000 to $90,000. And the cost of lands, Mr. Speaker, is good for the appreciation value if you already have property. But the cost of land in this territory is one that continues to increase and is increasing out of our reach. You have young professionals that, educated now, we're coming back to on our piece of the sacrifices that our parents have made to educate us and send us to college, and then when you go to buy the land, there's so much requirements and the amount of monies that you have to expound to own this piece of land. By the time you own the land, it's going to take you another 20 years to do anything on the land. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be also mindful that we pay attention to how the appraisals are issuing these lands and the appraisals for these lands, and it is being put out of our reach. Mr. Speaker, it probably would not be one of the more popular things to hear, but it is in fact the truth. And we have to find a way, Mr. Speaker, that while we are doing these initiatives, that we are paying attention to the fact that that cost continues to metamorphosize even higher than the average cost of living. The leader of opposition seemed like he was, I don't know if he could have peeked all the way from over here because he's not that close to me, but I asked the questions of the Minister for Natural Resources, and he gave his answer as it relates to Social Security. And Mr. Speaker, the initiatives that I'm most familiar with is the purchasing of Spooner land for first-time homeowners and BVI landers coming back and even existing here, and looking at the amount of land that has been purchased for over the last 10 years based on the question asked to the Minister by myself, there is tremendous opportunity for further development and further opportunities for ownership of land to give us a start. Because while I hear the Premier speak about the importance, Mr. Speaker, of us becoming who we are to be, kings and queens in our land, in this territory of the Virgin Islands, we have to ensure that the stage is set for us to partake in those opportunities, Mr. Speaker, and we have to ensure that the ownership of land is something of value. There are a lot of persons and a lot of families that own land that live outside of this territory, and some don't want to come back. So the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor mentioned that this platform that will be made available to see where land is, that is something that I think we as government leaders have to pay attention to if we want to continue the vision of providing land for our people. And I make no qualms about it, Mr. Speaker. One of the first things that I said or questions that I asked once being elected, again, I am not here to be popular. I say what I feel, and I feel what I say. With passion, Honorable Premier, and with conviction, one of the questions that I've always asked is, while we are making laws, what law, what legislation do we plan to put in place, just as in Jamaica, just as in all the other Caribbean countries that we use for statistics and other data to protect BVI landers, something that we put in place for ourselves and goes on for generations to come. And Mr. Speaker, at times it seems that we are afraid to make that decision or even have that conversation, because there is nothing wrong with having persons live among us and having persons receive their status and become belongers. But Mr. Speaker, I believe being a minority in your own country, if there's nothing set aside, just as the Indians and the Cherokees and those different tribes do, Mr. Speaker, we have to also do that, because I believe the foundation of the Virgin Islands was set out in that vein. When you look back at the H.L. Stouts and you look back at the different leaders, the R.T. O'Neills, Mr. Speaker, and the C.B. Romneys, they were all trying to create platforms that we can own a piece of this pie and it stays within the country and the families for generations yet to come. So, Mr. Speaker, that's another angle that I want to take, but I don't want to say that, Mr. Speaker, and a parent to take away from the initiative. I just want to add that part to it, that while we put the pieces of the puzzle together to continue to build this territory and continue to build this nation, Mr. Speaker, that we pay attention to some of the things and some of the forces that we know that are out there and develop ways and means to combat them, to give our people not only a fighting chance, Mr. Speaker, but give our people the platform so that they can continue to propel and develop and build this country. Mr. Speaker, so I support this initiative. There are some suggestions I, like every other member have said, will have in the committee stage, but I believe this is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you and thank the Minister for Transportation for yielding to me, even though. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution to the debate. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this very important bill to us as a people. And Mr. Speaker, though the night is fast spent, we have committed to being here in this honorable house. And earlier we heard the Deputy Speaker ridicule us about our tardiness, but I hope he also speaks about the commitment of being in this honorable house as we work to pass these bills, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this Stamp Amendment Act 2020, Mr. Speaker, is very important to us, like I mentioned, as a people. And to understand that you'll be waiving 4% of the sale price for a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, I give kudos to the Honorable Premier of this government for having the fortitude, to having the foresight to bring this bill here as we go through these trying times. Mr. Speaker, we all know land ownership is very important. Once you own the land, you own the country. Mr. Speaker, that is the easy part, because we speak about who can afford this. Well, Mr. Speaker, no one have mentioned the fact that the process of getting the funding, and that is a part that we as legislators in this House need to work to address, because it's quite simple that we can go to the bank, Mr. Speaker, to purchase a car. I think you can get a loan in 2 days or a day, or sometime, the same time you apply. But when it comes to land ownership, it seems like the criteria seem to be quite different. And Mr. Speaker, if we want to own our land, we need to look at how persons can be able to afford to own their lands, Mr. Speaker. So, as the Honorable Premier says that he's going back to the banks to speak to them to get some more time and moratorium on our loans, once he has that conversation, maybe he can raise this concern with the new Stamp Amendment Act 2020 as to how they can ease the criteria for locals or persons applying to purchase land can have that assistance. But Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of this bill. Quite excited because I know just a few weeks ago when this was announced in Cabinet, I heard someone with excitement speak about being able to own land and having to save about $6,000. And that $6,000 was, they thought was quite, and we all know is quite beneficial. So, Mr. Speaker, with this Stamp Amendment Act, I just want to lend my support. I know the night is fast spent and we still have to go to the committee stage, and there we'll make the amendments so that we can have this tailored to us so that it can be a bill that will be beneficial to us as a territory. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I say again, it's another proud moment to be a part of this government and to be here bringing yet another bill of this magnitude. Though it's short, it means a whole lot to us as a people. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be the shortest debater on this bill, which I'm not sure if I've ever been the shortest debater since I've been here in the House. But, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we have the Black Lives Matter march. And when we really think about our struggle as formerly enslaved persons, you really have to go back to what happened directly after we were emancipated, and in Nottingham Estate even before that, in 1776, Mr. Speaker. We've been somewhat referring to it tonight, but I want to speak directly to the issue. What really is unique about us as Virgin Islanders is our relationship with the land. And after our enslavement, the plantation class, Mr. Speaker, left the Virgin Islands for various reasons, hurricanes and rebellions and the collapse of the plantation economy, lots of different factors, but they left. And our people, even from enslavement, bought the land, worked for the land, and bought the land. And while in other islands in the Caribbean, the planter class remained intact and continued to dominate, here in the Virgin Islands, we had land and we had autonomy, and we were able to build a life for ourselves in these islands, even as the United Kingdom really neglected us. We were able to build a life for ourselves here. And land remains a very important part of our identity. So I'm proud of this legislation today because it builds upon that fundamental principle, and not just this legislation, Mr. Speaker, but other things we've done, such as the money that have come from the money services to go into first-time home ownership. And we've had ideas about land banks and things like that. And I'll have to say, as the great nephew of the late, great Leslie Malone, who was involved in the passage of the Non-Belongers Landholding Act, that I'm particularly proud, Mr. Speaker, for any incentives that we can put forward for our people to be able to own land. Certainly, I'm looking forward to other ways in which Honorable Member of the 8th District spoke a little bit to that, other ways in which we can encourage that. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words and under 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Observing no one else wishing to speak, I call upon the sponsor of the bill to wrap up.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the other speakers for their contribution to the debate. The debate here where we're passing, or we're going to look about passing a bill named the Stamp Amendment Act 2020, where we will be giving our belongers or people the 4% off, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to let the House know, especially the Leader of Opposition, that I'm very sorry if at times when I speak it seems like it's at the opposition. Probably that's why I was being misunderstood, but the answer is no, really and truly no. I've seen so much injustices over the years where leaders could have made decisions to help the people of this territory, but they didn't have the guts to do it. They didn't have the, to do it. So I won't say my regular word anymore because I get ridiculed for it sometimes. So they didn't have it to do it. So the people of the territory continue to suffer. And whenever you move to go do anything to bring about a change, bet your bottom dollar that you're going to get some fight. And I tell persons, it seems to me like some persons are just happy at complaining and happy at naming everything that's going wrong. And you think that you have one thing in common with them, that you're so fed up that let's move. But when the time ready to move, they put more effort to block every work you're trying to do to help the people than the effort to help you get through the people. I've seen that for 20 years. I ain't talking about now alone. And all I just say all the time, all who are on my side, even when I go to my colleagues from the AG up now, my words are the same. Help me. Tell me how to get it done. And they help me, I must admit. We have a little wars sometimes because a little hasty, but all people behind. So I try and get them in front. So he who is behind will remain behind unless he runs faster than the person that's in front. So when I come with passion, I want to speak, then I speak with passion, and this house is not against anyone or any side of the aisle at all. Is the passion I speak with when I get in this house is for the people of the Virgin Islands, and there are more people listening to us out there than what listening to us in here. But I want to say with the financial institutions is that we can't do without them. So whenever you have to bring this up, some of them get angry. When I go out and they meet me, they come by and they say, how dare you come after our financial institution? And I tell them, no, I'm not after a financial institution at all. As a matter of fact, most persons working in these financial institutions want to help us, but their head office policies have them strapped. So I love the people in these financial institutions that are here trying to help us. But there are sections in the financial institutions that must be revisited in the best interest of the people. It is as simple as that, and our institutions there need to start thinking more patriotic. It is like when we were the other bills we have with consumer protection coming up to separate wholesalers and retailers. I always would think that anyone who's selling wholesale would have enough sense to know that if they can distribute their product to the retailers for a set price and get it sold, they'll be able to make more money than trying to underbid all the other retail stores because they are the suppliers, trying to put them out of business so that they could carry more stores in the villages. To me, that is the most, small-mindedness of thinking. But we bring up bills soon to deal with that. By the time of 4 years, this house is going to be all built out. Because we bring in legislation one by one to change some of these things. That's why I reduce going out so much. Because I don't want anyone meet me and then we get so close that I say, Lord, to keep John friendship, I have to mess up the rest of the country. No, I try to stay home. I don't go out as much as I used to, although it's premier. I think it sounds good, but sometimes when you go and get too familiarized with some of the entities that causing this problem, you can't get a change. And when you look at them, you might say no. So if I don't look at their faces, I could get these bills passed to help the people. That's the passion I come in here with my brother in a second. To help change some of these things, to help open up the economy and give our people a chance. So the financial institutions need to do more customer courses to encourage people not only to buy, but to help them. There was one time I remember when they had people in the banks walking in those early days. Like, I remember Scotia, like Mr. Isis Malone and Joyce Cameron and them. They used to call you in and would sit down with the people and tell you, look, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I remember those days. You got to go back to those days, know your customer. I remember those days that if a customer that was always in good standing and the checkbook was overdrawn, they said, well, this customer is good for it. We will pass the check even if we can get them in, and we'll help them because they're a good customer. No, they just look on the system. It don't matter if you're banking with them for 20 years. If the first time your check was overdrawn, they bounce your check. And this is because we are allowing these institutions to get away with not learning the culture of which they're operating in. So when I tell people to fight in our territories, not against each other, it's against a lot of systems that have been put in place that we have to tear down and make them adjust. For example, I see people are saying certain things, and I don't get involved in certain things, but if we want to make a real impact and the bank don't want to help us to get the loans for lands, well, let's talk about taking out all money from the banks. Let's talk about those kind of things. Till they understand that your strength is the customer. I don't get in futile fights. If you want big fight, let's get in those fights. If you're telling me the policies can't get them handled, then they got other people handle, which is the people. Until we understand our power to deal with some of these things, some people only got the power to fight a politician. But everybody else, they ain't got the power to fight. They lie right down. So we have to understand the value of land to the people in this territory. Now I have to speak to my people in the Virgin Islands too, Because we cannot just be selling out land too. Our foreparents work hard to purchase them for our future, and we have to hold on to their thinking. If they had sold out the lands, what would we have? A lot of people don't know the history, the reason why our people own the hillside land is because in the early days of this territory, the hillside land was for the cattle. So it didn't have any value. That was for the cattle and the cow and them, let them go up there. So our people end up with the hills. So when some land, they see the houses up in the hills, who's that house? And they have those among us who think that the only way we get our house and our land is through running drugs and doing something illegal. Yeah, they're right over us. Smiling with us. Yeah. Undercover racism. And that's the only thought they have. That the people of the BVI only get where they're going through illegal activities and don't realize it was through the sweat of our brows, through the sweat of our foreparents, the brow, through them securing the lands for us up in those hills. And then later on we started to come down on the flat. Because the flat land in the BVI in those days were prime land. The hill was nothing. Now it reverse. And that is why those hill lands cost so much with a view. So we wouldn't want our people to sell them because our foreparents have done a lot to secure them for us. That's why some persons don't understand with this initiative. It is not only about the worth of the land in terms of the sale that government will lose, but it is what we will lose with the heritage of our people if our belongers don't buy them. That's the key. You can't put dollars and cents onto that. So I want to encourage families also to settle land disputes. I grew up, let's get some knock sometime. Remember for the second as Premier saying certain things. I grew up here, my grandfather saying, no offense to anybody, please, that woman money in land broke up the best of friendship. And I couldn't understand that thing for years. But then I realized what he was saying, it wasn't something bad he had mean. He didn't mean something bad at all. But one of the biggest things broken up families in the BVI is land. So I get to understand what he means. I have seen families in the BVI, little boy meet them fighting over the land. I know the Premier, they're fighting over the land, most of them done dead. And the next generation carry on the fight. and some of the next generation you see carrying on the fight close to dying too, and they're going to leave and leave that land jam up, and nobody could say, well, all right, let me be the one to sacrifice so that the future generations could get the land. So the land gets stick up, and then you know what happened? By the time it gets settled, I saw this. It was about a third or fourth generation, one that live abroad, that end up getting it as a matter of when it finally got solved. But because they never lived here and didn't have any attachment to here, they just sell it off. So sometimes we're the contributors to our own demise. But while you're leading, you have to put things in place to at least try to stem some of this tide. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, this 4% here that we're going to give to the people of the Virgin Islands is not just with dollars or cents, but it's making sure that we embrace what our foreparents have done for us with our lands. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, that whenever we walk on the earth of the BVI and we walk anywhere, we're walking on the ashes of our foreparents, and we should respect every step we take on the Virgin Islands because we're walking on the grounds where our foreparents' ashes are. So we're walking on history every time we walk. That is why, Mr. Speaker, this territory is so special. That is why those who come and think that they can take it from us realize they're in for a fight, because they're not fighting us alone who are here. They're fighting the prayers that are sink into the land by our foreparents that we walk on every day. So every time they walk and think that they're going to get us, Mr. Speaker, they're actually walking on the grace that the Lord has put on this territory through the lands, through the prayers of the foreparents. And that's why we as Virgin Islanders take our land very seriously, because we know the fight we had to get it. And at this time, when time is hard and we know everyone doesn't have money, but there are some of us that do, so if it has to let go, those who do, we want to put this incentive to help you. Those who are first-time homeowners, even the landowners, even in the middle of COVID-19, this is your time. And that is why, no matter what knock we take for money services, once you could hold on to that land and you could get it now and pay that 4%, hold on. That 20% out of that money services will help some of you to get your house built. Hold on, it's not being done in isolation. Hold on, each of this is part and piece of the puzzle. As the Honorable Sherry De Castro always say, each of this is part of the puzzle that will help us get the whole puzzle put together. That land, first-time land and homeowners. So even if you get land through this now and you can't build, hold on, because it's coming a time when the government will get that money through the money services and will be able to help you buy a land. So there's a method to the madness and many other areas that you'll be able to invest to get the home. Because I have news for you. Where there's a need and there's a void to fill the need, it will be filled. So if the financial institutions do not help fill that need, some other areas will pop up. And I'm going to work with every financial institution to help us to change some of these policies. But I put them on warning that if you do not change, I'm also going to have the government to bring policies to help our people to get by. Because we can't be living for so long and fighting a fight and not seeing an end, and we come and saying we're leading the people and don't want to deal with some of these areas. Mr. Speaker, I end by saying I thank my government and the opposition for joining in. And anything that they have to help, we bring it in the committee stage. And I agree that we should try to keep our lands, but in this case where we might have to let them go, let's go. Let's have Virgin Island, let Belanger get their hand on it and bring it. I want to thank the Inland Revenue Office and the Ministry of Finance and the Attorney General's Office for all their work and what they're going to do in the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. And this is another stimulus for our people. It may seem small, but as we say, my good Jamaican friend said, but it's going to be talawa. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and we move towards the committee stage.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Stamped Amendment Act 2020.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is in committee. Premier to report.
Speaker, I am proud to report, Mr. Speaker, that I beg to report that the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move the bill entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed as amended. And I want to stand on my feet and thank both sides of the aisle as it has gone through the committee, and both sides of the aisles have given some good intervention into this, and this is another stimulus to help our people, especially our young people who are buying lands now would not have to pay that 4% for a little while up to May 31st, 2021. So those who are interested, or young people to buy land, even amidst this COVID-19, this is not a time to stop at all. This is a time to push, so that when COVID-19 is finished, you'll end up ahead. The whole territory will end up ahead. So just like how this government made the tough decisions with the Virgin Islands Trade Commission, the consumer protection, the turning around of the traffic, the belongers and residents initiative, and so many others that we can name, this is another historic day in the Virgin Islands for the people of the Virgin Islands, for our belongers. So may we forever, as much as possible, keep the lands among our people. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Virgin Islands Stamp Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Stamp Amendment Act 2020.
Members, the bill has been read a third time and passed as amended. Okay, honorable members, I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government Business.
We could recess to Monday.
You want to recess now? Here. Okay. Honorable members, we will take a recess and we will resume on Monday, June 22nd, 2020 at 9 a.m. So this House is now in recess.